Chapter 1086. Yin Shiyang. Yan Zhaoge repeated this name. The encompassing emperor glanced at Yan Zhaoge, no longer having any reservations as he thought of what had happened at Star Reflecting Lake. It is rumored that the sword devil Yin Shiyang was originally a martial practitioner of the immortal court. He is also extremely talented. His talent in the way of the sword is rarely seen in the world. It's a pity that he has been a disciple of the immortal court since he was young and worshipped the immeasurable heavenly lord. Although he managed to push open the immortal door, his comprehension of the great Tao was lacking, and his foundation was unstable. The encompassing emperor shook his head slightly. It should be said that he was delayed. If he could learn from my orthodox Taoism, his accomplishments would probably be limitless. As he spoke, he restrained his voice, not allowing it to enter Meng Wan's ears. If Meng Wan knew too much about the matter of the immortal court and the immeasurable heavenly lord, she would naturally be able to understand that the Brocade Emperor had not taken her existence into consideration in discussing this matter back at Star Reflecting Lake. The Brocade Emperor did not mind others knowing that he had suffered cultivation deviation. But Meng Wan was different. It would be too hard to predict how the Brocade Emperor would react if she knew the truth. Therefore, while he spoke to Yan Zhaoge openly, the encompassing emperor still chose to use sound transmission so that Meng Wan could not hear him. The Brocade Emperor said mildly from the side, while the rumored Yin Shiyang hailed from the immortal court, he is not much weaker than our orthodox Taoism's direct lineage martial practitioners at the same cultivation level. He is even stronger than many of them. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. That is indeed rather stunning. Back then, his first duel with your ancestor, Senior Yan, ended in a crushing defeat. Your ancestor felt pity for him and didn't take his life. The encompassing emperor continued, he was unresigned and challenged your ancestor a second time. In the end, he still suffered a crushing defeat. In the end, for the sake of making up for what he lacked and fighting a decisive battle with your ancestor, Yin Shiyang turned his back on the immortal court heretics and joined the 9 underworlds, becoming a devil on the spot. Hearing this, Yan Zhaoge looked thoughtfully at the encompassing emperor. The encompassing emperor nodded, the treasured light imbued with the power of faith emanating from the bodies of the immortal court martial practitioners is difficult to eradicate. All future troubles are at the whim of the immeasurable heavenly lord. Even if you realize the truth and want to start all over again, it's just wishful thinking. However, there are no absolutes in this world. It's not impossible. I know of 2 methods. One of them is to be purified by Buddhism. In fact, it's just changing the target of worship. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge pondered for a moment before saying, the second is to enter the 9 underworlds and become a devil. The encompassing emperor said, it's similarly a path of no return, yet it can still be considered a choice. And so, Yin Shiyang entered the 9 underworlds, and a sword devil appeared in the world. The Brocade Emperor continued, after becoming a devil, Yin Shiyang's strength indeed improved greatly as his talents were not buried to the extent of being buried. Still, the sword devil was still unable to defeat the sword god in the end as he was slain by your ancestor. Your ancestor killed the devil, and his sword showed no mercy, but he still felt pity for Yin Shiyang's talent. It's said that he once said that it would be a great regret in his life if he couldn't fight Yin Shiyang of the 3 clear lineage. Otherwise, it would be hard to tell who would win. The Brocade Emperor's thoughts wandered. In that era, amongst the experts who had sprung up after the Great Calamity, there was only one other person besides his wife, the Sword Emperor, who could receive such an evaluation from your ancestor in the Tao of the Sword. Yan Zhaoge nodded, not saying anything as he continued forward amidst that foreign dimension. As he neared those 2 coiling sword lights, as he came into contact with that black sword light, his mind instantly shook. Sharp, icy cold, sharp, tough, brutal, unbridled. The tyrannical sword intent struggled unceasingly beneath the suppression of the jade illusory heaven-opening sword, not yielding for even a moment. Following the erosion of time, this sword intent seemed illusory whilst also real as it was already more of a mark as one would no longer be able to comprehend the concept of the sword arts contained within. Still, feeling the mark within, Yan Zhaoge was still able to appreciate his former flair. Numerous scenes seemed to surface within Yan Zhaoge's mind. It was precisely the high-spirited Yin Shiyang who had devoutly worshipped the immeasurable heavenly lord and whose cultivation base had transcended mortality in the immortal court. At the time when he had been most confident in his life, he had suffered a crushing defeat. That purple-clothed youth and the sword in his hand had since become Yin Shiyang's lifelong nightmare and obsession, also changing Yin Shiyang's fate. Yen. Xing. Tang. An enraged roar of indignation resounded unceasingly within Yan Zhaoge's ears. Defeat after defeat, defeat after defeat. As a martial practitioner of the immortal court who devoutly worshipped the immeasurable heavenly lord, he had resolutely sacrificed himself to become a devil in the end. Exhausting all methods, paying any price, no matter how many times he failed, no matter how difficult the road ahead of him was, he would never give up. He would definitely surpass that person. His powerful obsession resembled tangible as it agglomerated into the sword intent of the devilish heavenly sword before him, transforming into a peak devilish sword Tao between the heavens and the earth as it sought to compete with that sword that opened the heavens, only ending in death. At the very end of the scene was Yan Xintang's figure. The current you, with your sword Tao still lacking in maturity, would still not be my match. If you were human, I would be willing to let you off once more, waiting for you to attain major accomplishment in your sword Tao before we would truly have a showdown. However, you immediately became a devil, even having become one of the 12 devilish gods. My sword cannot show you any mercy. At that time, Yan Xintang truly felt regretful, a pity that you were born in the immortal court. Seeing this scene, Yan Zhaoge felt rather complex emotions as well. His grandfather, the exalted gold luminary, the sword god Yan Xintang, had been acclaimed as the #1 expert of Taoism in the Tao of the sword in post-Great Calamity times. Yan Xintang had added the words Taoism in front of it because he was being humble. Perhaps the root cause was that he had always felt regretful that he had not been able to battle the sword devil Yin Shiyang who had attained the heights that he should have been able to determine who was superior. As for Di Qinglian, they were already family. He instead no longer had any desire to win. The sword light here looks like it was inadvertently left behind in the process of my ancestor battling the sword devil. While his emotions were rather complex, Yan Zhaoge's attention quickly shifted elsewhere. This is not a battlefield or the burial ground of the sword devil. The encompassing emperor said, "That's right. Sword devil." Yan Zhaoge murmured, Yin Shiyang's strength increased greatly after becoming a devil. He should not be an ordinary fallen devil, instead having merged with the body of a fallen great devil. If it is one of the 12 devilish gods, the sword devil, that should be the incarnation of the 6 supreme devils that occupies the position of aged metal of the 5 elements. The brocade emperor glanced at Yan Zhaoge. I heard Red Lotus mention that you possess the faceless devilish scripture. It looks like you understand the 9 underworlds very well. You did not hear about the 12 devilish gods from Wang Pu and Chao Jia, right? Yan Zhaoge answered candidly, I do know quite a bit, but it is still rather limited. Still, I know a thing or two about the 12 devilish gods. He swiveled his head to look at the intermingling jade illusory heaven opening sword and the devil heaven sword before him. The 12 devilish gods are the peak devils of this world, the overlords of the devilish Tao, the kings of all devils. The 12 devilish gods are further divided into the 6 ancestral devils and the 6 supreme devils. The head of the 6 ancestral devils is hailed as the ancestor of all devils, the primordial heaven devil who originated the devilish Tao. He once fought with the founder of our Taoism's jade clear lineage, the primordial heavenly lord of primordial beginning. Chapter 1087. When talking about the devils of the 9 underworlds, Yan Zhaoge, the encompassing emperor and the brocade emperor no longer avoided Meng Wan. Listening quietly by the side, Meng Wan could not help but sigh in admiration upon hearing the name of the primordial heavenly lord. Back in the 8 extremities world, while I knew how terrifying the 9 underworlds were, I had not thought that they would actually be this powerful. Yan Zhaoge said, Ever since ancient times, with the long passage of time, while the Tao prevails and the devils vanish most of the time, no one can deny the power of the 9 underworlds. The primordial heavenly devil fought against the Jade Clear founding master for the throne. I believe he lost. Meng Wan asked. Yan Zhaoge smiled, this is only natural. Therefore, the Lord of Primordial Beginning is still the Lord of Primordial Beginning, while the primordial heavenly devil can only be renamed the primordial heavenly devil. The encompassing emperor said, the primordial heaven fiend was indeed defeated, and he was even suppressed by the primordial heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning later on, never to emerge again. However, if he were to reappear in the world, it would probably be a scene of doomsday. If we really want to talk about doomsday, we'll have to wait until the doomsday heavenly devil is born. The Brocade Emperor now said leisurely, after all, he is like the Lord of Numinous Treasure, an existence that symbolizes the transformation of all things into nothingness. Meng Wan recited softly, Doomsday Heavenly Devil, Yan Zhaoge explained from the side, while it said that there are the 12 devilish gods, one of them has never appeared in this world, and has always been missing a spot. That would be the last of the 6 ancestral devils. Ancestral fiends are all Khanate god fiends. They existed before the creation of the heaven and earth. This one is the only exception. Although he is an ancestral fiend, the ancestor of all fiends, he will be born at the end of the world, the end of the post-celestial realm. Actually, it's still unknown what his real name is. Doomsday Heavenly Devil is a name people gave him based on his power. As time passed, it became his real name. Meng Wan understood, just like the founder of the Prime Clear lineage, the Lord of Numinous Treasure, who symbolizes the transformation of all living things from existence to non-existence, signifying the destruction of everything, the descent of the Dharma ending, and the disappearance of creation. The encompassing emperor nodded. Exactly. The Doomsday Heavenly Fiend is the symbol of the end of the world. The moment it descends into the world, it also represents the arrival of the true great calamity of this world. Primordial Sky Fiend and Doomsday Sky Fiend with one head and one tail are so powerful. The other 4 ancestral fiends aren't simple either, said Meng Wan with a sigh. Yan Zhaoge laughed, isn't that so? He pointed at the 9 hells where everyone was. This 9 hells is the corpse of the 2nd ancestral devil after the primordial heaven devil, the creation heaven devil. Meng Wan's gaze flickered. I remember that it was recorded in ancient texts that the vastness of the 9 underworlds was a world that existed before the great calamity and our entire human world. They were like 2 poles of existence. Such a world was actually formed from the corpse of a great devil. The Brocade Emperor laughed softly. While the creation heavenly devil has perished, whether or not he is powerful still depends on who killed him. The one who killed the creation heavenly devil was one of our Taoism's 3 clear Grand Masters, the Prime Clear Sex Grand Master Numinous Treasure. Meng Wan blinked her eyes. No wonder. His hands behind his back, the Brocade Emperor leisurely gazed at the darkness of the 9 underworlds beyond this foreign dimension. While it is an existence that is like a polar opposite of the human realm, the 9 underworlds is barren at the end of the day. Therefore, it would naturally try to encroach upon our great 1,000 worlds of the human realm. Perhaps this can also be said to be a form of yearning. The 9 underworlds coincides with the place where the primordial heaven devil was sealed, also preserving a final bit of vitality for the devils in order to prevent the primordial heaven devil from breaking out of the seal, making it hard for them to exterminate the 9 underworlds. The Brocade Emperor swiveled his head and glanced at Yan Zhaoge. After the primordial heaven devil and the creation heavenly devil, the 3rd ancestral devil is known as the Grand Heavenly Devil and the 4th ancestral devil is known as the Faceless Heavenly Devil. Meng Wan was taken aback slightly. Grand Heavenly Devil? Yan Zhaoge said mildly, the Grand Heavenly Devil is the devilish incarnation of the Grand Clear Lord of Tao and virtue of one of our 3 clear Grand Masters, while the Faceless Heavenly Devil is the devilish incarnation of the ancient Buddha Amitabha. The 2 peak bigwigs seized the position of the ancestral devil with their great wisdom and might, having already severed the fortune of the devils to a certain extent. Therefore, Throughout the endless years that followed, it was mostly the Tao that prevailed and the devils that prevailed. Even if there was a time when the Tao declined and the devils prevailed, it was only for a brief moment. Therefore, other than the sixth ancestral devil who had never truly descended into the world, there was only the fifth ancestral devil, the vast freedom heavenly devil, who had always been active in the past, Yan Zhaoge said as he shrugged. Still, that was a very long time ago. In our current era, long before the Great Calamity, ancestral devils were rarely seen. Those who wreaked havoc between the heavens and the earth were the last 6 of the 12 devilish gods, the 6 supreme devils. Yan Zhaoge's gaze fell on the 2 intermingling sword intents before him. This sword devil Yin Shiyang is the incarnation of the devil who occupies the position of aged gold of the 6 supreme devils. From becoming a devil to truly becoming a ruler of the devilish Tao, a process of growth was still required. It was just that this process of growth was extremely short for Yin Shiyang, who had already become the incarnation of a supreme devil. Still, this process had already been severed by Yan Xintang. The sword devil Yin Shiyang had become history. The encompassing emperor now said, while Yin Shiyang is dead, the supreme devils are not extinguished as they merely await their next rebirth. The devils who occupy the position of aged gold of the 5 elements were the spear devil, the saber devil and many others. After the great calamity, the sword devil Yin Shiyang appeared. Afterwards, another devil of aged gold will be reborn, rising from the ashes. The so-called 6 supreme devils were the heart devils and the devils of the 5 elements. The names of the devils of the 5 elements were not fixed. For example, the devils who occupied the position of aged gold. After the initial spear devil had perished, the saber devil had been reborn, rising and falling afterwards until the sword devil Yin Shiyang. The devils who occupied the position of earth included the earth devil, the stone devil and so on. The devils who occupied the position of water included the ice devil, the water devil, the fog devil, the blood devil and so on. There were also instances where the same devils were reborn, yet not the same person. Throughout the ages, it was not just a single epoch where devils were reborn after their deaths. While many devils had perished completely, the 12 devilish gods had never been extinguished aside from the creation devil. Still, while they would be reborn after their deaths, an opportunity was required as well. A life form that was compatible with them might appear in the next instant, or it might not appear for 1,000 years or even 10,000 years. In that case, these devils would only be able to lie dormant between life and death, quietly waiting. In the ancient texts of pre-Great Calamity times, of the 6 supreme devils, only the heart devil and the shadow devil who first occupied the position of wood have always existed. The other 4 have already perished many times. Yan Zhaoge looked at the encompassing emperor and the brocade emperor. The brocade emperor smiled, saying, after the Great Calamity, there has never been any news of the heart devil and the shadow devil having perished. Yan Zhaoge looked at the 2 streaks of sword light before him. It has already been over 2,000 years since this sword devil perished. I wonder who the new devil of aged gold will be when he is reborn after his death. Chapter 1088. Whether it is the devil of aged metal or the other supreme devils, they all desire to be reborn after death. The brocade emperor said mildly, their rebirth requires other life forms as their incarnations. It all depends on fate. A compatible incarnation might be right before their eyes, but if not, it is not impossible to wait for another 10 million years. Meng Wan hesitated for a moment before asking softly, what is considered compatible? The brocade emperor said, that is not certain. It depends on whether the fleshly body and the soul are compatible, having nothing to do with one's cultivation base or talent in the martial Tao. Therefore, it is hard to predict. He suddenly smiled, even among the 4 of us here, it is hard to say whether there are any suitable ones. Hearing her father's words, Meng Wan did not show any special reaction as she just looked rather worriedly at Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge understood that she was worried about Feng Yunsheng. Her worry was not without reason. It was not just the devil of aged metal who was one of the 6 supreme devils. There were also many experts amongst the devils beneath the 12 devilish gods who might be lying in ambush, searching for incarnations so that they could rise from the ashes and return to the world. There were no lack of great experts amongst them. The 12 devilish gods were just too distant a concept for most people. The other devils were more direct and easier to come into contact with. Yan Zhaoge exhaled slowly, many thoughts instantly flashing through his mind. Let's not touch this place. Since it is the relic of our predecessors, it can also obstruct the 9 underworlds from corroding space, the encompassing emperor said as he looked at Yan Zhaoge and the brocade emperor. Yan Zhaoge and the brocade emperor both nodded, that makes sense. After glancing at those two intersecting sword lights one last time, Yan Zhaoge's group left the foreign dimension formed of sword intent and thunderbolts. As they ventured deeper into the 9 underworlds, even the brocade emperor and the encompassing emperor would have to raise their vigilance. The numerous devils of the 9 underworlds before them were getting stronger and stronger. While they still could not trouble them, as they ventured deeper, it was completely possible that they might even encounter devils that were comparable to immortal realm experts. Of the 3 of them, the brocade emperor executed the grand beginning bright emptiness form which was illusory yet real. The encompassing emperor had studied the myriad phenomena heavenly scripture of the jade clear lineage's primordial heavenly scripture. It possessed boundless transformations and was beneficial for concealment. Yan Zhaoge did not use the foundation of the peerless heavenly scripture, just circulating the first art of the dim radiant 12 arts, the concealed shadow art and the 12th art, the peerless infinity art. He was similarly hard to find. In this way, their group was incomparably low-key. At least they didn't attract the attention of peak great demons from afar. However, it was extremely difficult to search for traces of Feng Yunsheng in the 9 underworlds. Yan Zhaoge and the others could only take the risk and try to capture the 9 underworlds devils to try to find out more about Feng Yunsheng, hoping that there would be a devil who had met Feng Yunsheng before. The devils of the netherworld were either bloodthirsty and violent, evil and strange, or cunning and full of lies. It was not an easy task to extract useful information from their mouths. There were many methods of punishment used on humans, but their effects were limited on the devils of the 9 underworlds. Moreover, this was the territory of the 9 underworlds, so it was difficult to make a big fuss. In the end, they managed to capture a great devil that had once fought against Feng Yunsheng. While the great devil had a violent temperament, it didn't lose its rationality. Finally, Yan Zhaoge and the others obtained some useful information. To a human like Feng Yunsheng who had ventured into the 9 underworlds alone, this great demon had left a deep impression on her. The wounds on his body had yet to heal, and it was impossible for him to forget his opponent. According to the information obtained from the great devil, Yan Zhaoge's group continued advancing. Boundless scorched earth suddenly appeared on the pitch-black 9 underworld soil in front of him. In the dusky world, flames spread and burned as if there was no end to it. However, even though there was a sea of fire in front of him, the world still seemed dark. The fire did not dispel the darkness and bring peace. Instead, it gave people an ominous feeling. This looks like the abode of a netherworld demon emperor, said the encompassing emperor after observing for a while. Although he said that, he didn't have the slightest intention of stopping and directly stepped onto the scorched earth. The brocade emperor smiled, similarly not halting as he walked alongside the encompassing emperor. Looking at the scorched earth and the sea of flames, Meng Wan murmured, "It is rather similar to the flame devils of that year." Yan Zhaoge said as he walked, "The flame devils that rampaged through our 8 extremities world that year were not devils of the 9 underworlds. Instead, they were spirits of fire of earlier birth. Still, they were similarly tainted with devilish intent when they were first born. Therefore, it is not wrong to call them flame devils. Tracing back to their roots, their true intent originated from an expert of pre-Great Calamity times, the Flame Devil Emperor." Yan Zhaoge explained, the Flame Devil Emperor's original title should have been the Heavenly Fire Emperor. Still, it is said that he later analyzed the devilish Tao. While he did not become a devil on the spot, he walked very deeply on that path. Therefore, there is much debate about it. Meng Wan nodded in understanding. Still, he is unrelated to the great devil who occupies the position of third fire of the 6 supreme devils, Yan Zhaoge said. In history, the devil of third fire once produced the fire devil, the yang devil and the blazing devil. Our 8 extremities world that year only referred to the flame devils based on their characteristics and temperament. Hearing this, Meng Wan nodded. There is probably no one in the 8 extremities world who knows about the 6 supreme devils. It is naturally impossible for them to know about the devil of third fire. Hearing her words, Yan Zhaoge could not help but smile. Meng Wan smiled as well. You, senior apprentice brother Yan, are not included. While they were smiling, their brows were knit into a knot as they gazed at the barren, scorched earth that stretched for billions of li. They quickly arrived at the core region of this place. There were no other devils to be seen on the scorched earth, as it was like none of them dared to invade this territory. Soon, a massive devilish palace appeared before Yan Zhaoge and the others. The entire palace was completely formed of flames. It was 1,000 feet tall, as the walls and pavilions of the palace were all blazing as it instilled fear in one's heart. Senior apprentice Sister Feng, have we entered this place? Having entered alongside the Brocade Emperor, the Encompassing Emperor and Yan Zhaoge, Meng Wan was not afraid of the scene before her as she appraised the devilish palace of flame that resembled a kingdom of giants. The Brocade Emperor and the Encompassing Emperor exchanged glances. Why does it look like this place is all bark and no bite? The Devil Emperor is not here. Has he gone out, or has he already perished? Outside the devilish domain's scorched earth, due to the inherent restrictions of devilish qi, numerous devils dared not approach. Still, it was tight on the outside while loose on the inside. Having truly arrived here, it was immediately apparent that something was wrong. Yunsheng indeed did not come here for a reason. Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes into slits. They did not hesitate as they directly entered within. The majestic, towering devilish palace of flame was completely empty. It was only when they had arrived at the center of the devilish palace that they suddenly felt the shocking devilish qi surging to the heavens. Still, it seemed to have been suppressed as it was at the end of its path, as it was exceptionally weak. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. The aura is exactly the same as that of the devilish palace of scorched earth. It is the original owner of this place, that emperor amongst devils. From the looks of it, after being slain, he was reborn in the 9 underworlds due to being undying and imperishable. Yet, his rebirth was suppressed by someone such that he was unable to succeed. The Encompassing Emperor carefully sensed the changes in the devilish qi. He has already perished a long time ago, probably thousands of years ago. Who did this? Chapter 1089. As the Encompassing Emperor said this, he gazed at Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge understood his meaning as he shook his head. I cannot be sure if it is the exalted lunar luminary. Our sect does not know much about her, only knowing that she once descended to the 8 extremities world and left behind the extreme Yin crown. The Encompassing Emperor nodded as they entered the rear hall together. As the flames dispersed, a silhouette flickered amidst space, seemingly real whilst also illusory as it drifted unceasingly. Gazing over, Yan Zhaoge saw a small black ember at the center of that silhouette. It looked extremely weak as it flickered unceasingly, as if it might be extinguished at any moment. Yet, devilish qi surged to the heavens from within, just that it was forever unable to strengthen. That was the original owner of this place, an emperor amongst devils who had once presided arrogantly over the heavens and earth. While it was not that they could not be destroyed for good, devils were indeed undying and inextinguishable most of the time. Even if they perished for a time, they would be reborn in the 9 underworlds later on. Yet, this 9 underworlds devil emperor's rebirth process had been suppressed by someone, having been unable to revive for thousands of years, as it was akin to being eternally extinguished. Devils that are equivalent to immortal bridge martial saints are already very hard to slay. Even devil-shattering arrows are unable to do anything to them, let alone true immortals of Taoism. Yan Zhaoge's eyes narrowed into slits. It is truly not easy to suppress the rebirth of this emperor amongst devils. Observing carefully, he saw that the surroundings of that small black ember seemed to be enveloped by a layer of boundless darkness. This darkness devoured the light and heat of the ember, causing it to be eternally unable to strengthen. Feeling that darkness that devoured the heavens and devoured the sun, Yen Zhaoge coughed lightly. The power of corrosion, Rahu. Yen Zhaoge was not unfamiliar with this concept. It was the power of the sun against the stars, the Rahu luminary. The identity of the person who had slain a great devil of this place and sealed it so that it could not be reborn was obvious. The encompassing emperor and the brocade emperor exchanged glances as they spoke in unison, the exalted Rahu luminary. Of the new Kunlun 9 luminaries of post-Great Calamity times, the exalted Rahu luminary had been acclaimed alongside the earthly sovereign, concealed sovereign and the exalted gold luminary Yen Xintong, being an expert of great importance in the resurgence of Taoism following the Great Calamity. Looking at Yen Zhaoge, the brocade emperor pondered, I heard from southeastern Chao that your sect seems to possess a treasure related to the exalted Rahu of the past, that this little friend Feng also wields it. It's not the Luoho blade. Yen Zhaoge answered frankly, instead, it is a new saber that was forged from the remains of the Rahu saber after it was destroyed. It would not be wrong to say that it is related to the exalted Rahu luminary. Still, it is unclear how much of a relationship they have. He looked thoughtfully at Gloomy, who was suppressing the flames in front of him. From the looks of it, the relationship seems to be bigger than I thought. The brocade emperor and the encompassing emperor both nodded slowly. The brocade emperor extended a finger, lightly tapping on that clump of light. The light and shadow swayed slightly. The black flame was still weak, but the ominous darkness was rippling like water. The dark aura turned into boundless black flames and demonic chi. They were mournful and glaring, even more ferocious and domineering than the flames that made up the palace. Within the black flames and demonic chi, a human figure gradually appeared. It was the manifestation of the true intent of martial arts. Looking over, Yen Zhaoge saw that it was a black-clothed girl with a head of short hair that just reached her ears. She could not be said to be beautiful, her facial features strong and tough. A cold, stern aura emanated from her entire body as her gaze was resolute, not wavering in the least. While it was just a trace of light, a harsh killing intent still emanated from it, causing a chill to arise within one's heart. Yen Zhaoge had learnt much information from his previous visit to Kunlun Mountain's northern high peak's jade capital crag. Yen Zhaoge had already seen the portraits of the new Kunlun 9 luminaries of the past, his grandfather included. The figure before him was none other than the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shunhua. Like the exalted gold luminary Yen Xintong, she was a 9 luminaries expert who was confirmed to have perished. She had left behind countless legends in her lifetime as she was famed for being iron-blooded and tough. The exalted Rahu luminary perished even before my ancestor, the exalted gold luminary. Yen Zhaoge surveyed the devilish palace of flame before him. It looks like this is one of her battle accomplishments from back then. It is just that, Yen Zhaoge frowned, it does not feel that simple. Gazing at the silhouetted figure of the exalted Rahu luminary, the encompassing emperor could only feel that this illusory figure's gaze was unwavering as it met his gaze. Carefully sensing the environment here, he suddenly said after a while, it is indeed not simple. Yen Zhaoge pondered as well, saying, there seems to have once been a mechanism here. While it has already dissipated, some traces of it still remain. After observing for a moment, the brocade emperor extended a palm, the force of his palm pulsing as a lot of dark devilish fire suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The devilish chi of the black fire condensed, manifesting as numerous runes and talismans. Looking at those runes, the gazes of Yen Zhaoge and the others all hardened slightly. Ha! The brocade emperor laughed lightly. So, this was a contingency prepared by the exalted Rahu luminary in case she perished and intended to be reborn. The encompassing emperor slowly shook his head. She wants to borrow the profundities of rebirth of the devils of the 9 underworlds to complete her own rebirth? This is a little too. At the end of the day, the encompassing emperor did not want to speak too much on this matter. Still, Yan Zhaoge and the Brocade Emperor both understood what he was thinking. The exalted Rahu luminary was playing with fire. Whether or not her scheme would succeed, even if it did, a single misstep would result in her becoming a devil on the spot. What was most concerning was whether she would care about becoming a devil for the sake of success. Perhaps this was just a backup plan, and it would be best to not use it. Still, the exalted Rahu luminary had truly perished over 2,000 years ago. According to the rumored personality of the exalted Rahu luminary, she would probably disdain becoming a devil in exchange for a chance at rebirth, Yan Zhaoge said. I just fear that she might be overconfident. He carefully analyzed those dark patterns of light, murmuring, it feels like this mechanism does not just have a chance at rebirth. It seems to have other uses as well. She is not just setting up a contingency plan for her rebirth. She also wants to make use of this chance to wrest away the power, profundities, and authority of a certain great devil. Yan Zhaoge's expression changed slightly as a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Hearing his words, the encompassing emperor's expression changed as well. This was even more like playing with fire. Since the exalted Rahu luminary had taken a liking to this power, the original great devil must have been extraordinarily strong. The Brocade Emperor's gaze flickered as he too was rather taken aback. The exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shunhua. Yan Zhaoge slapped his head. I wonder if I should say that you are ambitious, already thinking of doing something even bigger after you are not dead yet? None of the new Kunlun 9 luminaries of the past had been easy to deal with. I really have to suspect whether you were intentionally seeking death back then, Yan Zhaoge thought rather maliciously. He really felt rather exasperated at this moment. If it were any other time, he might still be in the mood to watch the show and even give Jian Shunhua a thumbs up. Now, however, she was involved as well. The encompassing emperor frowned as he looked at the scene before him. The mechanism has already ended. What then? Chapter 1090. Whether they were concerned about Feng Yunsheng or whether the scheme of the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shunhua had succeeded. In the end, everyone present was concerned. Yan Zhaoge inhaled deeply, closing his eyes. A thin screen of light appeared around his body which gradually turned blurry, watery light. Where the watery light passed, everything seemed to turn black and white as it lost its luster. Beneath the infiltration of time that resembled water, the flow of time here seemed to be virtually stagnant. Watching this scene calmly, the Brocade Emperor and the encompassing Emperor both nodded to themselves. With his cultivation base and age, his attainments in the Aeon Light Heavenly Scripture are unexpectedly brilliant. Please lend me a hand, Your Majesties. Yan Zhaoge's voice was rather ethereal as it sounded fast at times whilst slow at others. The Brocade Emperor and the encompassing Emperor did not hesitate as they both made a move. With their help, Yan Zhaoge circulated the Aeon Light Heavenly Scripture as time here seemed to flow in reverse. It was not truly flowing in reverse. Even if it did, it would still be hard to return to a few months or even years ago. Still, the rippling time merged with the black fire and devilish chi amidst space, gradually forming a silhouette as it attempted to restore the earlier scenes. Suddenly, white light flickered amidst space. Yan Zhaoge's gaze was stern, the traces left behind by Yunsheng. Accompanied by the appearance of the white light, an image gradually surfaced as it was disjointed and disjointed. A familiar face appeared before Yan Zhaoge and Meng Wan. Her hair was like a waterfall that was tied up simply behind her back. Garbed in white and wielding a black saber, her gaze deep. It was none other than Feng Yunsheng. Feng Yunsheng was seated in the meditative position on the ground, the extreme yin crown emitting clear, cold radiance above her head as it resembled the bright moon in the sky. The cold sun divine saber was placed horizontally on her knees, threads of black chi extending from it, transforming into runes that resembled chains as they entangled her body. Before Feng Yunsheng was a great black sun that hovered amidst space. Beside her, the tiny ember of fire was completely suppressed by the dim darkness as it was unable to move. Black sunlight was emitted from the great black sun, illuminating the cold sun divine saber. Feng Yunqing's expression was calm as her gaze was firm as she gazed at the great black sun before her. A figure surfaced amidst the great black sun. It was none other than the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shunhua. Her expression was as cold and solemn as ever as she calmly stared at Feng Yunqing, her gaze threatening. I'm not the reincarnation of the saber soul, and you don't exist in the saber. Why is this saber so close to me? Feng Yunqing's tone was calm and unhurried. Jian Shunhua, who was rumored to be a man of few words, was not stingy with her words when facing Feng Yunqing. It is true that you are not the reincarnation of a saber soul, but a strand of your soul is sealed in the remains of the Rahu saber. You should say that this saber is the reincarnation of a portion of your soul. Although it cannot be considered your clone, it is connected to your mind, and you can wield it as if it were your own arm. The bright moonlight suppressed the pitch-black rune chains on Feng Yunqing's body to a certain extent. But resisting these seals depended more on Feng Yunqing's willpower. She said quietly, "Exalted Rahu luminary. Although I admire Senior's demeanor in the past, I don't want to become someone else's reincarnation." What an outstanding little girl. Not only was Jian Shunhua not annoyed, a faint smile even appeared on her cold and stiff face, but this smile disappeared in a flash. The great black sun advanced, gradually about to devour Feng Yunqing's body. Feng Yunqing did not resist as she sat unmoving where she was, merely stabilizing her mind. Looking at the image before him, the encompassing emperor nodded slightly, while the exalted Rahu luminary has been revived. In order to ensure that she does not fall to the dark side, she is exceptionally weak. This is not a battle between an immortal realm expert and a seeing divinity martial saint. What is being compared is not external cultivation base but internal strength. Yan Zhaoge did not speak. Feng Yunqing's mind was strong and her will was firm as she was one of the few people he had ever seen who was powerful. That was a might that surpassed her age and the limits of her strength. As compared to other opponents, he was not worried about Feng Yunqing at all. Still, Feng Yunqing's opponent this time was no ordinary person as well. She was a woman who had left behind an awe-inspiring, iron-blooded name in history. She was a great devil who, after her death, had not only set up a method to revive herself, but also schemed against a great devil whose foundation was even deeper than hers. It was to the extent that her own death might even be a part of her plan. Also, how many could be certain that she would be able to be reborn as she wished after her death under the precondition that she did not become a devil? Even so, Jian Shunhua had dared to gamble on it. She might not have lost to the point where she would have to stake it all on a single throw. What supported her was not her gambling nature or luck but her firm will to the extreme. It was rumored that she had once suffered the soul-nailing needle, which was one of the 7 great tortures, alongside the cold marrow needles without a change in expression. Facing such an opponent this time, what were Feng Yunqing's chances of victory? In order to ensure that she does not fall to the dark side, the rebirth ritual arranged by the exalted Rahu luminary had to be borrowed. A rather interested expression appeared on the brocade emperor's face. Still, from the looks of it now, the outcome was not entirely within her expectations. It did not go so smoothly. The great black sun completely enveloped Feng Yunqing. Amidst the great sun, a black pattern of an annular solar eclipse gradually appeared on Feng Yunqing's forehead. Devilish chi vaguely circulated within her pupils as well. Still, her gaze remained clear and bright. Feng Yunqing suddenly roared, standing up and chopping forward with the cold sun divine saber in her hand. The extreme Yin crown above her head shook, pure moonlight transforming into a saber light which broke through the great black sun. While the great black sun had vanished, the black annular solar eclipse on Feng Yunqing's forehead still remained as dim light leapt within her pupils. The white saber light left behind a mark amidst space, resembling a passageway that led to Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge met the gaze of his lover before him, even though he knew that she could not see him. Still, Feng Yunqing's gaze seemed to traverse through time at this moment, arriving in the present. I do not know who will be able to see this in the future. Feng Yunqing said, I am Feng Yunqing, a disciple of Broad Creed Mountain of the World Beyond World's southeastern Yang Heaven Territory's Royal Reed Sea. As you saw earlier, due to what happened just now, I am currently unable to fully control my body. The ritual of the exalted Rahu luminary has only been completed half as of now. There is still the other half that involves a great devil. I do not know who it is exactly, but it is definitely no ordinary devil. Next, because of her, I will be venturing deeper into the 9 underworlds. Because I am unable to fully control myself, I am unable to leave behind any clues for others to follow. The marks left behind by my right hand may be erased by my own left hand the next moment. Therefore, there is no need to try and find me. I will leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, this message may be destroyed by me as well. She said slowly, if you are willing to help, Feng Yunsheng will be endlessly grateful. Please help me pass this message to my clan, to my master Ling Yun and to my husband, Yan Zhaoge. Having lived for several decades now, I have often failed and rarely succeeded. I have caused much trouble for those related to me. Feng Yunsheng said solemnly, still, this time, I will not lose. Not for gain or loss, not for strength or weakness. It is just that I must return to see you all again. With that, she smiled brightly, bright and enchanting, Zhaoge, I will definitely return. We still have not consummated our marriage. Chapter 1091. The Brocade Emperor, the Encompassing Emperor and Meng Wan all turned to look at Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge was in a daze as he gazed at that illusory image of light, not speaking. Within the image, Feng Yunsheng cupped her fists towards space before turning elegantly, her figure traversing through the layers of flames as she vanished from this devilish palace of flame, no longer being seen. The white light faded as the silhouette before them gradually vanished. Time was reversed as everything returned to its current state. Yan Zhaoge gazed at the empty palace, not speaking for a long time. Little friend Yan, this matter involves the life of the exalted Rahu luminary. This old man and others of the world beyond worlds will probably have to get involved. At the very least, we must report this to the 3 sovereigns. After a long time, the encompassing emperor coughed softly and said slowly, a top-notch great devil is also involved in this matter. For the proud exalted Rahu luminary to target him, this great devil must be extraordinary. While it will be difficult to continue pursuing the clues as little friend Feng says, if there is a chance, we will also attempt to enter the depths of the 9 underworlds to search. I hope to find little friend Feng as soon as possible. Yan Zhaoge's gaze flickered as he turned to look at the encompassing emperor. The old man with a ruddy complexion had a calm gaze as no ripples could be seen within it at all. Your Majesties, please get involved. The chances of success will naturally increase greatly. Yan Zhaoge said, of course this Yan hopes to find my wife as soon as possible. Apologies for this Yan has always been looking forward to our wedding night. The encompassing emperor's gaze flickered slightly as he said nothing more. While he rather admired this youth before him, the matter of the exalted Rahu luminary this time had too many implications as the encompassing emperor had no choice but to be prudent. The worst-case scenario would be Feng Yunsheng losing to Jian Shunhua, but Jian Shunhua not winning as well. The one who would benefit from this would be the great devil who had been schemed against by Jian Shunhua. Whether it was Jian Shunhua or Feng Yunsheng who became a devil, the outcome would be extremely terrible. The encompassing emperor naturally had to consider this possibility. Still, he similarly had to consider Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain. The youth before him had too many connections. Besides the sword sovereign of Kunlun Mountain's northern high peaks Jade Capital Crag, he was actually also inextricably linked to the roving Jade Heavens. Even with the encompassing emperor who was used to all sorts of storms, he had to calm his heart now, he had to be extremely cautious. Looks like we can only stop here. The Brocade Emperor did not seem to be thinking so much as he just looked rather regretfully at Meng Wan. I hope that your friend will be able to turn misfortune into fortune. Meng Wan looked at the empty palace and felt a sense of loss in her heart. Hearing the Brocade Emperor's words now, she nodded, saying, "Don't worry about it, Daddy. I understand. I only hope that senior apprentice Sister Feng can return safely now." Yan Zhaoge smiled, being able to see you upon her return is undoubtedly a pleasant surprise. She should be very happy. With that, he cupped his hands towards the brocade emperor and the encompassing emperor. "Please wait a moment." Then, Yan Zhaoge walked up to the dim darkness that was suppressing the black ember, and extended his palm. Under the circulation of the faceless devil scripture, Yan Zhaoge's entire body seemed to turn illusory. A green Buddha statue appeared above his head. It had 4 faces and 12 arms. Every face was blank, and no facial features could be seen. The gazes of the encompassing emperor and the brocade emperor both flickered. What an outstanding youth. His talent is peerless indeed. With their knowledge, while they were not proficient in the faceless devil scripture, they naturally knew that the faceless heavenly devil of legend actually did not have a specific external form while possessing the true intent of no self and no form. Those who cultivated an external form of the faceless heavenly devil would still be far from being proficient in their cultivation bases. Or perhaps, the cultivators would intentionally infuse other concepts within. This was what Yan Zhaoge was currently doing. While he was projecting the profundities of the faceless devil scripture, he had no intention of falling to the dark side. The 12 arms of the green Buddha statue simultaneously extended, coming together towards the center as it suppressed and subdued that dim darkness and the ember. Then, the Buddha statue slowly descended, descending above Yan Zhaoge's head. "Little friend Yan, you still have to be careful. That ember is the source of a devilish emperor's revival at the end of the day." While the encompassing emperor did not stop Yan Zhaoge, he still warned him. Yan Zhaoge smiled. "Thank you for your concern, encompassing emperor. Still, it is fine." He closed his eyes, the acupoints of his entire body suddenly shuddering. Seeing this, the gazes of the brocade emperor and the encompassing emperor both lit up. "Huh?" As Yan Zhaoge sat at the center of the back hall of the devilish palace of flame, his entire body suddenly glowed brightly. Streams of radiance that resembled bright starlight illuminated the surrounding area with him as their center, even penetrating through the walls of the palace formed of flames. At this moment, radiance lit up amidst the gloomy devilish domain of the 9 underworlds, resembling the morning star in the night sky at the center of blazing flames and scorched earth. All the acupoints of Yan Zhaoge's body emitted light. Now, one of them suddenly dimmed and was extinguished. Soon after, a second, a third, while the light of some of his acupoints was extinguished, the light that surged from the other acupoints that were still glowing grew increasingly dazzling as a qualitative change occurred. As the light flickered, it was like numerous stars circulated within the actual universe. Yan Zhaoge's entire aura surged along with this. He has actually ascended to the 8th level of the martial saint realm, the mid-immortal bridge stage, just like this. Seeing this, the encompassing emperor sighed softly. According to the news that this old man heard, he should have only ascended the immortal bridge not long ago before his lineage's opening ceremony. Besides admiration, the gaze with which the encompassing emperor looked at Yan Zhaoge also contained pity. This was naturally because Yan Zhaoge had already heard of the immeasurable heavenly lord back at star-reflecting lake. The encompassing emperor shook his head as he looked at the brocade emperor, a rare look of dissatisfaction appearing within his gaze. While Yan Zhaoge's attitude towards Feng Yunsheng had given him a headache, this did not affect his admiration of Yan Zhaoge's talent. The encompassing emperor felt great regret that the brocade emperor's rash actions had resulted in the destruction of an unparalleled genius of Taoism. The brocade emperor smiled as he seemed to have long since forgotten about the matter of star-reflecting lake as he just clicked his tongue in admiration as he looked at Yan Zhaoge. "Your determination is commendable." "Indeed." The encompassing emperor shook his head, looking at Yan Zhaoge once more. While this was not shown on his face, the resolute aura emanating from Yan Zhaoge's body was obvious for all to see. The dissatisfaction and suppression within his heart did not transform into vexation, worry, defeat, or dispiritedness. Instead, it was like an erupting volcano as it completely transformed into a resolute will to advance unceasingly upwards. Yan Zhaoge's accumulations were incomparably abundant. Aside from major bottlenecks, there was no difficulty in his advancement at all. Still, in order to stably tread this rare path of his, he was neither hurried nor impatient as he steadily advanced one step at a time. Still, at this moment, he no longer suppressed himself. While refining the devilish fire had repercussions, he still suddenly strode forward. Looking at the calm youth before him, the encompassing emperor really felt a headache coming on. I admire him even more now, the brocade emperor smiled leisurely. The encompassing emperor glanced at him, he is different from you. The brocade emperor smiled, there is nothing bad about being different from me. Red Lien has a rather good impression of him. I once thought of taking him in as a son-in-law. From the looks of it now, my judgment was not bad. This person is not just overflowing with talent. Chapter 1092. The brocade emperor's tone was relaxed, but it caused the encompassing emperor to glance at him again. Meanwhile, Yan Zhaoge now slowly ceased his cultivation, the starlight emitted by the acupoints of his entire body gradually retracted, returning to his body. He opened his eyes, smiling as he looked at the brocade emperor and the encompassing emperor. This Yan has been impetuous. I have incurred your ridicule. The brocade emperor and the encompassing emperor both said, it is fine. Meng Wan smiled from the side, congratulations to senior apprentice brother Yan for advancing further in your cultivation. Junior sister Meng, you're too polite. Yan Zhaoge stood up, looking at the devilish palace of flame before him as he said, this place already has no more value. The group exited the palace constructed of flames. The encompassing emperor pondered and said, little friend Feng is being coerced by the exalted Rahu luminary into venturing deeper into the 9 underworlds. At the same time, it would be hard for him to leave behind any clues for us. If we continue forward, not only will it be hard for us to gain anything, the risk will also greatly increase. After all, there were still many great demons in the 9 underworlds. The encompassing emperor looked at Yan Zhaoge and Meng Wan. This old man means that we should return to the world beyond worlds and report this to the 3 sovereigns, asking them to make a decision and consider this matter at length. When the time comes, if we want to search the depths of the 9 underworlds again, with His Majesty the 3 sovereigns leading the way, it will be easier for us to enter deeper into the 9 underworlds. Hearing this, Yan Zhaoge nodded slowly, thank you, encompassing emperor, for understanding this Yan's feelings. I am not someone who does not know the gravity of things. Blindly entering the 9 underworlds without any clues would be no different from sending a sheep into a tiger's den. While I am worried about my wife, it is hard for me to think of anything now. Your Majesty, your words are wise and prudent. I have no objections. Meng Wan, who was at the side, also said, we shouldn't have troubled you to this point. It's all up to you and father to decide. Junior will naturally comply. The encompassing emperor said, you are too polite, little friend Fu. I have gained a lot from my trip to the 9 underworlds this time. If not for this trip, I would not have known that the exalted Rahu luminary had actually done such a great thing. He looked at the brocade emperor who smiled, there are still some regrets in the end. Still, it is difficult for things to always go according to one's wishes. I believe that this is also fate. The gazes of Yan Zhaoge and the encompassing emperor flickered slightly upon hearing this as their gazes shifted between the brocade emperor and Meng Wan. The group didn't stay any longer. They left the Flame Demon Palace and tried to go back the way they came. Along the way, Yan Zhaoge paid attention to the brocade emperor's movements. Still, from the looks of things, the brocade emperor seemed to be doing as per normal. The abnormality came from the outside world. As Yan Zhaoge and the others retraced their steps, halfway through their journey away from the 9 underworlds, an intense feeling of unease suddenly arose within their hearts. In the boundless darkness, killing intent lurked everywhere. All of a sudden, a majestic wave swept over and struck them head-on. That terrifying aura seemed to surpass that of a perfected immortal expert who had already pushed open the gate of immortality. The first thought that flashed through the minds of Yan Zhaoge and the others was that while they had tried their best to keep a low profile, they had still ended up alerting even more powerful devils of the 9 underworlds. But then, a loud voice reverberated in the void, "Where is Yin Tianxia's successor?" This emperor can clearly sense the aura of the orthodox dim radiant 12 arts originating from that immortal artifact left behind by Yin Tianxia. Emperors of the immortal court. The encompassing emperor's expression suddenly darkened. There's more than one. Yan Zhaoge's pupils dilated slightly. Why would a sovereign of the immortal court appear in the 9 underworlds? Did you discover me and the dim radiant wheel by chance, or? His thoughts flashed at lightning speed as he suddenly swiveled his head to look at the brocade emperor. He saw that the brocade emperor had a calm expression on his face as he smiled. While the sovereigns of the immortal court are powerful, they are still inferior to the 3 sovereigns of my orthodox Taoism at the end of the day. While Daoist Li and I dare not say that we can win, we should still be able to hold them off for a while. Let's not get entangled in battle and try to make use of the geography of the 9 underworlds to shake them off. The encompassing emperor shot a deep glance at the brocade emperor before saying decisively, "Let's leave first." He swept his black sleeve, bringing along Yan Zhaoge as he fled in another direction. The brocade emperor did the same as he brought along Meng Wan and sped away. Amidst the frenzied tides behind them, a second voice resounded, "Li Jun, Fu Yunqi, must things really go to such an ugly extent? You were the one who obstructed us first." "It should be this old man who finds it strange," the encompassing emperor said. "Is the immortal court going to break the agreement?" The first voice resounded, "Don't try to quibble. Yin Tianxia brought about his own destruction, and his descendants are also guilty of unforgivable crimes. This is the agreement. If you want to stop us today, do not blame this emperor for not giving you any face." The encompassing emperor said mildly, "We can only offend you then." As he said this, he did not cease in his footsteps as he transformed into a streak of light, traversing the heavy darkness of the 9 underworlds with the brocade emperor by his side. Yan Zhaoge did not mind being brought along by the encompassing emperor as he observed the brocade emperor beside him while looking behind him. There, roiling yellow sand had actually arisen amidst space which had previously been dim and filled with devilish qi. Waves of sand that surged to the heavens roiled unceasingly over the vast ocean that spanned 10,000 li as they pursued Yan Zhaoge's group. Meanwhile, a phoenix soared above the ocean of sand. It was unlike the fire phoenixes that Yan Zhaoge was already used to seeing from the lineage of Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wutong Slope in the world beyond worlds. This phoenix was shockingly an ice phoenix. It was small and petite, merely 6 feet tall if it stood upright. Its wings spread wide, it seemed inconspicuous as it resembled a tiny white dot in the air above the ocean of sand. Still, the power emanating from it was more than 100 times greater than that of Zhuang Shen, who had been a human exalt in the past. Zhuang Shen was truly like a firefly compared to the sun and moon. In pre-Great Calamity times, there was once an Ice Phoenix Emperor who passed down the Ice Phoenix Nirvana scripture. Yan Zhaoge's eyes narrowed into slits. In the current immortal court, there are already experts of the Ice Phoenix Nirvana scripture who can be called sovereigns. While it is a legacy of the immortal court, it is still extraordinary. Instead, as Yan Zhaoge recalled the roiling ocean of sand, he was unable to find a matching supreme martial art. There were a few that seemed similar yet were not completely the same. From the looks of it, it was possible that it was like the dim radiant 12 arts, a supreme martial art that had only been born after the Great Calamity as it had been derived from the crystallization of the wisdom of predecessors. While the foundation of martial practitioners of the immortal court lay in the treasured light of the power of faith, there were still many outstanding geniuses amongst them at the end of the day. The two of them chased each other, fighting and moving at the same time. The encompassing emperor and the brocade emperor no longer cared about keeping a low profile and concealing their tracks. Their intense battle instantly drew the attention of the devils of the 9 underworlds as more and more devils began approaching. Finally, a similarly terrifying aura arrived from the distance. Frenzied, evil howls resounded deafeningly as a great devil of the 9 underworlds that was comparable to immortal realm experts had finally been drawn over. While they had no intention of working together, the experts of the Immortal Court and the Great Devils had formlessly formed a pincer attack. As the Great Devils obstructed the path of Yan Zhaoge's group, the two sovereigns of the Immortal Court instantly made use of this chance to catch up. The encompassing emperor flicked his sleeve, releasing Yan Zhaoge as the brocade emperor similarly released Meng Wan. The two of them began to fully focus on battling with their opponents as Yan Zhaoge retreated to the side along with Meng Wan. The chaotic battle between the three sides immediately caused the heavens and earth to overturn in this devilish domain of the 9 underworlds. Chapter 1093. As Yan Zhaoge retreated along with Meng Wan, he gazed intently at the stalemate situation. The experts of the Immortal Court, the Great Devils of the 9 underworlds, the encompassing emperor and the brocade emperor were locked in a chaotic battle. It was impossible to say who was working together as they were all attacking and defending each other. The 9 Serenity's great demon's body was as large as a mountain. It had 4 wings and 6 thick and short legs. Its body was like a large sack, and its facial features could not be seen. From its appearance, it looked a little like the legendary exotic beast, Dijiang. However, unlike Dijiang, who looked like a yellow sack and was surrounded by scarlet fire, this great demon was pitch black and was surrounded by purple-black demonic fire. It looked like a Dijiang that had fallen into the demonic path, becoming a demon on the spot. This great demon was originally the weakest, but the purple-black demonic fire around his body began to bubble. Sizzling sounds came from the surface of the giant bubble. Lightning flickered on it. It was clearly made of lightning. The bubble floated in the air, looking fragile and light as if it could not withstand any force. However, when those lightning-like bubbles exploded, they expanded outwards, forming an independent foreign space. Then, the space shattered, setting off an even more terrifying tide. A bolt of lightning was like a world of its own. The void collapsed, and the surrounding world changed time and space. This great devil in the form of the Dijiang did not clash head-on with the brocade emperor, the encompassing emperor and the others, as he instead relied more on the miraculous prowess of his thunderbolts to roam about by the side. As the brocade emperor, the encompassing emperor and those two sovereigns of the Immortal Court fought and restrained each other, they were unable to do anything to that great devil for the time being. It's actually the void spatial thunder. Yan Zhaoge gazed at that massive ball of thunder that resembled a bubble. The Dijiang is proficient in the Tao of spatial variations in the first place. Having refined the grand illusory spatial thunder, it is truly like adding wings to a tiger. The brocade emperor and the others frowned as they gradually grew impatient as they looked at that great devil. After all, they were fighting in the 9 underworlds. If they delayed for too long, it would definitely attract more peak experts of the 9 underworlds to attack them, and even more powerful demonic path experts would be attracted. Being entangled by Dijiang was like a maggot in their bones, exposing their location at any moment. This great demon that looked like Dijiang was clearly a cunning one. Its mind wasn't in a frenzied state, and it was consciously fighting with the others. Just as everyone was thinking of dealing with this great demon first, there was a sudden commotion in the distance. A crimson stream of fire tore through the void and appeared in everyone's line of sight. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge and the encompassing emperor were both slightly taken aback. Mars halberd. The raging sea of fire washed away the surrounding black devil chi, and in the center of the sea of fire, a god of fire, who was standing on 2 fiery dragons, appeared. It was the incarnation of Mars halberd. Engulfed in flames, the giant god wasn't surprised to see Dijiang. Instead, he was shocked to see the 2 emperors of the Immortal Court, heretics. The Ice Phoenix spoke in the human language, Mars halberd. We actually encountered each other in the 9 underworlds. We're destined to not return empty-handed today. He spread his wings and flew off, shaking off the brocade emperor and the others as he flew towards Mars halberd. Although Mars halberd was surprised, he was not afraid at all. He raised boundless raging fire and collided with the ice. Both sides were engaged in a fierce battle. The world was frozen for thousands of miles, but there were still flashes of fire from time to time. Meanwhile, while the Brocade Emperor and the Encompassing Emperor had lost an immortal court expert, that cunning great devil Dijiang had instead begun to target them as he vaguely seemed to be joining forces with another expert of the immortal court. Sovereigns were sovereigns at the end of the day. Even if they hailed from the immortal court, they were still powerful to the extreme. Whether it was Mars Halberd, the Brocade Emperor, the Encompassing Emperor or that great devil Dijiang, all of them were peak experts. Still, it would not be easy for them to face a sovereign of the immortal court alone. While they hailed from the immortal court, having been able to attain their current cultivation bases, they were definitely outstanding figures themselves. Still, as compared to the Brocade Emperor, the Encompassing Emperor and the others, the primary target of this sovereign of the immortal court was still Yan Zhaoge and the dim radiant wheel. Observing the battle situation, Yan Zhaoge was fearless in the face of danger as he suddenly approached the battlefield along with Meng Wan. A grand illusory spatial thunder that had just shattered exploded, causing the surrounding space to distort as a result. Yan Zhaoge made use of this opportunity to directly shoot into that chaotic space as its destructive power had weakened following the explosion of the thunderbolt and its influence on space had yet to vanish. Red light vaguely appeared within his pupils as he secretly circulated the immortal trapping sword, traversing the chaotic turbulent flows of space as he speedily left the battlefield. A cold snort resounded behind him as all-encompassing yellow sand swept over in hot pursuit. Yet, devilish intent that surged to the heavens manifested amidst space, surrounding him from all directions. That great devil Dijiang's wish was fulfilled as even more peak experts of the 9 underworlds finally arrived. The battle instantly grew more chaotic as that sovereign of the immortal court's movements were delayed slightly, allowing Yan Zhaoge and Meng Wan to vanish from the spot. Drifting amidst chaotic space, when the scenery before Yan Zhaoge and Meng Wan regained normal, they were finally far away from the battlefield from earlier. Feeling the devilish chi fluctuations in the devilish domain of the 9 underworlds, Yan Zhaoge turned and gazed in a certain direction. There, streams of light could still be vaguely seen flickering as the radiance of death lit up. Meng Wan said softly, "Thank you, senior apprentice brother Yan, for saving me." "No need to stand on ceremony," Yan Zhaoge answered casually as he gazed in that direction. Meng Wan hesitated for a moment before asking, "Senior apprentice brother Yan, what exactly is father?" Yan Zhaoge pondered for a moment before telling her about the Brocade Emperor's situation and his earlier guess. Even though she had already been mentally prepared, Meng Wan was still taken aback upon hearing this. "Want to kill me and my sister? This is only my guess at the moment. Still, it should not be wrong. It might even be within these 9 underworlds that he is most likely to make a move," Yan Zhaoge said in a heavy tone. "While it is said that even a vicious tiger will not eat its cubs, this tiger is currently not very normal." He paused for a moment before adding, "Apart from you, I might also be his target." Making a move within the 9 underworlds would be completely undetectable, and everything could be pushed to the devils of the 9 underworlds. That would be perfect. Hearing his words, Meng Wan asked softly, "If we leave the Encompassing Emperor's line of sight now, wouldn't it be more convenient for us to make a move?" Yan Zhaoge shrugged, "There is no helping it. It can be said that I am burdening you. Those 2 sovereigns of the immortal court are targeting me. In terms of direct threat, they are even greater than your father as they definitely want to make things difficult for me. Also, the Brocade Emperor's current thoughts are still rather unpredictable." "What are you saying, senior apprentice brother Yan? How could it be you burdening me? If not for you, I would probably have died on the spot in that situation just now even if father had not acted," Meng Wan said. "It is I who is burdening you." Her thoughts were sharp as she immediately thought of more things after knowing the whole story. "Even if we are separated, father should still have a way to find me. If you bring me along, you will still be found." Yan Zhaoge continued fleeing with her as he said, "If Yunsheng is able to see you on the day she returns, she will probably be exceptionally happy and overjoyed." Meng Wan said softly, "Senior apprentice brother Yan, you can give senior apprentice sister Feng a lot." You do not have to take the risk for me. As compared to what I want to give. Yan Zhaoge laughed lightly. Don't you feel that satisfying what she likes would be better? Meng Wan shot Yan Zhaoge a deep glance. Before she could speak, Yan Zhaoge drew back the corners of his lips. While I also know that your father will be able to find you, isn't this a little too fast? Is it indeed prepared? Before his words had landed, space suddenly shook as purple chi actually surged all the way to 5,000 kilometers away. Chapter 1094. The brocade Emperor Fu Yunqi's handsome figure was indistinctly visible amidst the endless purple chi. When he used the grand beginning bright emptiness body, it was extremely convenient for him to move through the void. Seeing this scene, Meng Wan's emotions were instead calm and peaceful. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, she continued what she had not been able to finish earlier. With my understanding of senior apprentice Sister Feng, let's first not talk about what she likes, but she definitely wouldn't like you bearing the risk for her sake. While I like to take risks, I won't do things that throw my life away. Since I do things, I have confidence in them. It is the same this time. Yan Zhaoge gazed at the brocade emperor who had appeared amidst the purple chi cloud sea. Probably. He looked first at the brocade emperor and then at the distant battlefield. This Yan's luck is not bad that I was able to escape death and see your majesty again. I just wonder how the encompassing emperor is doing. While the brocade emperor's aura was currently slightly weak, his expression was as per usual, as there was even a hint of a genial smile on his face, as if he had not experienced that great battle just now. Seeing Yan Zhaoge and Meng Wan, he smiled and said, the situation is chaotic, and everyone is restraining each other. There are fewer dangers. Since you've already escaped, there's no need for Daoist Li to stay there and tangle with the Immortal Court's people. As long as you're careful, there'll be a chance for you to escape. Yan Zhaoge raised his eyebrows. The one in trouble is Mars Halberd? While it was a question, Yan Zhaoge's tone was very certain. Judging from the words of the Emperor of the Immortal Court who had transformed into an ice phoenix, it seemed that the Immortal Court also wanted to capture Mars Halberd. While the reason was unclear, Yan Zhaoge guessed that it was most likely related to the exalted fire. Now that Yan Zhaoge and the dim radiant will had escaped, their attention would naturally be placed on Mars Halberd. On the other hand, the Sunluo Emperor was not taken seriously. The opponents they needed to be careful of were the demons of the 9 underworlds. However, Mars Halberd was targeted by 2 emperors of the Immortal Court, and he was entangled by the 9 nether great devils, which were hard to tell if he was a friend or foe. This trip was more than troublesome. If he was not careful enough, he would be buried in the 9 nether. Mars Halberd challenged me again. I'd like to have a fight with him after visiting my little friend Feng and getting out of the 9 underworlds. The brocade emperor answered mildly, who would have thought that the Immortal Court's intervention would actually result in the current situation. Yan Zhaoge spoke after a while. Mars Halberd's attack had sent me and your daughter, Fu Ting, to the Immortal Court, causing your daughter to suffer. It should be an unintentional mistake. The brocade emperor smiled. This seat understands. It is just that it is inevitable that he will still feel displeased. Still, I still hope that he is safe and sound. Whatever enmity we have, we are all of Orthodox Taoism at the end of the day. Yan Zhaoge looked at him quietly, not speaking. A chill rose in Meng Wan's heart. Her biological father, who she was not familiar with, became even more unfamiliar at this moment. She was not very clear on the enmity between the brocade emperor and Mars Halberd, only having heard the conversation between the encompassing emperor, the brocade emperor and Yan Zhaoge from the side. Still, referring to what Yan Zhaoge had told her about the brocade emperor's current condition, it was not hard for her to understand the truth of the matter. In today's battle, the first person to be schemed against was neither Yan Zhaoge nor her, but Mars Halberd. In normal times, the brocade emperor would naturally not have done such a thing. Now, however, he was in an extremely abnormal state of mind. Even his way of doing things was vastly different from how he usually acted. The brocade emperor's soul had split into 2 at this moment. When it came to Mars Halberd, his emotional side hated Mars Halberd because of what had happened to Fu Ting. Still, his emotional side was prideful and reserved. If he wanted to settle things with Mars Halberd, he would do so openly, fighting him to the death. To his emotionless, heartless side, Mars Halberd was a scourge who should be completely eliminated. Yet, the whereabouts of the exalted fire luminary were unknown. Whether or not he succeeded in eliminating Mars Halberd, it would still be detrimental to him. Therefore, the best way was to not make a move himself and kill him with a borrowed knife. Whichever side he was thinking of, they both desired to kill Mars Halberd. The combination of the two was the final decision, the only difference being the method used. Comparing this to what was happening before her, Meng Wan felt a chill run through her heart. Because Yan Zhaoge's guess was gradually coming true. In the internal conflict after the Brocade Emperor's soul had split, his emotionless side was indeed gaining the upper hand. Don't panic, Wan. The Brocade Emperor seemed to see through Meng Wan's thoughts as he suddenly smiled. Seeing how you are now, little friend Yan must have told you a lot. Even a vicious tiger will not eat its cubs. The situation is still not as bad as you think. I am still unceasingly trying to find a better way to resolve this. The Brocade Emperor sighed. It is just pitiful that we father and daughter have been separated for so long before finally being reunited. Yet, not long after we were reunited, a gap arose in our hearts once more. This is not your fault. It is my problem. It is just that there are always some things in this world that one cannot do anything about. Meng Wan was slightly shocked. Father, the Brocade Emperor smiled, raising a hand and stopping her. Relax, Wan. It's fine. He gazed at Yan Zhaoge. Instead, little friend Yan, why must you expose this matter? What difference does it make? Yan Zhaoge spread his hands apart. You are killing two birds with one stone. Even as you deal with Mars Halberd, you are also sending the encompassing emperor away. Your target is either your daughter or me. If you want to deal with your daughter, you will expose this matter yourself. If you want to deal with me, whether or not I spoil your plans now, don't you still want to kill me? The Brocade Emperor was silent for a moment before he smiled. I was being unreasonable. Little friend Yan is right. His attitude was low and his words were sincere and courteous. Yet, Yan Zhaoge instead felt greatly alarmed. Indeed, the next moment, the Brocade Emperor raised a hand, directly slapping down towards Yan Zhaoge's head with a palm. He raised his palm, the qis combining yin and yang. Beneath his palm, he first separated Meng Wan while the devilish qi around Yan Zhaoge's body was completely repelled. Time turned blurry, space no longer existing as all things were reduced to the primordial qis of yin and yang. A massive taiji diagram appeared amidst the dark heavens and earth of the devilish domain, enveloping Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge could only feel his entire body rotating alongside it, seemingly unable to escape this taiji diagram no matter how many variations and abilities he possessed. This was the might of a true immortal attacking. Yan Zhaoge had once personally experienced it when facing the Heaven Emperor in the Royal Reed Sea. Still, with the Earth Mother Dao ritual and the later Earth text as his backing, he had still felt a gap at the end of the day. It was only now that he truly understood what the gap between the human and immortal realms was. The difference between the heavens and the earth was something that even the current him would be hard-pressed to surmount. Still, Yan Zhaoge did not panic. His roar resembled the enraged howls of myriad devils of the deep abyss whilst also resembling the chanting of the Buddhas of the blessed lands. The ancient green Buddha with 4 faces and 8 arms appeared above Yan Zhaoge's head once more. It was just that this time, Yan Zhaoge's body was completely merged within the ancient green Buddha. The next moment, boundless devilish qi surged, coiling around the ancient green Buddha before condensing into an even more massive black Buddha. The massive black Buddha's forehead, chest and palm all had a reverse swastika character. This move of yours has confirmed my suspicions as well. The massive black Buddha opened its mouth, Yan Zhaoge's voice resounding, Brocade Emperor, you cultivate in the unfeeling Tao. If you want to completely rid yourself of any future threats and ascend to the next level, you will indeed have to refine my father's grand simplicity splendor cloud. Chapter 1095. The massive black Buddha resembled the heavenly tribulation of the end of the world as he sat in the meditative position at the center of the 9 underworlds. It was just that no tranquil Zen intent could be seen in this Buddha at all, as there was only devilish chi that seemed capable of driving one mad. As I have heard, devilish salvation for all life forms. Yen Zhaoge's voice resounded from the mouth of the Buddha, different from usual as it emanated a fierce, evil intent. Seeing that jet-black Buddha with the reversed swastika character on its forehead, chest and palm, the brocade emperor was rather taken aback. You have actually attained such a high level of attainment in the faceless devilish scripture. I have never seen you devolve into the devilish Tao in the least. He clicked his tongue in wonder. Is it because you have concealed it too well, or is your mind so resolute? Being able to cultivate in the faceless devilish scripture to such a level without falling to the devil is really rare. The jet-black Buddha said, the thoughts of the brocade emperor are too hard to guess now. This yen has no choice but to be careful. If I had not been prepared, I really would not have dared to enter the 9 underworlds with you. After all, you can kill and bury anyone you want here. It is the same now, killing and burying anyone you want. The brocade emperor could not help but smile, showing no mercy whatsoever. The massive Taiji diagram obscured the heavens and concealed the sun as it enveloped the heavens and earth of the 9 underworlds, suppressing all life forms to the point of returning to the primordial yin and yang. The jet-black Buddha raised its palms together, the reversed swastika character rotating as the boundless devilish sea vowed never to turn back, forcibly blocking the brocade emperor's Taiji yin-yang palm. Yen Zhaoge had not spent much time on the faceless devilish scripture. Under normal circumstances, it would indeed be impossible for him to attain such attainments. Yet, this was the 9 underworlds. Meanwhile, the foundation of Yen Zhaoge's martial arts was the peerless heavenly scripture. Extinguishing all things, creating all things, encompassing all things. This was the supreme scripture that was most proficient in containing and deriving other martial arts. Within Yen Zhaoge's body, every single acupoint manifested the phenomenon of infinite chaos. Then, boundless devilish chi was drawn into his body from the 9 underworlds of the outside world, transforming into numerous jet-black Buddhas. The Buddhas chanted, the devils roared. Yen Zhaoge merged all of his true essence with the devilish chi at this moment, relying on peerless infinity to guard his foundation before manifesting the form of the faceless heavenly devil. This was a technique that could only be used in the 9 nether. Under the boundless demonic aura, the Black Buddha became more and more solemn, but also more and more evil. Although you can gather devil chi to protect your body here and manifest the body of the devil Buddha, it's just a facade. The brocade emperor said mildly, a late immortal bridge martial saint or even a human immortal who specializes in the faceless devilish scripture might not be able to defeat you in your normal state. Now, you've given up the advantage that you've always had and changed your mind to wholeheartedly activate the faceless demon scripture. You're buying the casket and returning the pearls. The terrifying Taiji diagram kept pressing down, and the reverse swastika on the pitch-black Buddha's body gradually stopped spinning. The gigantic body of the Buddha began to sway incessantly, and pieces of it began to fall off rapidly. A human immortal who specializes in the faceless demon scripture is naturally unable to defeat me, even in the 9 underworlds. As if confirming his words, the jet-black Buddha manifested by Yen Zhaoge showed signs of shattering in the blink of an eye. The jet-black Buddha said, while this yen has always been arrogant, I still know my own limitations at the very least. If I thought that I could resist the brocade emperor just like this, it would not be an insult to you. Instead, it would be me seeking my own humiliation. So, you were waiting for this grand illusory spatial thunder? The brocade emperor asked mildly. Because Yen Zhaoge had gathered boundless devilish chi, the devilish chi of the surrounding 9 underworlds was drawn over as well. Some things even further away were drawn over as well. The Brocade Emperor's words had yet to land when a strange light of thunder suddenly flickered amidst the dense devilish chi in the darkness of the horizon. The next moment, a clump of thunder that resembled a crystal appeared within their field of vision. As that light of thunder flickered, there were many densely packed spatial folds within the clump of light which were stacked together in a shocking manner. The layers of thunder light were refracted and transmitted, resembling countless layers of light stacking on top of one another as they finally came together to form a thundercloud that resembled a crystal. This crystal was incomparably massive as it seemed only slightly smaller than the devil Buddha that Yan Zhaoge had transformed into. It was precisely a thundercloud formed of grand illusory spatial thunder of the 9 heavenly immortal thunders that had been stacked to a certain extent. When Yan Zhaoge and the others had first entered the 9 underworlds, the foreign dimension formed of those 2 streaks of swordlight had been formed precisely because of this thundercloud. It was just that the thundercloud had drifted and left its original location afterwards. Still, because that great devil Dijiang who also possessed grand illusory spatial thunder had been active in this region earlier, the thunderbolts had attracted one another as they had gradually drawn this thundercloud closer. Now, as Yan Zhaoge gathered devilish qi, affecting the circulation of devilish qi in the surroundings, the thundercloud formed of this grand illusory spatial thunder was drawn over to the vicinity of Yan Zhaoge and the Brocade Emperor. If such an oceanic amount of grand illusory spatial thunder was detonated, it would be sufficient to completely shatter the surrounding 9 underworld space. Even if a true immortal was swept within, even if he could withstand it, he would still be sent to who knows where by the chaotic flows of space. Yan Zhaoge had naturally noticed that clump of grand illusory spatial thunder. But the Brocade Emperor had noticed it as well. He had long since been prepared for it as he casually suppressed the pitch-black Buddha with one hand while lightly beckoning towards that thundercloud with the other. The supreme martial arts of the grand beginning bright emptiness form could not only be used for protection. As the Brocade Emperor beckoned, space changed as that thundercloud was instantly locked in place, no longer approaching. Now, however, the pitch-black Buddha that seemed on the verge of collapse suddenly chanted once more. Thus I have heard, devilish salvation of all life. The Brocade Emperor who had always been calm as usual suddenly changed his expression at this moment. It was as if something had exploded at the bottom of his heart. Hearts will thunder. The Brocade Emperor blurted out. It was precisely another type of divine thunder of the 9 heavenly immortal thunders alongside grand illusory spatial thunder, the strangest thunderbolt between the heavens and the earth. Hearts will thunder. Grand illusory spatial thunder was merely a pretense. Hearts will thunder was the true trump card that Yan Zhaoge had prepared to deal with the Brocade Emperor suddenly falling out with him. While it was called thunderbolts, there was no form of thunderbolts to be seen. No traces of this thunder could be seen amidst the 4 seas and 5 lakes, only directly resounding at the bottom of one's heart as the thoughts of one's heart transformed into thunderbolts to explode. The difficulty in using it against an enemy lay in how to induce the eruption of their heart thunder. It was fine if it did not explode. So long as it originated from the heart, external forces would be hard to defend against as one's cultivation base would be all for show. It all depended on whether one could subdue the heart devils that had suddenly been triggered. Yan Zhaoge had given up on his original advantage and forcibly drawn in devilish qi to temporarily raise his cultivation base precisely so that this thunderbolt would explode within the Brocade Emperor's heart. At the end of the day, he had not pushed open the door to immortality. If it were any other true immortal, it would definitely be hard for him to succeed. Still, the Brocade Emperor was different. Even without the explosion of hearts will thunder, the current Brocade Emperor would still be mentally unstable. In his current state, having suffered this explosion was precisely him meeting his nemesis. The Brocade Emperor emitted a muffled groan as he directly stumbled backwards in retreat. His pupils completely transformed into the phenomenon of intermingling black and white taiji which circulated rapidly, actually vaguely showing signs of shattering. Chapter 1096. The Brocade Emperor stumbled backwards, no longer able to suppress the pitch-black Buddha that Yan Zhaoge had transformed into. He knit his brows tightly as black and white light appeared on his face, the changes occurring multiple times in an instant. His soul, which had already been unstable in the first place, seemed about to be ripped apart at this moment. Heartswell thunder exploded within his heart, triggering his own heart devil. The level of one's cultivation base was no longer important now, as it all depended on one's mental state to subdue the devil within. The Brocade Emperor's current problem was caused by cultivation deviation. Now, it was even worse. Even though he had already pushed open the door to immortality for 1,000 years, he was still having a hard time now. Yan Zhaoge said calmly, "You should take it easy, Your Majesty. This is the 9 underworlds at the end of the day, and the heart devil is always present in this world." The inner demons he was talking about were not the inner demons of a martial artist's cultivation. Instead, it was one of the 12 devilish gods, the heart devil of the 6 supreme devils, one of the strongest devils in the universe. It had always existed since its birth and was destined not to be completely exterminated. As long as there were still sentient lifeforms in this world, the heart devil had the possibility of being reborn. From this alone, it was even more terrifying and difficult to deal with than the 6 ancestral devils. It was an existence that could only be suppressed, not exterminated. Unless all life forms perished together, the heart devil would never die. No one knew if the heart devil was currently in the 9 underworlds. Still, if it was in the 9 underworlds, with the Brocade Emperor's cultivation deviation as a true immortal, the devil within rampaging, it might alarm the ancestral source of all the heart devils of this world. The Brocade Emperor's mind was unstable, as he often did shocking things, different from how he usually was. Still, whether it was his emotional side or his emotionless side, he would not be happy to see that great devil descend before him. Gazing at Yan Zhaoge, he did not continue attacking. He flicked his sleeve, a large flag appearing as it unfurled. That flag had the Grand Commencement Heaven Unity Chi as its pole and the Grand Beginning Bright Emptiness Formless as its face. Streams of plain-colored cloud chi wreathed the flag as a huge taiji diagram of yin and yang appeared on its lacquer surface, which rotated on its own. As the flag fluttered, a majestic power manifested as it virtually turned the devilish domain before it back to earlier heaven. That majestic scene was like the difference between the immortal realm and the human realm as one, causing one to be unable to approach it. Even sacred artifact kings like the extreme Yang seal and the extreme Yin crown were unable to compare to it. The Grand Longevity banner was also in the form of a banner. Although its foundation and concept were not much inferior, the quality of the weapon itself was a notch lower. And this notch was like an insurmountable chasm. This was the Brocade Emperor's immortal artifact. In his battle with Mars Halberd that year, the Brocade Emperor had been at a disadvantage, as he had not been able to defeat that opponent who had dominated the world thousands of years ago. After that, he took out the 4 Grands earlier heaven flag and turned defeat into victory. In the end, he defeated Mars Halberd and won the match. At this moment, the great banner fluttered, enveloping the heavens and earth as it protected the Brocade Emperor beneath it. The Brocade Emperor sat in the meditative position, his eyes closed as he stabilized his mind and suppressed his inner demons. To Emperor Saint to the his to still, he to the Emperor who to. With the 4 Grands earlier heaven flag protecting him, he would not be able to do anything to the Brocade Emperor. Chen into and to it to the Emperor. He Emperor into a Buddha. Who and he and to he to. Now that the Brocade Emperor was unable to continue attacking, Yan Zhaoge had achieved his initial goal. The pitch-black Buddha vanished from the devilish domain of the 9 underworlds, streams of devilish chi dissipating as Yan Zhaoge's figure reappeared. He did not relax. Now was far from the time to relax. Having lost the obstruction of the Brocade Emperor, that thundercloud of grand illusory spatial thunder which he had drawn over instantly approached once more. Still, having been suppressed by the Brocade Emperor's Grand Beginning Bright Emptiness form earlier, the Brocade Emperor had suddenly retreated after suffering the Heartswell thunder. As a result, that thundercloud was affected as it instantly showed signs of exploding. Yan Zhaoge grabbed Meng Wan and fled into the distance. Still, the grand illusory spatial thunder had already exploded. While the thundercloud did not shatter completely, the spatial folds which had originally folded and shrunk together now expanded outwards layer by layer. In an instant, layer after layer of the void world, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, continued to expand, unfolding like ripples on water, seemingly endless. The surrounding space turned chaotic. Even with Yan Zhaoge's proficiency in the immortal trapping sword manual, he could only barely withstand it now. Seated beneath the 4 Grand's earlier heaven flag, the Brocade Emperor's eyes were still closed as he relied solely on his immortal artifact to protect himself. Even as he was assailed by the multiple explosions of grand illusory spatial thunder, he was still shaken as he could only barely remain where he was. Yan Zhaoge similarly stabilized his footing where he was. Otherwise, it was unknown where he and Meng Wan would be swept away to. There seemed to be no end to the explosions of the void spatial thunder. It was endless. Yan Zhaoge, however, did not mind it. As time passed, the Brocade Emperor might be able to stabilize his mind and suppress his restless inner demons, regaining his strength. Still, as long as he had the heart's will thunder within the 9 underworlds, Yan Zhaoge would be able to protect himself. With the protection of the 4 Grand's earlier heaven flag, the threat that the heart's will thunder posed to the Brocade Emperor was greatly reduced. Still, it was still very hard for him to withstand this power that emanated from within. After all, the root cause was his own soul, which was unstable in the first place. It was just that besides the Brocade Emperor, there were still many other threats in the 9 underworlds at the end of the day. The shockwaves caused by their clash as well as the disturbances caused by the grand illusory spatial thunder would definitely alarm the devils of the 9 underworlds. The movements of those 2 sovereigns of the immortal court in the distance were also of concern. Yan Zhaoge stabilized his figure amidst the numerous spatial folds caused by the grand illusory spatial thunder, also attempting to determine his direction. The numerous spatial folds that expanded into the surroundings ripped apart the original heavens and earth of the 9 underworlds, forming numerous spatial crevices that led to various places in all directions. Only the heavens knew where each of them ended. Still, that thundercloud of grand illusory spatial thunder had not completely exploded at the end of the day. Therefore, as time passed, the chaotic flows amidst space slowly weakened, gradually calming down. Still, Yan Zhaoge's heart suddenly jolted as he gazed at one of the spatial crevices. There, a powerful aura suddenly surged from within. A figure slowly flew out from the distorted spatial crevice. It was a youth who could still be considered handsome. He was dressed in purple, his skin pale as he looked lazy, seemingly unable to rouse his spirit towards anything at all. As he struggled out of the spatial crevice and scanned the scene before him, his gaze suddenly lit up as he became spirited. It's a small world indeed, this youth sighed emotionally. It was none other than the upper exalt who had entered the 9 underworlds earlier, Qin Qianhua. Yan Zhaoge could clearly feel a powerful aura emanating from him that seemed comparable to that of the Brocade Emperor and the encompassing Emperor. In this 9 underworlds and not a lower world, the upper exalt was the upper exalt, that most powerful martial saint who presided arrogantly over the world beyond worlds. Chapter 1097. 10th level martial saints, human immortals, were also known as human exalts. Qin Qianhua was probably the most deserving of the title of a supreme being in the world at the moment. Still, looking at this upper exalt, Yan Zhaoge could only feel disappointed. He put a hand to his forehead, as the old saying goes, 1,000 cups are not enough when drinking with a bosom friend. Still, Yan Zhaoge shook his head, looking at Qin Qianhua. Still, if we are not on the same page, even half a sentence is too much. Qin Qianhua first appraised the Brocade Emperor curiously. The Brocade Emperor was still seated in meditation, seemingly not having sensed Qin Qianhua's arrival at all. Ha! Qin Qianhua clicked his tongue before turning away to look at Yan Zhaoge again, smiling, "You have really gone to a lot of trouble for the Brocade Emperor." Yan Zhaoge chortled, it feels like you are even more worried than I am. No, 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 Chen Qianhua shook his head repeatedly, that was before. He gazed at Yan Zhaoge, now, I feel that you are far more interesting than him. Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly as Chen Qianhua hurriedly said, before this, I hoped that the Brocade Emperor would always remain in his current state. As for you and most of the others, you probably hoped that he would not be like this anymore. Chen Qianhua smiled, still, it is hard to say what he will be like now. Will he be affectionate or heartless? I believe that different people like you all have different plans. As for your plans. Chen Qianhua's gaze shifted between Yan Zhaoge and Meng Wan, from the looks of it, you do not wish to see a heartless and heartless Brocade Emperor? Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes into slits, light flickering within them, from your words, could it be that you want to help the Brocade Emperor walk the unfeeling path? Chen Qianhua nodded matter-of-factly, of course. Chen Qianhua was not concerned about which path the Brocade Emperor walked at all. As he had said, the opponent he was currently interested in was Yan Zhaoge and not the Brocade Emperor. When he was interested in the Brocade Emperor, he would oppose him. When the Brocade Emperor wanted to break free of his current split soul state, Chen Qianhua would try to stop him from maintaining his current state. Still, when he felt that Yan Zhaoge was more interesting than the Brocade Emperor, he would turn to help the Brocade Emperor whose unfeeling side was gradually gaining the upper hand, going against Yan Zhaoge. At this moment, the Brocade Emperor resembled the chessboard that he was playing against Yan Zhaoge on. Chen Qianhua looked at a true immortal emperor in such a manner. Rather than being arrogant, it would be more accurate to say that he was crazy. So, the person I want to kill now is not you. Chen Qianhua looked at Meng Wan, it is this little girl. After killing her and then Fu Ting, the Brocade Emperor will be able to stably walk the unfeeling path. Are you going to protect her? What do you plan to do? Chen Qianhua appeared to be in rare high spirits as his gaze shifted between Yan Zhaoge and Meng Wan before he suddenly laughed, Hearts Will Thunder is useless against me. He was not like the Brocade Emperor who had suffered cultivation deviation, his soul having split apart as a problem had arisen in his mind. Chen Qianhua's thoughts and actions were all based on his nature. Externally speaking, there were no flaws in his divine soul. If one wanted to forcibly trigger his heart devil with Hearts Will Thunder, it would have to be executed by someone whose cultivation base was clearly higher than his. Yan Zhaoge deeply doubted whether such a person might have a heart devil at all. What he was more concerned about was that Chen Qianhua had only arrived here due to the chaotic flows of space after the Brocade Emperor's mental state had already gradually stabilized. He had actually been able to see through the Brocade Emperor's current situation with a single glance as it had been caused by Hearts Will Thunder. Yan Zhaoge met Chen Qianhua's gaze, his heart jolting as he vaguely sensed that something was amiss. While he was pondering, Chen Qianhua was already smiling as he strode over towards him and Meng Wan, Yan Zhaoge, I won't kill you. How boring would this world be without you? Come, let me see how you are prepared to protect this little girl. Give me some more surprises. Before his words had landed, he raised a hand, a cyclic heavenly seal descending towards Meng Wan's head. The current Chen Qianhua was completely different from when he had fought in the Eight Extremities world back then. As the cyclic heavenly seal descended, the heavens and the earth instantly overturned. Looking calmly at Chen Qianhua, Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips, let's not talk about me first. Someone else will give you a surprise. At the same time, the Brocade Emperor's voice suddenly resounded, little friend Chen, you might be stretching your hand a little too far. Chen Qianhua raised his brows, looking at the Brocade Emperor, if I am not wrong, your two daughters just need to vanish from this world. You do not have to personally take action. The Brocade Emperor Fu Yunqi, who had been meditating with his eyes closed earlier, had already reopened his eyes now, that has nothing to do with you. Amidst his words, he suddenly arrived before Chen Qianhua, raising his palm and blocking Chen Qianhua's cyclic heavenly seal. The Taiji Yin-Yang palm of the Grand Clear Direct lineage clashed against the cyclic heavenly seal of the Jade Clear Direct lineage. Chen Qianhua's palm lightened as he was jolted into the air by the Brocade Emperor. Brocade Emperor, you are indeed much more interesting than before. Chen Qianhua's expression did not change as he looked at the Brocade Emperor through the corner of his eyes. If you truly walk the unfeeling path, you would only care about the outcome, not feeling dissatisfied that someone has overstepped their bounds. As he said this, he raised his other hand as well, combining the earth overturning seal with the cyclic heavenly seal, his fist intent as great as the great earth of the sovereign heavens pressed down on the Taiji diagram down below. As the three palms clashed, space instantly distorted as a long crack was ripped apart amidst space, extending far into the distance with no end in sight. The nearby 9 underworlds seemed to have been ripped into 2 at this instant. I originally thought that you had already gradually decided on your path. From the looks of it now, however, you are still wavering. Chen Qianhua suddenly broke into laughter. Could this be the effect of the heart's will thunder? He laughed so hard that he bent over backwards, swiveling his head to look at Yan Zhaoge, originally already gradually tilting towards one side. It has now reverted to a state where the 2 sides are clashing non-stop. Isn't this what you hate the most? Is this a gain or a loss to you? Crossing his arms before his chest, Yan Zhaoge smiled relaxedly. It is still too early to say this now. The Brocade Emperor said mildly, little friend Chen talks too much. The Taiji diagram on his palm rotated, sucking in Chen Qianhua's palms. Then, he raised his other hand, striking down towards Chen Qianhua. As Yan Zhaoge said, Brocade Emperor, you have truly given me a pleasant surprise. Chen Qianhua seemed to have long since predicted this as his figure suddenly turned illusory as he executed the grand beginning bright emptiness form, breaking free of the suction force of the Brocade Emperor's palm. The Brocade Emperor did not speak. Still, he formed a fist seal with his other hand, executing the grand beginning bright emptiness form as he too executed the supreme martial art of the grand beginning bright emptiness form. Affected by this, Chen Qianhua's figure instantly turned from illusory to corporeal once more. Still, he leapt, instead taking the initiative to clash with the Brocade Emperor who was also executing the grand beginning bright emptiness form. Strange laughter resounded as Chen Qianhua simultaneously struck out with his palms, golden flames suddenly surging. Where those flames passed, they shockingly burned through the bright emptiness grand beginning. Earlier heavenly fire essence. Earlier heavenly fire divine palm. The Brocade Emperor was rather taken aback. The earlier heavenly fire divine palm was a peak martial art of pre-Great Calamity times. It was said that it originated from Daoist Luya, a bigwig of the investiture of the gods era. Earlier heavenly fire essence manifested from Chen Qianhua's palm force, forcibly burning through the grand beginning bright emptiness form as he arrived before the Brocade Emperor. Chapter 1098. While the Brocade Emperor was slightly astonished that Chen Qianhua was even proficient in a long-lost martial art like the Connately Fire Divine Palm, thinking of how Chen Qianhua had always been well-read, he felt at ease. He stood there unmoving. The essence of the Connately Fire was strong, but when it was used by someone who had not reached the realm of immortals, it could not do anything to him who had become a true immortal. Indeed, the golden flames that incinerated the heavens and extinguished the earth and pierced through the grand beginning's body were unable to harm the Brocade Emperor in the slightest. The body of a true immortal was flawless and immeasurable. It was difficult for the power of mortals to harm it. It was definitely not as simple as it sounded. Still, Chen Qianhua had long since anticipated this as he had already arrived behind the Brocade Emperor in a flash before punching towards the back of his neck. The fist intense true essence manifested, transforming into a scepter which swung towards the Brocade Emperor. The Connately Fire essence was just a pretense. This was his true killing move. As Yan Zhaoge watched this battle from the side, his pupils dilated slightly. As a martial saint, Chen Qianhua actually seemed to be even swifter than the Brocade Emperor who was a true immortal. It wasn't that his movements were faster, but it was as if he had countered the enemy first and seized the initiative. In the vast ocean world that year, Yan Zhaoge had once seen a martial art known as the Spirit Rhino Palm. They looked similar, but in reality, they were worlds apart. It must be known that the Brocade Emperor's cultivation base was above Qin Qianhua's, as the gap between the human immortal and immortal realms was like a heavenly chasm. If Qin Qianhua had been able to predict the future when clashing with the Brocade Emperor, what would it be like when he clashed with experts of the same cultivation level or even those whose cultivation bases were lower than his? While a great deal of bewildering fog enveloped this person, Yan Zhaoge instead gradually felt as though the clouds before his eyes were dispelled and the sun could be seen. The Brocade Emperor did not seem all that surprised by Qin Qianhua's miraculous ability to predict the future. However, when he felt the walking stick coming at him from behind, his gaze turned slightly cold. While the Brocade Emperor would not be injured by this, he would be sent stumbling back a few steps, inevitably losing face. More importantly, this crutch technique was also a supreme martial art of the Grand Clear Direct lineage. Besides the grand beginning bright emptiness form, streams of plain-colored cloud chi circulated around the Brocade Emperor as he executed the grand plainness immeasurable body as well. Grand beginning and grand plainness combined, their powerful defensive power manifested as the Brocade Emperor's figure did not even shake as he abruptly turned and grabbed towards Qin Qianhua. Qin Qianhua's attack had failed, and he retreated once more. This time, however, the Brocade Emperor's gaze was calm as he pointed out with a finger. His movements were slow and gentle, seemingly nonchalant. However, this finger of his ignored space and time. It arrived before Qin Qianhua even though it was launched later. One of the Grand Cosmos 5 manifestations, Grand Primordial Divine Finger. It was also called the Supreme Innate Divine Finger, and it contained the concept of formless and immaterial at the absolute beginning of time. It developed the innate qi before the heavens and the earth were split open, and it was boundlessly profound. As the Brocade Emperor pointed out, his fingertip had virtually already arrived between Qin Qianhua's brows. Qin Qianhua yelled softly as the power of the Jade Clear lineage's later Heaven 6 scriptures converged, manifesting the foundation of the world. His powerful defensive power and regenerative abilities simultaneously came into play as this time, it was his turn to forcibly resist the Brocade Emperor's attack. Under the powerful effect of the absolute beginning divine finger, Qin Qianhua's foundation of the world dispersed and reassembled, then dispersed again and again, opening and closing. While the Brocade Emperor's finger inched forward, it was still just a hair's breadth away from Qin Qianhua's forehead. When the Jade Clear lineage's later Heaven 6 scriptures were combined, the foundation of the world was formed, and it could withstand various pre-celestial supreme arts. As the Brocade Emperor's cultivation base was more profound, he was still able to hold the upper hand and suppress Qin Qianhua. Now, however, Qin Qianhua tilted his head slightly, smiling at the Brocade Emperor. He clasped his palms together and streams of air interweaved, some red and some white. Seeing this, the gazes of Yan Zhaoge and the Brocade Emperor both flickered, bright red tribulation scripture. You even know the supreme arts of the prime clear direct lineage. There were 10 supreme martial arts of the 3 clear direct lineage. The Jade Clear lineage had the 10 primordial heavenly scriptures, while the Grand Clear lineage had the earlier Heaven 5 manifestations and the later Heaven 5 absolutes. As for the supreme martial arts of the Prime Clear lineage, other than the numinous treasure 4 swords and the final secret art, before the 4 swords, there were 5 scriptures which explained the changes of the 5 tribulations of an era. The 4 swords of the numinous treasure were too famous and powerful, while the 5 scriptures of the new era had mostly been lost, so few people knew about them. The founder of the Prime Clear lineage, the Lord of Numinous Treasure, did not simply symbolize destruction. Instead, he symbolized the transition from existence to non-existence. First talk about being, and then non-being. The Lord of Numinous Treasure was the symbol of being in this world. The 5 scriptures of the new era were the scriptures which explained being between earlier heaven and later heaven. The numinous treasure 4 swords sent all life forms of the great Tao, time and space into destruction, going from being to non-being. The final law explained non-being. One of the 5 scriptures was known as the Bright Red Tribulation Scripture, which explained the Tao of the Bright Red Tribulation, the changes of yin and yang intermingling to create life. The principles of the bright red tribulation scripture were similar to the yin-yang heavenly scripture of the jade clear lineage's primordial heavenly scripture and the taiji yin-yang palm of the grand clear lineage's grand cosmos 5 manifestations. The bright red yin-yang change of the northwestern Red Sea of the world beyond worlds originated from Master Red Essence. Still, its principles were somewhat similar to the bright red tribulation scripture. Qin Qianhua first used the foundation of the world to resist the Brocade Emperor's grand commencement divine finger before executing the bright red tribulation scripture. With the cyclic heavenly seal as a link, it went from earlier heaven to later heaven. Amidst the changes of creation, while the power of the grand commencement divine finger could not be completely diminished, it allowed Qin Qianhua to escape danger as he was no longer suppressed by the Brocade Emperor. Watching from the side, the corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth arched slightly upwards. Qin Qianhua's actions were rather similar to him executing the cyclic heavenly seal to revert to earlier heaven. It was just that he had reverted to earlier heaven with the cyclic heavenly seal while he had gone with the flow, guiding earlier heaven into later heaven. While this person had not been able to merge the various supreme martial arts into one, given the current situation, it was still a good method to dispel the Brocade Emperor's attack. After all, from the looks of it, Qin Qianhua did not know the heaven-opening scripture. Whatever this upper exalt's temperament was like, his martial arts were indeed tough. While he had suffered from cultivation deviation and been dazed by the Heart's Will Thunder, the Brocade Emperor's cultivation base was still domineering as his true immortal body was immeasurable and leakless as it swept through the mortal realm. Yet, he was still unable to do anything to this young opponent before him. The heavenly young master of the past, the current upper exalt Qin Qianhua, was indeed able to resist a true immortal as a human. His strength was unparalleled throughout history. While Qin Qianhua was unable to break through the leakless body of a true immortal, an exalted emperor would also be hard-pressed to defeat him. Both sides were currently locked in a stalemate. If they just dragged things on, while Qin Qianhua's true essence was vigorous and thick, it was still rather lacking compared to the Brocade Emperor who had already pushed open the door to immortality. His gaze flickered slightly as a shocking radiance suddenly erupted from within. A miraculous, formless force condensed into a tangible radiance which surged from Qin Qianhua's eyes and landed on the Brocade Emperor. Hearts Will Thunder. Hearts Will Heavenly Scripture, ha! The Brocade Emperor smiled coldly. Qin Qianhua had unleashed the power of the Hearts Will Heavenly Scripture of the later Heaven 6 scriptures of the primordial heavenly scriptures to the maximum as he struck out with his full power. The Hearts Will Heavenly Scripture narrated the Tao of later heaven's mind and spirit. As Qin Qianhua executed it now, it was like Yan Zhaoge's earlier attack of Hearts Will Thunder had been aimed at the Brocade Emperor's current weakness. Still, how experienced was the Brocade Emperor? Having suffered greatly from Hearts Will Thunder earlier, having already sensed that Qin Qianhua was proficient in the Hearts Will Heavenly Scripture, he had been guarding against this move. Seeing Qin Qianhua unleash a full-powered attack with the Hearts Will Heavenly Scripture, the Brocade Emperor did not retreat as he instead rampantly exerted more force, continuing to fiercely attack Qin Qianhua with a grand commencement divine finger. As Qin Qianhua wielded the Hearts Will Heavenly Scripture with all his might, the earlier combination of the later Heaven 6 scriptures lost its balance, the foundation of the world rapidly weakening as his defenses weakened as well. Chapter 1099. Qin Qianhua imitated Yan Zhaoge's earlier method of dealing with the Brocade Emperor. True immortals are leakless, it is difficult for mortals to injure them. It was rare for the Brocade Emperor to have such a flaw. Qin Qianhua naturally made use of it. Still, what sort of figure was the Brocade Emperor? He had long since been prepared for this as he instead retaliated mightily. Qin Qianhua's eyes flickered slightly. He did not seem surprised. Because he had used the Hearts Will Heavenly Scripture to attack, the foundation of the world formed of the combined later Heaven 6 scriptures had weakened as he was very hard-pressed to resist the Brocade Emperor's grand commencement divine finger like before. However, he did not panic and continued to chant. Immediately, the boundless demonic qi in the 9 underworlds started to gather around Qin Qianhua. the image of a jet-black demon god appeared between heaven and earth. It was like an ancient demonic divine mountain that had stood since the ancient times, unmoving and indestructible. The origin of the 9 underworlds demon domain was one of the 12 devilish gods and devils, the second ancestor devil, creation heavenly devil. Although he had perished, his demonic arts had been passed down. His descendants had studied his power and intent and created it. It was called the creation demon scripture. The classics recorded 8 kinds of demonic supreme arts, which were the 8 trigrams of heaven, earth, wind, thunder, water, fire, mountain, and lake. Thus, they were also known as the 8 absolutes of creation. Among them, the image of Gen Mountain corresponded to an absolute art called immovable heavenly demon body. It was one of the top defensive arts of the demonic path. At this moment, Qin Qianhua was displaying this ultimate technique. The 9 underworlds was formed from the corpse of the fortune creation heavenly demon. Using this ultimate art in the 9 underworlds would gather endless demonic chi to strengthen one's defense. Even if it was inferior to the foundation of the world formed from the jade clear lineage's later Heaven 6 scriptures, it could still be said to be impregnable. The Brocade Emperor's grand commencement divine finger was truly powerful as it broke through the grand beginning bright emptiness form, the twin chis of red and bright and the palm power of the cyclic heavenly seal. Then, he pierced through the weakened foundation of the world and finally attacked the unmovable heavenly demon body. However, under the continuous wear and tear of the layers of defense, it was like an arrow at the end of its flight. While cracks appeared on the massive statue of the devilish god that stood as firm as a mountain, it had not been shattered by the Brocade Emperor's finger at the end of the day. Now, Qin Qianhua's attack with the Heart's Will heavenly scripture also began to take effect on the Brocade Emperor. As long as the Brocade Emperor's mind was thrown into chaos once more, Qin Qianhua would have a chance to gain the upper hand. He naturally knew that with the Brocade Emperor's abilities, just using the Heart's Will heavenly scripture alone would only result in a situation where both sides would be heavily injured. This sudden move of the motionless demon body, using defense as offense, was the key to victory. Still, the current Brocade Emperor was indeed very capable of giving others pleasant surprises. Suddenly, there was a flash of profound light, and then a huge flag that covered the sky appeared. Immortal Artifact, 4 Grand Xiantian Flag. A true immortal great emperor was using an immortal weapon to fight against a martial saint. Even if this martial saint was the #1 martial saint of the world beyond worlds, Qin Qianhua, the Brocade Emperor's actions were truly shameless and shocking. Still, for the Brocade Emperor who had suffered cultivation deviation and was currently in an unstable mental state, this did not seem all that unexpected. Qin Qianhua should be proud that he could make a perfected immortal great emperor act shamelessly. However, if a great emperor who had pushed open the gate of immortality really didn't care about his demeanor and status, then he really wasn't someone that could be stopped by the power of mortals. In the past, it was said that the 4 exalts of the prime clear direct lineage had joined hands to lay down the immortal extermination formation, successfully slaying immortals as martial saints. Yet, their enemies were also unarmed. With the protection of the 4 Grands earlier heaven banner, it could not completely defend against this kind of attack that came from the bottom of the heart. It was the Brocade Emperor himself who had a loophole. His gaze flickered slightly as his mental state was still rather unstable. Still, it was not as severe as when he had been struck by Yan Zhaoge's Heart's Will thunder earlier, as he still possessed the strength to battle. Looking at the fluttering 4 Grands earlier heaven banner, Qin Qianhua did not show any signs of mockery or disdain or unwillingness to accept this. Instead, his eyes shone as he appeared overjoyed. "Brocade Emperor, your current appearance is unprecedentedly perfect. I am almost about to be reluctant to help you enter the unfeeling Tao just to compete with Yan Zhaoge." The Brocade Emperor's expression did not change as he was not moved by the words of others in the least as he directly waved the 4 Grands earlier heaven banner, swinging it down towards Qin Qianhua. Qin Qianhua was neither flustered nor flustered as he pointed behind him. In that direction was precisely that thundercloud of grand illusory spatial thunder which had yet to completely explode earlier. While he was temperamental and did things as he pleased, Chen Qianhua would always be extremely confident when it came to the specifics of something. This thundercloud of grand illusory spatial thunder had always been within his plans. While clashing with a powerful enemy like the Brocade Emperor, while Chen Qianhua was teleporting, he had always remained between the Brocade Emperor and the thundercloud. With his back to the thundercloud, he could wield it at any time. Chen Qianhua had also considered whether Yan Zhaoge would make a move. As he shifted, he similarly kept Yan Zhaoge and the thundercloud at bay. In clashing with the Brocade Emperor, he had been at a slight disadvantage most of the time. A large part of the reason for this was that he had restricted the trajectory of his movements to a certain extent. In a clash between experts, the slightest difference could result in a great loss. The slightest difference could determine victory and defeat. Chen Qianhua's actions were truly bold and daring. Yet, just as he was about to wield the thundercloud to resist the Four Grands' earlier heaven banner, someone suddenly moved. Yan Zhaoge, who had always been watching coldly from the sidelines and acting cautiously, suddenly flickered as he arrived beneath Chen Qianhua. Boundless devilish qi also congregated on Yan Zhaoge's body at this moment. Instantly, another jet-black devilish avatar appeared within the devilish domain of the 9 underworlds. This was not the jet-black devilish Buddha that Yan Zhaoge had condensed earlier. Instead, it was similar to the devilish avatar that Chen Qianhua had manifested with his immovable heavenly devil body. It was also the manifestation of the creation heavenly devil. Roiling thunder resounded, shooting straight beneath Chen Qianhua's feet. This is also one of the 8 ultimates of creation of the devilish Tao. Chen Qianhua was taken aback slightly, the corresponding supreme martial art to the manifestation of shocking thunder. It was precisely the 8 Desolations thunder palm that originated from the creation heavenly devil and ranked alongside the immovable heavenly devil body. This strike was unable to break through Chen Qianhua's immovable heavenly devil body. Still, the Brocade Emperor, who was currently attacking Chen Qianhua, suddenly felt that incomparably stable immovable heavenly devil body that resembled an eternal divine mountain earlier suddenly become weak. While it still seemed sturdy, inconcealable weakness emanated from within. Thunder descending the mountain and thunder descending the mountain, divination. Chen Qianhua felt it more clearly as his gaze flickered as he instantly understood this principle. The manifestation of the 8 trigrams, thunder descending the mountain and thunder descending the mountain, the divination. The 2 yang facets were external, solid on the outside and weak on the inside. One had to recuperate as one could not force it. It was tough on the outside but soft on the inside, strong on the outside but weak on the inside. While the 8 Desolations thunder palm of the same source had not been able to break through the immovable heavenly devil body, it had caused it to become incomparably weak against external attacks. Now, the 4 Grands' earlier heaven flag descended, instantly sending Chen Qianhua flying backwards as he spurted blood from his mouth. Behind him, the grand illusory spatial thunder that he had detonated had completely lost control as it transformed into numerous spatial vortexes that devoured him. The trump card that he had prepared earlier had now become a weapon for others to threaten him with. Injured, Chen Qianhua was hard-pressed to break free of the chaotic flows of space as he could only be devoured by the spatial vortexes. Gazing upwards, he saw Yan Zhaoge in his jet-black Buddha form once more. Making use of the time when the Brocade Emperor's 4 Grands' earlier heaven flag was used to attack Chen Qianhua instead of protecting him, Yan Zhaoge chanted once more, "As I have heard, devilish salvation of all life." Yet another Heart's Will thunder struck towards the Brocade Emperor. Having previously suffered a Heart's Will thunder and then being attacked by Chen Qianhua with the Heart's Will heavenly scripture, the Brocade Emperor suffered a 3rd strike now. Chapter 1100. The Brocade Emperor was caught off guard by this sudden blow. Chen Qianhua, who was about to be devoured by the space-time vortex, also widened his eyes. Even Meng Wan, who had been protected by Yan Zhaoge earlier, was stunned on the spot. While he had clashed with the Brocade Emperor earlier, now that the Brocade Emperor and Chen Qianhua were enemies, he could be considered a helper. Worried that the Brocade Emperor and Qin Qianhua would suddenly change their minds, Yan Zhaoge had been silently observing from the sidelines. This was very normal. It was normal for him to attack Qin Qianhua. As compared to the Brocade Emperor, who was clearly flawed due to cultivation deviation, Qin Qianhua's threat was even more direct. Still, Meng Wan was inevitably rather shocked that he had immediately attacked the Brocade Emperor even as he attacked Qin Qianhua. Although it wasn't uncommon for friends to turn hostile the next moment, it wasn't that rare. Although Qin Qianhua was about to be devoured by the space-time vortex, there was still a chance for him to turn the situation around. Who knew if this mysterious upper exalt still had other trump cards? However, Yan Zhaoge did not hesitate in the slightest. After helping the Brocade Emperor break through Qin Qianhua's defenses, he immediately turned his spear around, making use of the time when the Four Grands' earlier heaven flag was attacking Qin Qianhua rather than defending. He bluntly sent the Brocade Emperor another Heart's Will Thunder. The timing was naturally perfect, and it was perfect to the extreme. However, it could really be said that he changed his attitude faster than flipping a book. It was only natural that Qin Qianhua would do something like this. It was also not surprising that the Brocade Emperor, who had a split soul, would do something like this. While Yan Zhaoge's moral integrity had not been high before this, he still had a bottom line. Now, he was doing it even more smoothly than that Emperor and Exalt. Right from the start, his target seemed to have been the Brocade Emperor and Qin Qianhua at the same time. This was even more arrogant than Qin Qianhua's direct confrontation with the Brocade Emperor. Qin Qianhua's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. He was excited like never before. He urgently wanted to see what Yan Zhaoge would do next. However, the space-time vortex after the explosion of the Grand Void spatial thunder had already swallowed him. Even a true immortal would find it hard to control the turbulence caused by the complete explosion of such a huge Grand Void thundercloud. He could only watch helplessly as Yan Zhaoge and the Brocade Emperor vanished before his eyes. Hey! Whether it was when he had been heavily injured by Yan Zhaoge in the Eight Extremities world or when he had just been injured by the Brocade Emperor using the Four Grands' earlier heaven flag, Qin Qianhua had not felt any sense of defeat or unwillingness in the least. Instead, he had been in high spirits. But at this moment, he was strangely dissatisfied. However, no matter what Qin Qianhua thought, he could only be swallowed by the space-time turbulence and disappear in an instant. After confirming that this unstable factor had already vanished, Yan Zhaoge no longer paid it any heed as he focused all his attention on the Brocade Emperor before him. With the protection of the Four Grands' earlier heaven flag, even if he used the Heart's Will Lightning, he would only achieve half the result with twice the effort, and it would be difficult for him to achieve the desired effect. Now that the Brocade Emperor was attacking Qin Qianhua with the Four Grands' earlier heaven flag, suddenly making a move, he would definitely be able to succeed. Including his first Heart's Will Lightning, this was his third strike. Yan Zhaoge and Qin Qianhua seemed to be working in tandem as they both targeted the holes in the Brocade Emperor's mind. Qin Qianhua's attack had also become a part of Yan Zhaoge's plan. As for the problem of burning the bridge after crossing the river and getting rid of the donkey when it was no longer of use, Yan Zhaoge automatically ignored it. At this moment, he activated the Heart's Will Lightning with all his might. The Brocade Emperor let out a muffled groan as a taiji diagram appeared within his pupils which rapidly rotated. However, the black and white yin and yang fishes that formed the taiji diagram shattered under this high-speed rotation. Having broken through the final boundary, the Brocade Emperor roared towards the heavens before he actually shed his human form entirely, transforming into a massive taiji diagram that enveloped the heavens and the earth. Meng Wan gazed up at that taiji diagram in shock, unable to speak. Pushing open the door to immortality, no longer being human. Yan Zhaoge gazed at that taiji diagram as well. Many rules of the human realm may continue to be applicable to true immortals, and they may also no longer be applicable. What determines everything is the true immortal themselves, and not the rules. Therefore, immortals may also possess fleshly bodies, being able to conceive and give birth. Yet, they may also lose their fleshly bodies, losing the characteristics of all life forms. Whether they do or not depends on their will. It is not surprising that some changes occur. Yan Zhaoge said casually, if one cannot transcend the immortal mortal tribulation, they will perish and their Tao vanquished. Having transcended, it is a new heavens and earth. How could it be as simple as that? He had already generally understood what changes would occur to the Brocade Emperor now. That massive Taiji diagram of yin and yang was rotating rapidly as well. Then, the black and white Taiji diagram similarly began tearing apart to the sides, gradually changing shape. In the end, the black and white yin and yang fishes separated with a loud bang. One black and one white, they split apart and became independent. The demonic slaughter chi in the nearby 9 underworlds began to crazily gather towards the black and white yin-yang fishes, forming 2 huge masses of chi in the sky. The speed at which the devilish chi was being gathered was even faster than when Yan Zhaoge and Qin Qianhua were using their devilish arts to condense their incarnations. Meng Wan seemed to think of something as she shockingly swiveled her head to look at Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge's gaze was fixated on those 2 masses of chi, one black, one white, not wavering in the slightest. But when he sensed the bewilderment and uncertainty in Meng Wan's heart, he nodded slightly to confirm her guess. Seeing Yan Zhaoge nod, Meng Wan turned to look at those 2 massive clumps of clouds in disbelief. The 2 clouds, one black and one white, revolved around a point in the void. Rays of light surged out from the 2 clouds at the same time. In the sky above, the immortal artifact, the 4 Grand Xiantian flag, was also trembling. As the light grew brighter, the trembling of the 4 Grand Xiantian flag became more and more obvious. When the brilliance reached its peak, the black and white clouds gradually unfolded. Vast purple chi surged within the 2 clumps of clouds, instantly suffusing a radius of 5 million kilometers. The 2 purple seas of clouds both extended unceasingly into the distance, a region of vacuum formed between them as they stood opposite each other, clearly separated from each other. The 4 Grand Xiantian flag up above, however, was shaking even more intensely. Gazing over carefully, Yan Zhaoge and Meng Wan saw a figure appear at the center of each purple sea of clouds. Of the 2, one was garbed in white, the other in black. Yet, their appearances were exactly the same as there was no difference at all. Elegant and extraordinarily handsome, they were both clearly in the appearance of the Brocade Emperor. 2 Brocade Emperors, one in black, one in white, appeared before Yan Zhaoge and Meng Wan. The 2 Brocade Emperors stood where they were with their eyes closed, neither speaking nor moving. Seeing this scene, Meng Wan was rendered speechless. She looked at Yan Zhaoge, who shook his head. Don't get close for now. The great battle earlier had stirred up the winds and clouds of the 9 underworlds as many evil devils of the 9 underworlds had been drawn over. Amongst them, there had been those wild and violent evil devils whose minds were not clear as they lunged over. Amidst the purple sea of clouds, the 2 Brocade Emperors still had their eyes closed. Still, they simultaneously moved. It was exactly the same movement as they simultaneously waved outwards with their right hands. Instantly, it was like a formless blade had slashed through the heavens and the earth, cleaving all the devils of the 9 underworlds who were approaching them into 2. With no great devils comparable to immortal human experts present, the remaining devils hurriedly retreated upon seeing this. Now, the 2 Brocade Emperors simultaneously opened their eyes. Chapter 1101. Before they had opened their eyes, the 2 Brocade Emperors were exactly the same. Apart from the fact that one was clothed in black and the other in white, there was no difference at all. Even their devil-slaying moves were already exactly the same as if they were one person. Now, however, after opening their eyes, it was clearly possible to see the difference between the 2. The white-clothed Brocade Emperor's gaze was filled with various emotions, such as fury, sorrow, joy, benevolence, and so on and so forth. One would simply have to sigh in admiration at how a single person's gaze could simultaneously reveal so many emotions. Meanwhile, The black-clothed brocade emperor was the complete opposite, as his gaze was indifferent with no emotional fluctuations at all. He did not seem like a living being as he looked at other living beings like they were lifeless objects. While his gaze was clearly not ferocious, it caused one to tremble in fear. After opening his eyes, the white-clothed brocade emperor first looked at Meng Wan, his gaze filled with benevolence and tender love. "Don't be afraid, Wan, It's fine." When he looked at Yan Zhaoge, his emotions were rather complex. Little friend Yan's methods are truly impressive. The black-clothed brocade emperor first gazed at the 4 grands earlier heaven flag up above before glancing indifferently at Yan Zhaoge and Meng Wan. Yan Zhaoge could not feel any warmth from his gaze at all. The shaking 4 grands earlier heaven flag finally emitted a "weng" sound as it transformed into a streak of light, flying off into the distance. The black-clothed brocade emperor's gaze swept across Yan Zhaoge, Meng Wan, and the white-clothed brocade emperor before he said nothing as he directly set off in pursuit of the 4 grands earlier heaven flag. We can slowly discuss this when we have the time. Looking at Yan Zhaoge and Meng Wan, the white-clothed brocade emperor sighed before chasing after them as well. The chaotic battlefield, which had still been filled with danger a moment ago, suddenly calmed down at this moment. Yan Zhaoge placed a hand over his eyes as he watched the 2 figures leave before he turned and said to Meng Wan, "It is not that the white-clothed brocade emperor does not want to console you. Instead, if the 4 grands earlier heaven flag falls into the hands of the black-clothed brocade emperor, you will be in great danger. In order to ensure your and Red Lotus Fu's safety, this white-clothed brocade emperor can only place the 4 grands earlier heaven flag as his top priority. Of course, he definitely has feelings for the weapon that he has carried with him for many years. After all, the 4 grands earlier heaven flag has accompanied him for many years. He is much older than you and Red Lotus." Hearing his words, Meng Wan smiled bitterly. "Senior apprentice brother Yan, you know that this is not what I am concerned about. What I want to know is that father is currently." Yan Zhaoge collected the remnant grand illusory spatial thunder drifting amidst space as he explained. To put it simply, the brocade emperor's soul completely split into 2, making use of the devilish chi of the 9 underworlds to reforge his body, thus becoming 2. Past memories, knowledge, and mastery of martial arts are the same no matter if it's black or white. The only difference between the 2 is their consciousness and temperament. Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips. From the looks of it now, white cloth walks the path of emotion, while black cloth walks the unfeeling path. Meng Wan asked softly, "What will happen next?" "Now, they will have to decide the victor between them." Yan Zhaoge answered, "Only the victor has the hope of advancing further. Otherwise, one's cultivation base will remain stagnant. Currently, the 2 of them are comparable in strength. While they are both still true immortals, they are both weaker than they were before they split apart. Still, there are no gaps in their minds like before." Yan Zhaoge shrugged. "Of course, the so-called weak is only in comparison to other true immortals and the brocade emperor himself. Compared to martial practitioners of the human world, there is still no comparison at all. The gap between the human immortal and immortal realms is still the gap between the human immortal realms at the end of the day." Meng Wan blinked as she understood what Yan Zhaoge was implying. The victor between the black and white brocade emperors would probably not just be a simple matter of victory or defeat. It would be a battle of life and death. The victor would have the hope of advancing further. Actually, only the living would have the hope of advancing further as well. Or rather, only the soul existence would be able to advance further. Because neither of them was the other's clone. Winning the battle between them is only the first step. Yan Zhaoge compressed the drifting thunderbolts into a tiny thundercloud before storing it away, saying, "The victor will have complete control over himself just like before." While their minds are united, the scars caused by cultivation deviation still remain. If they truly want to advance further, they will have to mend those scars. To mend those scars, the things that were changed still have to be done. For example, Yan Zhaoge looked at Meng Wan. "If the black-clothed brocade emperor wins, he will still try to eliminate the 2 of you. Also, he would kill Yen Di and obtain and refine his Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud. Without the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud, the Brocade Emperor who walked the unfeeling path would only be able to reach the peak of the true immortal realm at most. Only with the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud would he be able to advance further, standing shoulder to shoulder with the three sovereigns. Meng Wan nodded, expressing her understanding before asking softly, "What if the white-clothed Brocade Emperor wins then?" "The white-clothed one?" Yen Zhaoge said very straightforwardly, "I too cannot be certain. Still, I can be certain that if the white-clothed Brocade Emperor wins in the end, the two of you would not be in any danger at the very least." Meng Wan instantly smiled bitterly once more. Perhaps even the white-clothed Brocade Emperor himself is still unclear on how he can advance further. Yen Zhaoge said mildly, "It is precisely because of this uncertainty that the unfeeling side of the Brocade Emperor's soul has been gaining the upper hand before the split. As compared to the Tao of emotion, however difficult it was, the future of the unfeeling Tao at least had a clear path to tread. Meanwhile, the Tao of emotion seemed like a path of death that could not be thought of. Yen Zhaoge deeply suspected that while the peak figures of the world beyond worlds might not like it, most of them would be happy to see the Brocade Emperor walk the unfeeling Tao. That would entail that the Brocade Emperor had hopes of becoming a new sovereign, even continuing to climb higher. For Taoism, which had many things to do in post-Great Calamity times, the more peak experts there were, the better. Still, this was definitely under the precondition that Yen Di and the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud were not involved. If Yen Di was involved, it was not just the Sword Sovereign who would not agree to it. The other bigwigs would have to reconsider as well. Yen Di's potential and strength naturally went without saying. While it is selfish, I still hope that the white-clothed father can win at the end of the day. Meng Wan sighed, saying candidly. Yen Zhaoge smiled, "This is only human nature. Things having come to this point was not caused by your decision in the first place." Meng Wan looked at Yen Zhaoge, "Senior apprentice brother Yen, was this your original plan?" "I more or less predicted the current situation." Yen Zhaoge waved his hands, "Still, that was not my original goal. I acted in hopes of restraining the unfeeling side of the Brocade Emperor. Still, it looks like the intensity of the confrontation between the Brocade Emperor's soul has already reached a very serious level, resulting in the current situation." He kept the drifting grand illusory spatial thunder before leaving with Meng Wan. "While it is not very ideal, the current situation is still not bad. With the white-clothed emperor restraining that black-clothed emperor, it will be much easier for everyone as there will also be more room for us to maneuver. Still, we cannot completely ignore this. Otherwise, I personally feel that the black-clothed one has a greater chance of winning in a battle between the two Brocade Emperors." Chapter 1102. As compared to the cold and rational black-clothed Brocade Emperor, the emotional white-clothed Brocade Emperor was more prone to revealing flaws in their battle, which were then grasped by the other party. While he supported the white-clothed Brocade Emperor, Yen Zhaoge personally felt that the black-clothed Brocade Emperor's chances of victory were greater. A person who was absolutely rational and unaffected by emotions might not necessarily be successful in every endeavor. Most people would be affected by their emotions to some extent. Rational and ruthless people might be able to gain some advantages, but they might also be at a disadvantage. Not to mention the emotional tendencies of most people, just based on the way of thinking, rational and emotionless people would make many wrong judgments when they judged others by their own standards. The wrong choice in his eyes might be the right choice in most people's eyes. On the contrary, what was undoubtedly correct in his eyes might be rejected and resisted by most people. If he couldn't understand this point, the deviation would be enough to make his head bleed. And if he could understand this, then he would no longer be an absolutely rational and neutral existence. Still, this referred to the problem of someone like the black-clothed Brocade Emperor assimilating into the environment. In the battle between him and the white-clothed Brocade Emperor, it was indeed harder for him to reveal any flaws. He was also better at capturing and even creating flaws in his opponent. If there are no external forces interfering, the battle between the two emperors will probably drag on for a long time. Yan Zhaoge traversed the 9 underworlds along with Meng Wan. It is just that how many people are paying attention to this matter. For you and Red Lotus Fu, while the black-clothed brocade emperor is constantly thinking of getting rid of you, there is still the white-clothed brocade emperor who will do his best to protect you and stop him. Yan Zhaoge smiled. You can also look at it from another angle. If you two sisters are safe, the black-clothed brocade emperor will not be able to win at the end of the day. As for now, the focal point of the battle is the immortal artifact, the 4 Grands earlier heaven flag. Whoever manages to regain control of the immortal artifact will gain the upper hand in the battle. Hearing this, Meng Wan nodded silently. Yan Zhaoge brought her along as he flew. While the 9 underworld's devils were blocking their way, there weren't any particularly troublesome devils. Their journey was rather smooth. In comparison, it was more troublesome to think about how to leave the 9 underworlds and return to the human world. The 9 underworlds corroded the heavens and the earth, and everyone in the mortal world cursed and beat them up. Once a crack of the 9 underworlds was discovered, Kendi would immediately seal it if he had the ability to do so. While this prevented the 9 underworlds from corrupting the human realm, it also left Yan Zhaoge with no way of turning back. Previously, it would be best if he could return to where he came from the land of Tranquil Stream. However, he had to be wary of the experts of the Immortal Court waiting there for him to fall into their trap. Traversing the 9 underworlds, Yan Zhaoge identified his direction whilst also thinking about how the encompassing Emperor and Mars Halberd were doing earlier. Logically speaking, as the Brocade Emperor had said, the encompassing Emperor should be fine. Yan Zhaoge and Mars Halberd were the main targets of the experts of the Immortal Court. Thinking of Mars Halberd, Yan Zhaoge scratched his head a little. He didn't feel any ill will towards this existence who should be considered a weapon or an expert of Taoism. He still hoped that the heavens would help him and allow him to escape with his life. The place where the battle took place had long been destroyed beyond recognition. In the demon domain, there was a scarlet path that extended far into the distance. Raging flames burned for a long time. From the looks of it, it was obviously the traces left by Mars Halberd, who had broken through the encirclement and escaped far away. However, there were also remnants of the aura of other forces, which belonged to other people, chasing the trace of Mars Halberd. Looking at the traces of flames, Yan Zhaoge pondered for a moment before he suddenly turned and walked along that scarlet path. After a long time, Yan Zhaoge's heart jolted slightly. Continuing forward, he indeed saw a door that seemed to exist vaguely amidst the 9 underworlds before him. In order to escape, Mars Halberd attempted to flee into extradimensional space. Indeed, he found another land of Tranquil Stream as an exit. Yan Zhaoge nodded satisfactorily. The 9 underworlds corroded everywhere, forming more than one land of Tranquil Stream amidst endless space. It was just that they were very hard to find. Through this land of Tranquil Stream, Yan Zhaoge finally left the devilish domain of the 9 underworlds with Meng Wan, returning to the human realm. He was careful in all aspects to avoid being ambushed. Still, everything was still peaceful. As far as the eye could see, there was an even more obvious path of flames in the land of Tranquil Stream which continued extending into the distance. Meanwhile, while the traces left behind by his pursuers were also very obvious, they seemed to have been unable to stop him as they continued to pursue and flee unceasingly. Yan Zhaoge calmed down slightly. From the looks of it, Mars Halberd still had a chance to escape. Although there were at least 2 sovereigns of the Immortal Court attacking together, the environment in the 9 underworlds was very complicated. The 9 underworlds was surrounded by devils, which attracted the top great devils. Even the sovereigns of the Immortal Court would be affected and unable to act freely. Yan Zhaoge didn't continue to pursue the path of flames. Instead, he left the land of Tranquil Stream in another direction and fled into the endless space. The land of Tranquil Stream was so vast that it would take many days to get out of it. When they arrived at the extra-dimensional space, it would take even more time and energy to distinguish the path and return to the world beyond worlds. And this was under the premise that Yan Xiaoge had a good understanding of the changes of space. If it were someone else, he would probably be completely lost in the void. After drifting for many days, Yan Xiaoge gradually got a clear idea of the direction. However, at this moment, he vaguely felt that the two of them seemed to be approaching a grand world, which was similar to the world beyond worlds, but also completely different. Yan Xiaoge seemed to have understood something. Could it be? As he was thinking, he suddenly saw several sword lights shining in the distance. The sword light approached, and the person in the lead was a young man with handsome features. Seeing the other party's appearance, Yan Xiaoge could not help but feel amused. The newcomer was someone familiar. It was precisely the disciple of the prime clear lineage, Sun Zhongda, who had once impersonated Yan Xiaoge and traversed the southeastern Yang Heaven territory of the world beyond worlds. Seeing Yan Xiaoge, Sun Zhongda was first dazed before his face was filled with awkwardness. Yan Xiaoge noticed that the other party seemed to subconsciously want to turn tail and run. Sun Zhongda naturally didn't really flee as he slowly walked over, bowing towards Yan Xiaoge. Yan, senior apprentice Uncle Yan. The other disciples of the prime clear lineage beside him were mostly appraising Yan Xiaoge curiously. Still, they did not forget their manners as they all came forward and bowed. We greet senior apprentice Uncle Yan. Like Gao Qing, Sun Zhongda and the others were all successors of the roving Jade Heaven's Green Duckweed Mountains Minor White Peak. The master of Green Duckweed Mountains Minor White Peak was Gao Qing's grandfather, the eldest son of the Dragon Spring Emperor and the profound sovereign, Gao Shuobua. Gao Shuobua was of the same generation as Yan Xiaoge's father, Yan Di. Meanwhile, Sun Zhongda and the others were even a generation younger than Yan Xiaoge. After Broad Creed Mountain's opening ceremony in the world beyond worlds, the identities of Yan Xiaoge and Yan Di had been known by all under the heavens. The roving Jade Heavens had received the news as well, with the Dragon Spring Emperor personally confirming it. Only then did Gao Qing and the other disciples of the younger generation know that Yan Xiaoge, whom they had met once before, actually had such a relationship with their family. Sun Zhongda was naturally no exception. Therefore, upon seeing Yan Xiaoge, he awkwardly turned tail, wanting to flee. No need to be so formal. Yan Xiaoge could not help but laugh. I was wandering amidst space and inadvertently came here. It looks like I came to the vicinity of the roving Jade Heavens. Chapter 1103. Sun Zhongda's personality was slick and flexible. Although he was arrogant, he was much calmer than other sword cultivators. Most of the time, he was the one who had to socialize with the outside world when his fellow disciples went out to gain experience. Being embarrassed in front of Yan Xiaoge was not just because of seniority. In order to make it easier for him to traverse the world beyond worlds that year, he had impersonated Yan Xiaoge. Who would have thought that his luck would really be so bad, having only impersonated Yan Xiaoge for a few days before he met the real Yan Xiaoge? After Yan Xiaoge had captured him, he had indeed suffered a bit. And it just so happened that Yan Xiaoge had now actually become his senior. However slippery Sun Zhongda was, seeing Yan Xiaoge now, he could only awkwardly find a hole to hide in. After a while, he finally regained his composure, straightening his posture as he bowed towards Yan Xiaoge, replying to senior apprentice Uncle Yan, "This place is indeed already very close to the roving Jade Heavens. We came out to gather some special treasures of extra-dimensional space. Now that we have gained enough, we are just about to return to the roving Jade Heavens. If senior apprentice Uncle Yan is free, why not travel with us? The seniors of the sect often talk about you and your father, senior grand Uncle Yan." Yan Xiaoge smiled. "The elders of your clan are polite. It should be this Yan who has disturbed you. I'm ashamed to say that I didn't know about the relationship between our two sections. It wasn't until our sect's opening ceremony that my father and I found out about our ancestors. While we are in the world beyond worlds, we father and son have always hoped to have a chance to visit the roving Jade Heavens and meet the Dragon Spring Emperor's family. It was just that we were unable to find a way to do so. Previously, we were still waiting for a fortuitous encounter. I didn't expect that the opportunity would come so soon. This Yen is pleasantly surprised. If the seniors of the roving Jade Heavens don't mind, this Yen hopes to pay a visit. Sun Zhongda said, that would be great. Please follow me, senior apprentice Uncle Yen. He looked at Meng Wan, is this senior apprentice Uncle Yen's fellow disciple? Yen Zhaoge answered, this is the daughter of one of the world beyond worlds 5 emperors, the Brocade Emperor. I wonder if it would be convenient for us to enter the roving Jade Heavens? Daughter of the Brocade Emperor? Sun Zhongda glanced rather quizzically at Meng Wan. As an elite of the world beyond worlds younger generation, Sun Zhongda knew of Fu Ting's appearance as well. However, he did not continue speaking, nodding and saying, since he is senior apprentice Uncle Yan's companion, there is naturally no problem. While he was concerned about the conflict between the Black and White Brocade Emperors, now that the 2 Brocade Emperors had vanished without a trace, he could only temporarily not think about it. He could only spend the next few days gathering information in this area before making a plan. Yen Zhaoge had long since hoped to have a chance to visit the roving Jade Heavens. Now that the chance had come, he would definitely not let it go. Under the guidance of Sun Zhongda and the others, he and Meng Wan entered a new world. Beneath the blue skies, spiritual qi was abundant. While it was different from that of the world beyond worlds, it was also profound in its own way. Here, Yen Zhaoge could clearly feel a sharp qi. It was as if he was standing on the edge of a sword. For a world like this, such a balance of spiritual qi was a little strange. Yen Zhaoge had a thoughtful look on his face as he remained silent. Martial practitioners with lower cultivation bases might find it hard to adapt to coming to the roving Jade Heavens for the first time, Sun Zhongda said. It is naturally fine with senior apprentice Uncle Yen. It is just that it will be hard on this Miss Fu. Meng Wan smiled faintly, it's alright, it's really an eye-opener for me. Very soon, Yen Zhaoge saw another old acquaintance. He had once been the head disciple of Golden Court Mountain of the world beyond world southeastern Yang Heaven territory, the Shadow Mountain Sword King, Lin Hanhua. Now, he was a sword cultivator of the prime clear lineage, Long Hanhua. Long time no see, senior apprentice brother Long. How have you been? Yen Zhaoge chuckled as he greeted him. Before coming here, he had already known that Lin Hanhua was a pseudonym, his real name being Long Hanhua. He was precisely the son of the little sword god, Long Shuaji, whom he had once met, the grandson of the Dragon Spring Emperor and the profound sovereign. In terms of seniority, he was of the same generation as Yen Zhaoge. While the name was different, he was still the same person. As he stood there, he resembled a sharp, unsheathed sword that was hard to look at. It had already been close to 10 years since the last time the two had met. The current Long Hanhua had already attained the 9th level of the Martial Saint Realm, the late Immortal Bridge stage. His appearance had not changed much as he smiled as he saw Yen Zhaoge. Still, I had not thought that you would actually come to the roving Jade Heavens. This is truly a joyous occasion. The seniors even guessed that it would probably be some time before you and senior apprentice Uncle Yen could find us. It was not a good thing for someone of the world beyond worlds to be related to the roving Jade Heavens. The two sides were currently not on good terms. Still, the situation of Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di was much more special. It was just that they had to keep a low profile as they could not be overly ostentatious. Yen Zhaoge smiled, of course I had to come as soon as possible. Still, it is indeed a bit of a coincidence that I was able to arrive today. It is also my good luck. It might not be good luck. Long Hanhua teased, because he estimated that you and senior apprentice Uncle Yen would not arrive so quickly. Grandfather just happened to enter secluded cultivation a few days ago. You might not be able to see him this time. Sun Zhongda and the others were left speechless by the side. While this senior apprentice Uncle Long's personality was not as cold and harsh as his father's, he was also a cold, tough, and unyielding person. Ever since he had returned to the roving Jade Heavens, Gao Qing aside, the other disciples of the younger generation had never seen Long Hanhua chat and laugh with anyone like this. Senior apprentice Granduncle Long is in secluded cultivation. Yan Zhaoge put a hand on his head, smiling bitterly. This is indeed unfortunate. I wonder if the other seniors are here. He and Long Hanhua had been on pretty good terms back in the world beyond worlds back then. Meeting him now, he was extremely happy as he spoke in a very relaxed manner. Father is not in secluded cultivation. Eldest uncle should be here as well. Long Hanhua smiled. They are all very happy to hear that you have come. Come, follow me. After Yan Zhaoge had left the 9 underworlds for many days, traversing the land of tranquil stream and drifting amidst extra-dimensional space, finally arriving at the roving Jade Heavens, someone had also left the 9 underworlds. World beyond worlds, Kunlun Mountains, Qianhua Peak. This Dao arena belonged to someone who shared the same name as it. It should be said that this mountain peak had been renamed after the owner of this place had occupied it. This was a famed sacred ground in the world beyond worlds as well. Its owner was naturally the head of the 10 exalts, the upper exalt Chen Qianhua. Still, Chen Qianhua did not reside here most of the time. Instead, it was his younger brother, the earthly young master Chen Kunhua, who spent half of the year cultivating here. One day, as Chen Kunhua was in the cave manor, a streak of radiance suddenly descended from the heavens. As the radiance faded, it was none other than the upper exalt, Chen Qianhua. This number 1 martial saint of the world beyond worlds had a rare look of despondency on his usually lazy face. Big brother, you. Chen Kunhua looked rather taken aback as he looked at his elder brother. Chen Qianhua waved his hands, saying rather vexedly, don't mention it. There was something extremely interesting that I missed out on. There is really nothing more vexing under the heavens. Chapter 1104. Earthly young master Chen Kunhua looked at his elder brother and felt surprised. He couldn't imagine what could make him so vexed. Chen Qianhua did not explain further and clapped his hands lightly. The entire Qianhua peak instantly shook. Thousands of rays of light flashed from the foot of the mountain, illuminating the surrounding world. A vast and majestic aura burst forth. Chen Kunhua was even more astonished. Big brother, are you actually going to take out the heavenly heart ruler? In the world beyond worlds, the upper exalt Chen Qianhua was the undisputed number 1 martial saint. Ever since he had established the position of the upper exalt, no one had relied on external objects, only their cultivation bases. He had been able to defeat all the martial saints of the world beyond worlds alone. Even a perfected immortal emperor who had pushed open the gate of immortality might not be able to defeat him. Without any special reason, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors would naturally not make things difficult for him. Therefore, all these years, while everyone in the world beyond worlds knew that the upper exalt was very powerful, no one knew exactly how powerful he was. Barring the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, there was no one in the world beyond worlds who could push him to the bottom in a one-on-one battle. Therefore, there was naturally no one who knew that this upper exalt possessed an immortal artifact as a martial saint. A long bronze ruler flew out from the bottom of Qianhua Peak and landed in front of Chen Qianhua. Immortal weapon, heavenly heart ruler. A treasure that even some true immortal emperors did not possess had appeared in the hands of a martial saint. Chen Qianhua flicked his sleeve, casually keeping that bronze ruler. The 4 grands earlier heaven flag was in the way a little. Otherwise, I would have been able to see for myself how that Yan Zhaoge managed to split the brocade emperor into 2. Chen Qianhua did not seem to care much about the immortal artifact, which was as precious as their lives. If it wasn't for the fact that his interest had been dampened, he probably wouldn't have remembered that he had such a divine weapon. Right now, he wasn't bringing it with him to take revenge. Instead, it was for the sake of being prepared. He didn't want to encounter a similar situation again and be sent out of the arena in advance, missing the good show in his eyes. Chen Kuanhua looked at the bronze ruler that his elder brother had put away with some fascination. He could live in Chen Qianhua's cave mansion, use Chen Qianhua's other treasures, and use Chen Qianhua's influence and connections. However, there were some things that he could never possess. An individual's strength was only one of them. That bronze ruler that seemed to be able to measure the heavens and earth was another example. It was not that Chen Qianhua did not allow him to use it, but his cultivation was not strong enough to activate the heavenly heart ruler. That was a true immortal weapon. How many people in the mortal world could control it? Sighing inwardly, Chen Kuanhua calmed his emotions and pondered on his elder brother's earlier words before he could not help but be slightly taken aback. Brocade Emperor, split into two. Yeah. Chen Qianhua's eyes shone. It should be that Yan Zhaoga's handiwork that caused the Brocade Emperor's soul to completely split apart before refining the devilish qi of the 9 underworlds and reforging their respective bodies. Now, there are 2 Brocade Emperors, one walking the unfeeling Tao while the other walking the emotional Tao. This is something that I had not anticipated. That Yan Zhaoga is truly an interesting person. Even if the Brocade Emperor went mad, he would still be inferior to him. Saying thus, this upper exalt became vexed. Tisk, it's a pity that I couldn't see it with my own eyes, only able to deduce it afterwards. Just thinking about it makes me furious. That Yan Zhaoga is truly a little strange, the earthly young master Chen Kuanhua said. Elder brother, you weren't able to investigate his background? Chen Qianhua said straightforwardly, I couldn't. His younger brother was taken aback upon hearing this, feeling even more shocked than when he had heard about the Brocade Emperor earlier. Regaining his wits, Chen Kuanhua's expression directly changed as he was unprecedentedly solemn as he gazed at his elder brother, pausing between every word as he asked, is it that you are unwilling to see through him so early, or is it that you really can't find out anything about him? I already said that I can't find out anything. While Chen Qianhua's expression was lazy, his gaze was bright as he was filled with excitement. It is precisely because of this that this Yan Zhaoga is truly a wonderful person. Do you know how joyous I feel? It is unprecedentedly joyous. Chen Kuanhua was shocked upon hearing this. He, Chen Kuanhua, was probably one of the people in this world who was most clear on how terrifying this seemingly lazy, strange purple-clothed youth who came from the same mother as him was. Most of the time, even the words one of could be removed. This purple-clothed youth did not care about many things at all. That was because he could already roughly know the outcome of these things with just a single glance. Back when Chen Qianhua's cultivation base had still been low, if one were to say that there might still be deviations in the future, things that had already happened in the past were mostly as clear as palm lines in his eyes as the cause and effect could be seen clearly. The relevant people's cultivation bases were not much higher than his. To him, most of these matters were no secret at all. Of course, this required him to actively seek out information with a goal in mind instead of passively obtaining it. It was naturally not without reason that the upper exalt was knowledgeable, possessing countless treasures and secret manuals as well as the immortal artifact, the heavenly heart ruler, accompanying him. This was because he grasped too much information that others did not, being able to search for things that he was interested in. While there would be exceptions, they would be extremely rare. This was the reason why the upper exalt often roamed the outside world, his movements erratic and unpredictable. As Chen Qianhua's cultivation base grew higher and higher, the levels that he could come into contact with also grew higher and higher. The earthly young master Chen Kuanhua, who had personally experienced Broad Creed Mountain's opening ceremony, did not doubt Yan Zhaoga's strength at all. Still, his cultivation base was still much lower than Chen Qianhua's at the end of the day. Now that Chen Qianhua admitted that he was unable to see through Yan Zhaoga, how could Chen Kuanhua not feel shocked? The lofty true immortal, the Brocade Emperor who had already pushed open the door to immortality, could see through the cause and effect of many things. Yet, he was unable to see through an immortal bridge martial saint. When I participated in Broad Creed Mountain's opening ceremony previously, I was rather wary of that Yan Zhaoga. Yan Di had the grand simplicity splendor cloud. Therefore, I did not choose to act against them. After composing himself, Chen Kunhua said softly, I chose Yan Di's master, Yuan Zhengfeng. Through the hearts will seal, I obtained some things. While he was not as knowledgeable as his elder brother, the upper exalt, the earthly young master Chen Kunhua was also renowned for being proficient in many supreme martial arts. It was naturally thanks to his elder brother that he was proficient in so many supreme martial arts. Still, few people knew that the supreme martial art that the earthly young master Chen Kunhua was most proficient in was the Hearts Will Heavenly Scripture of the Jade Clear lineage's primordial heavenly scriptures. According to Chen Kunhua's view, the Hearts Will Heavenly Scripture was the strongest existence amongst the later Heaven's 6 scriptures. Therefore, he had cultivated it diligently, spending a great deal of effort on it. Through the Hearts Will Seal, he was able to capture the thoughts and fluctuations of others. While he was unable to read their memories, against those whose cultivation bases were similar to or lower than his, when the other party was caught unawares, he would be able to virtually read their minds as he rarely failed. Chen Kunhua said, one of them is that there seems to be a female disciple of their sect who is very special. There are many people who look exactly the same as her. While they are not related by blood, they all look exactly the same, also possessing extraordinary talent and strength. Partway through his words, he was interrupted by Chen Qianhua with a look of disgust on his face. You should know that I hate repetitive and similar things. Chen Kunhua nodded, saying no more. Whatever you want to do, you can do it yourself. Chen Qianhua walked out of the cave manor. Chen Kunhua asked, where are you going now, big brother? The purple-clothed youth halted, smiling lazily. It is rare that life has become interesting. I naturally have to properly enjoy it. Chapter 1105. Yan Zhaoge couldn't be bothered to analyze how the upper exalt Chen Qianhua was right now. Right now, he was about to meet a person who could be on par with Chen Qianhua, or even surpass him. 200 years ago, Little Sword God. 100 years ago, Young Master Tian. The heavenly young master referred to the current upper exalt Chen Qianhua. The other Little Sword God was the person Yan Zhaoge was about to meet. Long Xueji traveled under the pseudonym Qian Xueji. He had once appeared briefly in the world beyond worlds before vanishing very quickly. He was hailed as the most dazzling meteor of the world beyond worlds in the past few centuries. His true identity was the third son of the roving Jade Heaven's profound sovereign, Gao Qingxian, and the Dragon Spring Emperor, Long Xingquan. In the world beyond worlds, it was he who had established a benchmark for the world beyond worlds in the recent centuries. Those who could be mentioned alongside him, such as Chen Qianhua and Nie Jingshen before and Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di now, were all hailed as geniuses amongst geniuses, definitely becoming legends of a generation. The rest were people like Fu Ting, who were extremely talented. Even though they were famous, they were still a bit weaker. Yan Zhaoge had once met Long Xueji in the Immortal Court a few years ago. Sadly, they had parted ways in a hurry, only having officially met each other now. His appearance was still the same as the last time they met. He wore a snow-white robe and a jade crown on his head. He looked like a youth of 15 or 16 years of age. His sharp aura was even sharper than Long Hanhua's. Just from his external appearance alone, he was much younger than Long Hanhua beside Yan Zhaoge. However, in terms of actual age, Long Xueji was clearly over 200 years old. That year, he had revealed his identity and left the world beyond worlds to return to the roving Jade Heavens, getting married and having children. When his son Long Hanhua had more or less come of age, Long Hanhua had replaced him in returning to the world beyond worlds under the pseudonym Lin Hanhua. Other than Long Xueji, there was also a white-haired old man who stood beside Long Xueji. On the surface, one was an old man and the other was a young man, but they were real brothers. The white-haired old man was the eldest son of the profound sovereign and the Spring Empress, and Long Xueji's older brother, Gao Xuebua. At the same time, he was also Gao Qing's grandfather, the master of Green Duckweed Mountain's minor White Peak. Sun Zhongda and the others were all the second-generation disciples of his sect. Senior apprentice Uncle Gao, Senior Apprentice Uncle Long, Yan Xiaoge smiled as he greeted the two. Looking at him, not only did Gao Shuabua smile faintly, Long Shuaji also revealed a faint smile. Both of them nodded and said, "No need to be so polite." Yan Xiaoge cupped his hands towards Long Shuaji, Senior Apprentice Uncle Long. "It is a great pity that we did not have a chance to have a deep conversation when we brushed past each other previously. Today, we can finally formally meet again." After a short pause, he congratulated, "I also have to congratulate Uncle Master Long for pushing open the immortal door and ascending to the realm of true immortality." The Long Shuaji before him had shockingly successfully passed the immortal mortal tribulation. Just a few years ago, he was still revered in the human world. Now, he had successfully crossed the heavenly chasm. Based on his age, he was probably the youngest perfected immortal in the past 1,000 years. Long Shuaji was much younger than his elder brother, Gao Shuabua. However, he had already successfully taken that step and entered a completely new world. Looking at Gao Shuabua and Long Shuaji, Yan Xiaoge pondered, even if this senior apprentice Uncle Gao is not as old as the earth exalt Wang Jingcheng, he is still not young. Yet, he has never managed to take that step. I wonder if it is similar to the earth exalts. As he thought this, Yan Xiaoge said, "While I have wanted to pay a visit to the roving jade heavens, I have yet to find a way to do so. It is truly a coincidence that I am able to come here this time. The stars of fortune are shining down upon me. My father has always wanted to come to the roving jade heavens to take a look. Now that I have found a way, I will report it to my father after returning so that I can come here as soon as possible." Hearing Yan Xiaoge's words, Gao Shuabua shook his head lightly. "While we have never met your father before, we have been friends for a long time. We also hope to meet him soon. Still, there is no need to rush. It is currently not peaceful in the world beyond worlds. You must be busy." Yan Xiaoge nodded, "Many thanks for your understanding, senior apprentice uncles." He asked, "From what senior apprentice brother Long said just now, senior apprentice granduncle and the profound sovereign are both in secluded cultivation now?" "That's right." Gao Shuabua said, "You have come at a bad time. My father has just entered secluded cultivation not long ago while my mother has already been in death seclusion for many years." Yan Xiaoge smiled, "It is fine. I will come with my father next time. Hopefully, we will be lucky and the two majesties will have already left seclusion then." They conversed happily. Gao Shuabua was solemn and dignified while Long Shuaji was cold and aloof. Still, they appeared very gentle as they conversed with Yan Xiaoge. Gao Shuabua even displayed his talkative side. While Long Shuaji still spoke few words, he did not show any signs of impatience at all. Strictly speaking, this was the first time they conversed as they were of the older generation. Even Gao Shuabua and his brother seldom came into contact with the exalted gold luminary, Yan Xintang couple. Still, Gao Shuabua and Long Shuabua both greatly revered Yan Xintang and Di Qinglian. Secondly, they similarly admired Yan Xiaoge and Di Qinglian. Yan Xiaoge was also adept at finding topics to talk about. With Long Hanhua accompanying him, the two sides who had originally had a good foundation swiftly became more familiar with each other. "So, your name originates from a proverb of that lower world?" Gao Shuabua stroked his beard, smiling. "Yan and Xiao have many people who sing sorrowful songs." Yan Xiaoge, interesting. He swiveled his head to look at Long Shuaji and Long Hanhua. "Speaking of this, the name I gave Hanhua was somewhat similar to this." Yan Xiaoge smiled. "Could it be from the era 5 scriptures, the Dragon Han 5 tribulations?" The supreme martial arts of the prime clear direct lineage were most renowned for their sword Dao. Now, many people only knew of the famed immortal exterminating 4 swords. Still, there were actually other supreme martial arts of the prime clear direct lineage besides the numinous treasure 4 swords. Besides the numinous treasure 4 swords, there were also the era 5 scriptures which originated from the era 5 tribulations. The 5 tribulations were the Dragon Han, Crimson Bright, Founding Emperor, High Emperor and Eternal Peace. They were also known as the Taoist Five Tribulations or the Dragon Han Five Tribulations. The Nine Heavens Open, the Splendor of the Dragon Han. Long Xueji smiled, looking at his son. I didn't think too much about it back then. Just having this thought, I decided on the name. Yan Zhaoge rubbed his palms in admiration. Hearing this, Long Hanhua smiled. I've let junior apprentice brother Yan see a joke. How could that be? Yan Zhaoge shook his head repeatedly. As they chatted, Yan Zhaoge suddenly thought of something as he asked Gao Shuabu's trio, right, there is something that I might have asked abruptly. I hope that you can forgive me. Long Xueji said, just say it. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge immediately asked, is the head of the world beyond worlds 10 exalts, the upper exalt Chen Qianhua, related to the roving jade heavens? While I have long heard of his name, this upper Chen is unrelated to my prime clear lineage, Gao Shuabu answered solemnly. Yan Zhaoge nodded. From the looks of it, his bright red tribulation scripture should have been a fortuitous encounter in which he obtained a legacy of the prime clear lineage of pre-great calamity times. Hearing his words, Gao Shuabu's trio exchanged looks. I only learned of this today. Other than my father and I, this person is probably the only one who possesses the martial arts of the prime clear lineage yet is still able to walk openly in the world beyond worlds, Yan Zhaoge pondered. Hearing his words, Long Hanhua raised his brows. Why is that? Chapter 1106. The world beyond worlds was currently on bad terms with the roving jade heavens. The earthly sovereign had long since set down a rule that descendants of the prime clear lineage were strictly forbidden from entering the world beyond worlds. Those who disobeyed would be slain. This rule was more or less supported or even tacitly agreed to by most of the 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, and exalts of 10 territories. It was not really so strict that the offender would be slain. Still, the decree of the earthly sovereign would naturally not be empty words. If descendants of the prime clear lineage were to move about in the world beyond worlds, their fates would not be too good after their identities were exposed. Being able to leave the world beyond worlds alive would already be the best outcome for them. Against this background, there were only Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di who possessed supreme martial arts of the prime clear direct lineage and could still walk about in the world beyond worlds as they pleased. Their situation was very unique. Yan Zhaoge's grandmother Di Qinglian had been a peak expert of the prime clear direct lineage in the past, a peerless figure whose talent in the Tao of the sword was comparable to her husband Yan Xintang's. Yet, Yan Zhaoge's grandfather Yan Xintang had been one of the new Kunlun 9 luminaries who had established the world beyond worlds back then, the exalted gold luminary. Yan Xintang's disciple Yuzhenbei was even one of the world beyond worlds 3 sovereigns, the sword sovereign alongside the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign. At the end of the day, Yan Zhaoge and his father were still people of the world beyond worlds. Still, if they possessed supreme martial arts of the prime clear lineage, it would not be so inconceivable. Therefore, unless Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di were clearly inclined towards the roving jade heavens, the world beyond worlds would naturally not take the initiative to force away this father and son pair who possessed shocking strength and potential. Even if the earthly sovereign had yet to return to the world beyond worlds from extradimensional space, even the Heaven Emperor and the others would not make a fuss over the matter of the prime clear lineage. Everyone else, even Long Xueji and Long Hanhua, would have to conceal their identities. While the Dragon Spring Emperor was of the Jade Clear direct lineage, after so many years, most people of the world beyond worlds viewed him as a bigwig of the roving Jade Heavens. Therefore, if his descendants were exposed as descendants of the prime clear lineage, while they would not be in danger, they would not be able to remain in the world beyond worlds. Now, hearing that the upper exalt Chen Qianhua possessed the bright red tribulation scripture and could also move about openly in the world beyond worlds, Long Hanhua was naturally taken aback. Gao Shuabu and Long Xueji looked at each other, a thoughtful expression on their faces, as if they had thought of something. As long as Chen Qianhua doesn't possess the immortal exterminating formation or doesn't cultivate in the chaos extinguishing origin scripture, even if he possesses other supreme martial arts of the prime clear lineage, he would most likely be able to move freely in the world beyond worlds, Yan Zhaoge added. When Long Hanhua heard this, the astonishment on his face gradually disappeared, and he seemed to be in deep thought. The Shengqing Lingbao Tianzuan symbolized the transition from existence to non-existence. The 10 supreme martial arts of the prime clear direct lineage were also known as the prime clear 10 scriptures. The epoch 5 scriptures represented existence, while the numinous treasure 4 swords represented the process of existence to non-existence. Other than that, the last of the 10 scriptures, the symbolized nothing. This dharmic formulation was very special. It was compatible with the immortal extermination formation. To a certain extent, the immortal execution formation could also be considered its external appearance. An array formation was a Dao technique. When the array formation's activation reached its peak, it would be the time for the chaos extinguishing origin scripture to manifest itself. Of the 10 primordial heavenly scriptures of the Jade Clear direct lineage, the strongest was unquestionably the peerless heavenly scripture. Meanwhile, the prime clear direct lineage was the exact opposite. Of the 10 supreme martial arts, the chaos extinguishing origin scripture was the last of the 10 scriptures, allowing one to cultivate in the grand divine art of chaos extermination. With this art, all creation returned to non-existence, chaos extinguished, the heavens and earth changed. Similar to the primordial infinity art, this was also a unique technique. When the Lord of Numinous Treasure was around, no one else could learn it. Besides the Lord of Numinous Treasure, the Lord of Plentiful Treasure was the only other prime clear bigwig who had grasped the complete immortal extermination formation diagram. While he could establish the immortal extermination formation, he was unable to unleash it to its peak. It was only after the Lord of Numinous Treasure had transcended that his descendants could truly cultivate in the chaos extinguishing origin scripture. Still, this supreme martial art of the prime clear lineage had vanished without a trace along with the Lord of Plentiful Treasure and the immortal extermination formation. It had already been lost long before the great calamity. As long as one does not possess the immortal extermination formation diagram or cultivate in the chaos extinguishing origin scripture, they would be fine. Long Xueji confirmed with Yan Zhaoge once more. Yan Zhaoge nodded. If my guess is not wrong, that should be the case. Is his foundation the Jade Clear lineage's peerless heavenly scripture or the origin heavenly scripture? Long Xueji asked directly. Gao Xuebu's probing gaze also turned towards Yan Zhaoge. Be it the first book of the primordial beginning, the peerless heaven book, or the first book of the primordial beginning, the heavenly book of the primordial beginning, they were both very special. Those who used it as a foundation would dabble in other methods. The other methods would only be supplementary and wouldn't affect their foundation. In the end, ascending to immortality and proving the Tao all depended on one's foundation. Therefore, cultivating in these two heavenly scriptures was an unshakable Jade Clear lineage. No matter how many supreme martial arts one cultivated in the prime clear lineage, they would not be able to change this fundamental fact. Unless it was the final prime clear technique, the chaos extinguishing origin scripture. Or, they could be like Yan Zhaoge, walking the path of simultaneously cultivating in the three purities. However, Chen Qianhua was clearly not taking this path. I saw Chen Qianhua clashing with the world beyond worlds brocade emperor before. Yan Zhaoge said, in the process of clashing, facing a true immortal, Chen Qianhua was able to counter his moves many times, seemingly knowing how the brocade emperor would act later on. While it seems like he can only see what will happen within a relatively short period of time, also not being absolutely accurate, his opponent is an emperor at the end of the day while he himself is a martial saint. Yan Zhaoge recalled the scene back then. This is something that even the river Luo earlier heaven divination might not be able to achieve. While the river Luo earlier heaven divination can partially dispel Chen Qianhua's technique when cultivated to the maximum, it is still not enough. Gao Xuebu raised his brows. Origin heavenly scripture. The first of the earlier heaven 3 scriptures of the Jade Clear lineage's 10 primordial heavenly scriptures, the Origin Heavenly Scripture. It symbolized the very beginning of the world from nothingness to existence, the very first, one, the cause of all worldly affairs, the beginning of all things. From this, all things were born, the clues of all things and all sorts of karma could be deduced. If one really cultivated it to the peak, they would virtually be omniscient and omnipotent. Everything in the past would be known while the various possibilities of the future would mostly be seen. The future was hard to predict with all sorts of possibilities as no one could be certain of what exactly would happen. Just a little bit of influence could cause things to develop in a completely different direction. Therefore, when cultivating in the Origin Heavenly Scripture and looking into the future, there might still be some deviations. Even so, however, there were many things that were virtually prophetic. If one looked into the past, there would be no secrets to speak of other than matters that were related to an extremely small number of people. Of course, this was also closely related to the cultivation base of the cultivator. The higher one's cultivation base and the deeper one's attainments in the Origin Heavenly Scripture, the more and more accurate one would be able to see. In combat, the power of the Origin Heavenly Scripture was not manifested in direct attacks and defenses. Therefore, in terms of direct combat power, it was inferior to the heaven-opening scripture of the earlier Heaven 3 scriptures. Still, it still possessed some profundities of its own. Outside of combat, the Origin Heavenly Scripture had many wondrous uses. While he refined a Buddhist clone, Chen Qianhua's original body is definitely of our 3 clear lineages. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, therefore, if I am not wrong, it should be the Origin Heavenly Scripture without a doubt. Chapter 1107. In the 9 underworlds, Yan Zhaoge had caused the Brocade Emperor's cultivation deviation to worsen through the heart's will thunder. Chen Qianhua had clearly not witnessed what had happened earlier. It was just that after seeing the Brocade Emperor, he had immediately understood the crux of the matter. This was the work of the Yuan Heavenly Scripture. In the process of clashing with Yan Zhaoge, the miraculous aspects of the Origin Heavenly Scripture were not displayed at all. It wasn't that Chen Qianhua was restraining himself. Instead, it was because Yan Zhaoge possessed the peerless Heavenly Scripture. Upper Chen knows a lot of secret arts. Many of them have been lost for many years, and now he's teaching them again. Long Hanhua pondered for a moment before saying, he also has many ingenious treasures with him. Although there were many speculations before, now that I think about it, if his foundation is the primordial heavenly scripture, then everything makes sense. Yan Zhaoge shrugged. Many things had ended before they even happened. It sounded like a convenient condition, but in reality, it might not be smooth sailing. Knowing the outcome did not mean that he had the ability to change it. Prophets were often helpless. The more one knew and saw, the easier it was to feel that life had become boring. However, not everyone who cultivated the Origin Heavenly Scripture would cultivate themselves to look like Chen Qianhua. The Qin family's eldest young master's uniqueness was rooted in himself. How much of the Jade Clear lineage's primordial heavenly scriptures has Chen Qianhua collected? Gao Shuobo suddenly asked. Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly. This was also one of the problems that he had considered before. Other than the peerless heavenly scripture and the heaven-opening scripture, everything else is complete, Yan Zhaoge answered. Gao Shuobo nodded slowly. Let's not talk about the peerless heavenly scripture, but the heaven-opening scripture. Everyone looked at each other with a thoughtful expression. The world beyond worlds possessed the legacy of the heaven-opening scripture, just that it was grasped by a limited number of people. Actually, with this eldest young Master Chen's personality, I feel that he might not be so obsessed with the heaven-opening scripture. Yan Zhaoge smacked his li as Long Hanhua and the others had not actually interacted with Chen Qianhua, they did not understand Yan Zhaoge's emotions at all. The battle between the Upper Exalt and Fu Jinxiu, where did you see it, Zhaoge? Asked Gao Shuobo. The matter of the Brocade Emperor, especially everything that had occurred at Star Reflecting Lake, had been kept highly confidential in the world beyond worlds. The roving jade heavens had rarely received any news of it as well. As Yan Zhaoge mentioned it briefly, Gao Shuobo and Long Shuoji exchanged glances, both seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. This world beyond worlds has really been troubled recently. While they were paying attention to it, the roving jade heavens clearly had no intention of interfering in the affairs of the world beyond worlds. On the contrary, Gao Shuobo and the others were more interested in the matters of the 9 underworlds. The 9 underworlds was a great enemy of the human world, no matter where it was. As for the immortal court heretics, they were despised by the roving jade heavens. However, Gao Shuobo and Long Shuoji both used sound transmissions to avoid Long Hanhua as they discussed these things. Zhaoge, you have yet to reach the human exalt stage and do not have the grand simplicity splendor cloud to protect you. Yet, you have heard of the name of the immeasurable heavenly Lord. I'm afraid. Gao Shuobo knit his white brows tightly. Up till now, neither the world beyond worlds nor our roving jade heavens have found a suitable way to resolve this. Thank you for your concern, senior apprentice Uncle Gao, Yan Zhaoge answered. Unlike Miss Fu Ting, I don't feel anything special. Gao Shuobo and Long Shuoji both raised their brows lightly. Oh. Yan Zhaoge said, I am not clear on the specific reason. Still, the last of the dim radiant 12 arts that I cultivate involves the secrets of peerless infinity. It should have something to do with it. The dim radiant emperor's dim radiant 12 arts indeed involves the secrets of peerless infinity. Still, just this alone is still insufficient. Long Shuoji said, with the influence of the immeasurable heavenly lord on our descendants of Taoism, even the grand clear lineage's Tai fist would probably be hard-pressed to ensure its safety. Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change. While the dim radiant wheel has yet to be truly completed, I have always been nourishing it with the help of cultivating in the dim radiant 12 arts. Combining with it, it might be able to display an unusual effect. That is indeed hard to say. Long Shuoji nodded slightly, his expression relaxing greatly. Gao Shuobo's expression was the same. Sadly, even if this method is feasible, it would still be hard to apply to most people. Immortal artifacts were hard to come by. How many embryonic immortal artifacts like the dim radiant wheel that contained the profundities of peerless infinity could there be in this world? They conversed for a while longer before Gao Shuobo said, Right, since you rarely come here, there is a place that you should remember to take a look at. Is it the old residence of my maternal grandmother? Yan Zhaoge immediately understood his intentions. Thank you for your concern, senior apprentice Uncle Gao. I was just thinking about it. It is just that I am afraid that it would be rather presumptuous of me to bring it up. The purple Zoisha Emperor Di Qinglian had been one of the peak experts of the roving jade heavens in the past. While Yan Zhaoge was her descendant, he was not of the direct lineage of the prime clear lineage at the end of the day, as he would still have to be wary of some taboos in entering Di Qinglian's old residence. There is no need to be wary, Zhaoge. You will naturally be able to go to little apprentice aunt's old residence, Long Shuoji said. Follow me. Yan Zhaoge did not feel flattered by Long Shuoji personally leading the way, as he instead inwardly scratched his head. From the looks of it, it was actually still rather taboo. Therefore, even Long Hanhua leading the way might not be able to keep things under control. Thus, Long Shuoji had personally come. The profound sovereign was not the only peak expert of the roving jade heavens. While the profound sovereign possessed a lofty position in the roving jade heavens, this was not the world of her family. Back in the world beyond worlds, through Wang Pu, Nie Jingshan, Chao Jia, and the others, Yan Zhaoge had already learnt that as opposed to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the world beyond worlds, the roving jade heavens had 2 sovereigns and 4 emperors, including the Dragon Spring Emperor. The other sovereign was the master of the profound sovereign Gao Qingxian, his grandmother Di Qinglian, and the others, the legendary old ancestor of the roving jade heaven. It was said that she was injured and had been in seclusion for many years. Hence, the profound sovereign was the one in charge of the roving jade heavens. However, the profound sovereign couldn't decide everything in the roving jade heavens. Of course, with the old ancestor in seclusion, the profound sovereign, as the #1 expert in the roving jade heavens, undoubtedly had the most weight. Moreover, Long Shuaji had ascended to the immortal realm, and the roving jade heavens now had 2 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Little Sword God had become an immortal, but he was different from the others. Although he had just arrived in the celestial realm, with his outstanding talent and strength, most great emperors wouldn't have the confidence to fight against him. On the way, Yan Zhaoge could even feel a few gazes spying on him. Long Shuaji was expressionless as he purposely stopped in midair. Those gazes quickly retracted as everything regained its tranquility. Not saying anything, Long Shuaji resumed striding forward. Yan Zhaoge said nothing as he smiled and followed behind him. The vastness of the roving jade heavens was naturally unimaginable to ordinary people. There were innumerable martial practitioners and even commoners living here. Still, Di Qinglian's former residence was definitely at Green Duckweed Mountain. This divine mountain was similar to Kunlun Mountain in the world beyond worlds as it was the core of the roving jade heavens. Green Duckweed Mountain's Pilglow Peak was the former residence of Yan Zhaoge's grandmother, the Sword Emperor Di Qinglian. As Yan Zhaoge followed Long Shuaji to Pilglow Peak, the first thing that entered his eyes was a lotus pond. Chapter 1108. Di Qinglian had died many years ago, but in the lotus pond on the mountainside of her former residence, Danxia Peak, there were many white lotuses that bloomed. Everything here didn't give off the feeling of dilapidation. There were few people here, and the scenery was even more pure. However, standing by the edge of that lotus pond, Yan Zhaoge was actually able to feel the numerous layers of sword qi at the bottom of the water, condensed yet not unleashed as they emanated an awe-inspiring might. Looking carefully, he did not see any weapons at the bottom of the lotus pond. As Yan Zhaoge was feeling doubtful, he saw Long Shuaji suddenly unsheath his sword. When Yan Zhaoge had witnessed Long Shuaji clashing with someone in the immortal court back then, he had used a very casual, ordinary green steel sword. It wasn't a holy weapon, not even a spirit weapon or a precious weapon. It was just an ordinary sword that could be found in the mortal world. Normally, when Long Shuaji exchanged blows with others, he would casually take out an ordinary cyan steel sword. In the eyes of his enemies, his attitude was perfunctory and arrogant to the extreme. Yan Zhaoge, however, knew that this was Long Shuaji's method of tempering the extraordinary through the ordinary, a method of cultivating in the sword. Long Shuaji naturally had a sacred weapon. It was just that there were very few opponents who could force him to use it. Yan Zhaoge suspected that the leakless immortal artifact that Long Shuaji's mother, the profound sovereign Gao Qingxian, had used when she had been a true immortal in the past, might have been passed down to Long Shuaji. Of course, it could also be Gao Shuabua. Looking over at Long Shuaji, Yan Zhaoge saw that the sword that Long Shuaji was currently unsheathing was no ordinary green steel sword. Instead, it was shockingly a high-grade sacred artifact with a domineering sharpness that caused one's heart to palpitate. Its quality surpassed that of the Cloud Revolution Heavenly Light Sword, the Purple Sea Sword, and the Truth Striking Sword, which were also high-grade sacred artifacts. At the very least, it was no weaker than the evil sword Tao Tai. It wasn't as evil and strange as the evil sword Tao Tai, but its sharpness surpassed it. Pilglow Peak's sword comprehension pool was something that happened when little apprentice uncle was still alive. Still, it has continued even after his death, Long Shuaji said to Yan Zhaoge. Looking at the lotus pond in full bloom before him, Yan Zhaoge muttered, "Sword comprehension pond, on the day that little apprentice uncle succeeds in his sword Dao, all direct lineage sword cultivators in the roving jade heavens, regardless of whether they are of the prime clear lineage or not, have all comprehended their swords in celebration." The usually cold and stern Long Shuaji revealed a rare look of fascination. At that time, the swords flew over and landed in the lotus pond below Danxia Peak, bowing their heads in unison. From now on, anyone who goes to Danxia Mount must take off his sword and throw it into the pond before going up the mountain. Hearing this, Yan Zhaoge immediately understood why sword qi abounded at the bottom of this ordinary-looking lotus pond. They were all formed by the sword qi of the various treasured swords sinking together in the past. Although it had been thousands of years, because the spiritual energy in Danxia Peak was sealed, there was little wear and tear, so it had remained until today. Long Shuaji tossed his sacred artifact long sword into the lotus pond. Other than that, if the original owner wishes to retrieve the swords that landed in the pond earlier, he will have to undergo little senior apprentice uncle's examination before he can do so. After that, all sword cultivators of the prime clear direct lineage of Green Duckweed Mountain will have to make a trip to Danxia Peak before venturing out. Only with little senior apprentice uncle's approval will they be able to retrieve their swords from the pond and officially leave. If they cannot pass little senior apprentice uncle's examination, their swords will have to remain in the sword comprehension pond while they obediently return to continue tempering themselves, no longer mentioning the matter of leaving the mountain. Long Shuaji said mildly, therefore, at that time, little senior apprentice uncle also had the nickname, sword ruler or sword hung, meaning to measure the sword cultivators of the world. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. The sword cultivators of the prime clear direct lineage of that era must have been numerous geniuses, all diligently cultivating to improve themselves. Otherwise, if they came to Danxia Peak only to have their swords left behind, they would have lost all face to the entire Green Duckweed Mountain. It was only after the exalted gold luminary came to the roving jade heavens that this rule was waived. Long Shuaji said, when the exalted gold luminary and little senior apprentice uncle both passed away, some people persuaded mother to redo it. Still, in remembrance of little senior apprentice uncle, mother did not agree. Therefore, the sword hang ritual began with little senior apprentice uncle and ended with her. The only remaining rule was that those who ascended Danxia Peak would still have to remove their swords and toss them into the pond, being able to retrieve them when leaving the mountain. Yan Zhaoge nodded, retrieving the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring sword box within which was sealed the evil sword Taotai. Yan Zhaoge did not retrieve the sword as he tossed it into the lotus pond along with the sword box. After thinking for a moment, he retrieved the cloud-circulating heavenly light sword and the light Yin sword seal, tossing them into the lotus pond along with the green abyss sword that he had used as a martial grandmaster that year. Truly befitting of the name of plentiful treasures, seeing this, Long Shuaji could not help but smile. I've let senior apprentice uncle long down. Looking at the lotus pond before him which only had 4 swords, Yan Zhaoge could not help but sigh as he thought about how the sword cultivators of the prime clear lineage had all removed their swords and sunk to the bottom of the pond that year. His grandmother had been a master beneath the heavens. Even though his ancestor had passed away, her voice still lingered. As a descendant, he too felt this. The two passed the sword dissecting pond, ascending to the peak of Pilglow Peak together. There was a simple courtyard at the peak. You can enter alone. Long Shuaji nodded towards Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge understood that the roving jade heavens was giving him a chance to analyze the immortal exterminating sword manual. His grandmother, Di Qinglian, had successfully cultivated in all of the numinous treasure for swords that year. However, the one she was most proficient in and had long since reached the highest level was still the immortal exterminating sword manual. Of the numinous treasure 4 swords, the immortal ending sword destroyed all things, the immortal slaughtering sword extinguished all lifeforms, the immortal ending sword hacked through space and time, and the immortal exterminating sword broke through all arts. While they were referred to together, the most acclaimed and mightiest sword art was the immortal exterminating sword. Therefore, the numinous treasure 4 swords were also known as the immortal exterminating 4 swords. This was his grandmother's old residence. Even if not a single word had been left behind, the sword intent had existed for a long time. Comprehending the Tao here, one would be able to analyze and comprehend some of the profundities of the immortal exterminating sword manual. Having been bestowed the immortal trapping sword manual before and the immortal exterminating sword manual now, Yan Zhaoge felt rather grateful as he cupped his hands towards Long Shuaji. Thank you, senior apprentice Uncle Long and the various seniors. The martial true intent of his father Yen Di had combined the immortal exterminating sword and the heaven-opening scripture to form was a completely new martial art. Yen Di himself had later named it the creation saber. The sword intents of the immortal exterminating sword and the jade illusory heaven-opening sword had all merged within, no longer existing as only the saber intent of the creation saber remained. While Yen Zhaoge simultaneously cultivated in the three purities, reverse deriving and separating them was not something that he could do with his current cultivation base. Having obtained the true sword intent of the immortal exterminating sword in the roving jade heavens today, he naturally had to make good use of this chance. Entering that small courtyard, it could be seen that someone had been cleaning this place regularly. Still, some things that had originally been left behind still existed here. Yen Zhaoge closed his eyes, not using his eyes to look as he just carefully sensed and felt. Amidst the darkness behind his closed eyes, a scene instead gradually surfaced. A white-clothed woman with a sword by her waist and a small wine flask in her hand was strolling leisurely and casually within the courtyard. She extended a finger, tapping lightly on the air as if she was writing, also like drawing a sword. Where the sword passed, there was a great terror that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth, sharp and resolute. Chapter 1109. Yen Zhaoge closed his eyes, a silhouette lighting up within his dark sea of consciousness. A white-clothed woman carried a small wine flask. As she drank, she substituted a sword with her finger as she brandished it in midair. While her movements appeared leisurely, as she brandished her sword, the sword intent within was brutal to the extreme. Yen Zhaoge was proficient in the immortal ending, immortal trapping and immortal slaughtering sword arts, all of which were extremely ferocious beneath the heavens. Still, as he watched that white-clothed woman brandishing her sword now, he still felt shocked to the core. It was as though the great Tao had collapsed, the heavens and the earth no longer existing. Everything that made up the world, time, space, matter, spirit, and so on, was being assembled and fused into a single entity, the foundation, and all sorts of principles were being destroyed. Exterminating immortal sharp, slaughtering immortal dead, trapping immortal red. Ending immortal transformations boundlessly marvelous, the blood of divinities drenched in blood. These four lines very vividly expose the respective miraculous aspects of the numinous treasure four swords. The sharpness of exterminating immortal was all-conquering, breaking all arts with a single sword. There were countless powerful martial arts in this world that expounded on various principles. Amongst them, there was no lack of powerful defensive techniques. Its defensive power was such that even the other three swords of the numinous treasure four swords would sometimes be helpless against it. Yet, these techniques were like mere paper before the immortal exterminating sword. Against the immortal trapping, immortal ending and immortal slaughtering swords, the immortal exterminating sword could even suppress them. The head of the numinous treasure four swords, an existence only inferior to the chaos extinguishing sword amongst the prime clear supreme martial arts. In terms of offensive power, it was also one of the peak martial arts beneath the heavens. In the hands of that white-clothed woman, such a ferocious supreme martial art possessed peerless power. Yet, she always appeared carefree and casual. While the two formed an intense contrast, they seemed to be in harmony as it was hard for others to feel that there was a difference between them. He really has grasped the essence of the sword art. No wonder he is able to use the Sword Emperor as his nickname. Seeing this, Yen Zhaoge nodded his head repeatedly. While he was not a pure sword cultivator, he too used the sword and cultivated in the supreme arts of the prime clear lineage, even having once created the slaying azure dragon sword. Still, seeing that white-clothed woman brandishing her sword now, Yen Zhaoge felt that this trip had not been in vain as he felt greatly inspired. Needless to say, this white-clothed woman was naturally the roving jade heaven's purple Zoisha Emperor, Yen Di's mother and Yen Zhaoge's grandmother, the Sword Emperor Di Qinglian. The owner of Danxia Mount here was the mighty powerhouse who made all the sword practitioners of roving jade heaven bow their heads and willingly unsheath their swords. After the Great Calamity, he was one of Taoism's most outstanding geniuses in the Tao of the Sword. Only when Yan Zhaoge's grandfather, the sword god Yan Xintang, had suppressed the roving jade heavens with his sword had Di Qinglian finally met her match in the Tao of the Sword. While she admitted that she had lost by half a move, in Yan Xintang's opinion, she was the only person in this world who could compare to him in the Tao of the Sword. Yin Shiyang, who hailed from the immortal court, possessed shocking talent as well. However, his foundations were still a little weak at the end of the day. Yan Xintang felt that it was a great pity that he had been delayed and neglected. If not for the fact that such a person had died at a young age, he would have been like Yan Xintang, having the chance to become yet another legendary heavyweight of the Tao of the Sword of Taoism, standing shoulder to shoulder with the Lord of Plentiful Treasure, the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity, the Purple Tenuity Emperor and other bigwigs of the Tao of the Sword of Taoism. Perhaps even surpassing the master. Thinking of this, Yan Zhaoge sighed inwardly. Of course, it was not that they had deep feelings for each other. After all, they had never met before. It was just that Yan Zhaoge, as a martial practitioner of Taoism, could only sigh endlessly at the premature deaths of these two shocking figures. He spent the following days in Di Qinglian's old residence on Danxia Peak, quietly observing and comprehending the remnant sword intent that had been left behind when Di Qinglian had been cultivating in the sword here when she had still been alive. Such a chance was extremely hard to come by. It had not been like the situation at the Taoist temple where everyone had been caught off guard by the Great Calamity and unexpectedly collapsed. Therefore, many clues had been left behind. Di Qinglian's sword intent had likely been left behind at Danxia Peak by the Profound Sovereign and the Dragon Spring Emperor. They had been waiting for Yan Xintang and Di Qinglian's descendants to come here as a gift. Yan Zhaoge naturally cherished this chance as he calmed down and cultivated, earnestly analyzing it. Long Xueji, Gao Xuebua, and the others did not come to disturb him. Seeing Yan Zhaoge's actions, they all nodded to themselves. While this junior apprentice nephew of ours is flamboyant in his actions, he is still able to calm down when he needs to do so, Gao Xuebua told Long Xueji in private. Long Xueji agreed with his elder brother's view. Still, he did not say anything else as he just evaluated, being able to attain his current accomplishments, he naturally has his extraordinary aspects. Right, that person at Dynasty Vessel Valley has indeed sent someone over to deliver the news after receiving it, Gao Xuebua suddenly said. Long Xueji frowned slightly before quickly relaxing, there are too many people who gossip. Gao Xuebua shook his head, others are different from us at the end of the day. While there is some kinship between him and little apprentice uncle, Zhaoge is still someone of the world beyond worlds at the end of the day. Others still consider other things when they look at him, unlike us who view him as a junior or nephew. Just some trivial matters, only thinking about these little tricks, Long Xueji snorted coldly. Gao Xuebua waved his hands, having not concealed the fact that Zhaoge had come to the roving jade heavens earlier and also openly sent him to Pilglow Peak, he should have expected that today's matter might occur. While this matter is rather troublesome, it is still a fortuitous encounter for Zhaoge. You can make the decision, elder brother, Long Xueji finally said, even if we want to send a letter, we should wait for Zhaoge to descend from Pilglow Peak first. How much longer do you think it will take? Gao Xuebua asked. Long Xueji shook his head, I cannot tell. Gao Xuebua was rather taken aback. This younger brother of his was probably already not much inferior to his little apprentice uncle Di Qinglian in terms of his attainments in the Tao of the Sword as well as his talent in comprehension. He was much more authoritative on this issue than Gao Xuebua. Never would he have thought that Long Xueji would actually give such an ambiguous answer. Zhaoge's martial talent is extremely high, and his comprehension ability in the Tao of the Sword is also extremely high. Long Xueji added, I am also unable to see through his depths in this aspect. Therefore, it is hard for me to judge. I can only say, the eyes of the white-clothed, jade-crowned youth Long Xueji lit up slightly, if Zhaoge were to wholeheartedly cultivate in the sword, his accomplishments would definitely not be inferior to little apprentice uncle and his wife. It is rare to see you praise someone like this, and it is also rare to see you like this. You are a senior apprentice uncle at the very least. Don't go and compete in the sword with others without any sense of propriety. Gao Shuabua understood this younger brother of his too well. Long Shuaji retracted his gaze, nodding, I know. That is why it is regrettable. What is even more regrettable is that I can tell that Zhaoge does not have the heart to focus solely on the Tao of the sword. Amidst their conversation, a disciple of their lineage sent a message, Senior Apprentice Uncle Yen from the world beyond worlds has descended from Pilglow Peak. The two brothers exchanged looks, speechless for a long time. After a long time, the two great experts of the roving jade heavens simultaneously clapped their hands in admiration. Good. What a fallen deity. Chapter 11:10. Di Qinglian's remnant sword intent on Pilglow Peak had been there for many years at the end of the day. Although it had been preserved by some people, it was still a difficult thing to figure out the truth from it, and how much truth could one figure out from it. Not only did one have to possess supreme talent in the martial Tao, one also had to possess sufficient comprehension ability and spirituality in the Tao of the sword. Yen Zhaoge had clearly spent much less time comprehending the Tao than Gao Shuabua, Long Shueji, and the others had expected. How could these two peak sword cultivators not sigh in admiration at this? Gao Shuabua and Long Shueji were incomparably shocked upon receiving the news. Instead of mentioning it, Yen Zhaoge had been pondering over his gains from earlier as he walked down Pilglow Peak. Grandmother's comprehension of the immortal exterminating sword is indeed outstanding. There are many details that are worth pondering over and over again. Yen Zhaoge clicked his tongue in praise. The truth is revealed in the mundane, the details changing again and again. It is indeed extraordinary. Passing by the sword unsheathing pool halfway up the mountain, Yen Zhaoge retrieved the sword he had left there earlier. After pondering for a moment, Yen Zhaoge finally left the green abyss sword behind. Ever since Yen Zhaoge had roamed the martial world, his first sword had been the Jade Dragon Sword, which he had then gifted to his junior apprentice brother Ing Long Tu, Han Long. Now that Han Long had become a martial saint, the Jade Dragon Sword that was merely a low-grade spirit artifact was no longer suitable for him. Still, he had always loved it as much as his life, always carrying it with him. Even now that he had other weapons to use, the Jade Dragon Sword that Yen Zhaoge had gifted him still never left his side for a moment. After the Jade Dragon Sword, the sword that Yen Zhaoge used the most was the high-grade spirit artifact, the Green Abyss Sword. This sword had been personally forged by Yen Zhaoge's Grand Master, Yuan Zhengfeng. It had followed Yen Zhaoge all the way until he had stepped into the martial saint realm and switched to using sacred artifacts. Still, this sword was always by Yen Zhaoge's side. In order to forge his dark green bamboo staff, he had burned countless divine weapons. At that time, almost all of the high-grade spirit weapons in his possession had been used as firewood. Later on, he had even burned many of the sacred weapons. However, he had kept this Green Abyss Sword. In the future, if the need arose, he would not feel the pinch even if he burned the Light Yin Sword Seal, the origin circulating heavenly light sword, or even the evil sword Tao Tai. However, this Cyan Abyss Sword was different from the Jade Dragon Sword. Looking at the numerous white lotuses blooming before him, Yen Zhaoge finally left the Green Abyss Sword at the bottom of the pond. Back then, you had the title of Sword Heng. It's a pity that I couldn't personally experience your guidance and test, so I don't know if I could pass. Yen Zhaoge sighed, bowing towards the lotus pond. I will most likely not be staying here for long in the roving jade heavens. This Green Abyss Sword will remain here then. When he left the mountain, Gao Shuabua's disciples were waiting for him. Seeing Yen Zhaoge, the minor White Peak disciples were all greatly shocked, as they were even somewhat unable to recover their wits. They had been specifically instructed to stand guard here. His seniors had once vaguely mentioned that Yen Zhaoge was comprehending the Tao on the mountain, and that they should not disturb him. While Pilglow Peak had been empty for a long time, martial practitioners of the Prime Clear Direct lineage naturally knew what this place was. In their opinion, comprehending the Tao in the Sword Emperor's former residence for many years was a very normal thing. Who could have known that Yan Zhaoge would descend the mountain after just a few days? If it were anyone else, those minor White Peak disciples would probably suspect Yan Zhaoge of being unable to accomplish anything in the end, having no choice but to retreat in the face of difficulties. That was why he had ended things so hastily, descending the mountain so early. Still, as disciples of Green Duckweed Mountain's minor White Peak who had been specifically instructed to stand guard here, they had a general understanding of Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge's illustrious fame in the world beyond worlds had already gradually spread amongst the core circles of the roving Jade Heavens. How could someone who could battle human exalts head-on after just attaining the immortal bridge be a fool? It's just that this is too fast. The minor White Peak disciples all wondered inwardly, perhaps he is not proficient in the Tao of the sword? Still, since the seniors permitted him to ascend Pilglow Peak, he should at least know how to use the sword. While they were greatly surprised, the minor White Peak martial practitioners did not forget their etiquette as they went forward to greet Yan Zhaoge before leading the way back to minor White Peak. Yan Zhaoge's gaze flickered slightly as he sensed that there seemed to be someone spying on him and Pilglow Peak in the distance. Seeing him descend the mountain, the other party had immediately fled as if they were on the lookout. Ha! The corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth arched slightly, but he said nothing more. The conflict between the world beyond worlds and the roving Jade Heavens was very deep. It was like how Gao Qing's fellow disciples and the disciples of the Brocade Emperor's lineage of the world beyond worlds Kunlun Mountain's ingenious flying peak had been bickering over the profound sky-purple gold furnace that year. While the world beyond worlds did not allow martial practitioners of the Prime Clear Direct lineage to roam freely, the roving Jade Heavens similarly prohibited descendants of the Jade Clear and Grand Clear lineage from appearing. If one's identity was exposed and caught, it would not be as simple as just being expelled most of the time. Instead, blood would have to be shed. Due to his grandmother, he had been able to enter the roving Jade Heavens without much difficulty. Still, he was not of the Prime Clear Direct lineage at the end of the day. In the world of martial practitioners, there were many other factors besides bloodline that determined one's identity. The most important of these was one's lineage. In some situations, one's lineage was even more representative than bloodline. Led by those minor White Peak martial practitioners, Yan Zhaoge left Pilglow Peak and returned to minor White Peak. Along the way, there were naturally minor White Peak disciples who tried to inform Gao Shuobo and his brother. Yan Zhaoge's attitude was mild as he conversed with those minor White Peak disciples, gaining a better understanding of the local customs and practices of the roving Jade Heavens as he also told them about some of his experiences in the world beyond worlds and extradimensional space, broadening their horizons. As they walked, a sword light suddenly lit up before them. That sword light stopped before them, the figure of a youth appearing within. The other party had an ordinary appearance and a square expression. Still, sword chi emanated from his entire body. He first bowed, before the world beyond worlds fallen deity, when Daihong of the lineage of the roving Jade Heavens Green Duckweed Mountain's ingenious Tang Peak's Purple Light Cave, greet you. Yan Zhaoge cupped his hands calmly, I wonder what you have for me. When Daihong's expression was solemn, I have long heard of the abilities of the fallen deity that are rarely seen in this world. You are one of the few outstanding talents of Taoism of post-Great Calamity times, and this one is filled with admiration. It is just that the matter of your ancestor that year is like a fishbone stuck in my throat. This one sincerely hopes to seek some guidance from you. The matter of that year? What matter of that year? It was naturally Yan Zhaoge's grandfather, Yan Xintang. Born of the Jade Clear lineage, he had suppressed the roving Jade Heavens with his sword, beating the sword cultivators of the Prime Clear lineage into submission. Following the Great Calamity, that had been the most humiliating moment for the Prime Clear Direct lineage. It was not that the roving Jade Heavens had never experienced more setbacks, losses, and crises of death. Still, having been beaten to the point of being unable to do anything in the domain that they were renowned for, the prime clear direct lineage, truly made them feel very vexed. Chapter 11:11. While he knew that he was rather conspicuous in the roving jade heavens, Yan Zhaoge still felt rather surprised at being challenged just like that. After all, he was a guest of the profound sovereign and the Dragon Spring Emperor. A few days ago, he had even been personally brought up by the newly ascended true immortal Long Xueji. Before Yan Zhaoge could answer, a minor White Peak disciple sent him an awkward sound transmission. "Forgive me, Senior Apprentice Uncle Yan. This senior one is devoted to the sword Dao and is rather straightforward." At the same time, other minor White Peak disciples seemed to be conversing with Wen Daihong via sound transmission. Facing Wen Daihong's challenge, the minor White Peak martial practitioners felt more awkward than enraged. Exquisite Tang Peak's purple light cave. Yan Zhaoge gazed upwards, recalling some things. During his trip to Kunlun Mountain in the world beyond worlds, he had interacted with Wang Pu and the others of Northern High Peak's Jade Capital Crag's Sword Sovereign's lineage. This included matters regarding the roving Jade Heavens. The world beyond worlds was not on good terms with the roving Jade Heavens. While the middle and lower level martial practitioners did not interact with each other, the higher level experts had sent spies to grasp the situation of the other side. While they were unable to grasp the details, they were still aware of the general situation of the roving Jade Heavens. Therefore, the Dragon Spring Emperor and the others of the roving Jade Heavens were all aware of Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain's unceasing disturbances in the world beyond worlds. Thus, the world beyond worlds was also aware of the general situation of the roving Jade Heavens. Wang Pu and the others were naturally aware of Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di's relationship with the roving Jade Heavens. Therefore, they did not hide anything from Yan Zhaoge. From what Wang Pu and the others had said, they knew that the roving Jade Heavens were not united. The profound sovereign Gao Qingshuan's authority in the roving Jade Heavens was even greater than that of the earthly sovereign in the world beyond worlds. Still, the roving Jade Heavens did not belong to the profound sovereign at the end of the day. This probably had something to do with Yan Zhaoge's family. While Wang Pu's words were vague, Yan Zhaoge still understood them. The roving Jade Heavens' old master Gao Qingshuan's and Di Qinglian's master had been greatly dissatisfied with the matter of Yan Xingtang's abduction. Di Qinglian's untimely death was regarded as the greatest regret of her life by the roving Jade Heavens' old ancestor. After the rupture of their relationship with the world beyond worlds, while the roving Jade Heavens viewed the world beyond worlds as a whole, there were still moderate and radical differences in their attitudes towards it. As for the other apex powerhouses of the roving Jade Heavens, most of them were very radical, and this was directly related to the old patriarch's attitude. The profound sovereign, on the other hand, was relatively gentle. It was not just because of her relationship with the Dragon Spring Emperor. While the profound sovereign had been incomparably sad over the matter of Di Qinglian that year, she did not bear much ill will towards Yan Xintang of the world beyond worlds even if she had once lost to him. However, the ancestral master of the roving Jade Heavens and the other almighty experts of the roving Jade Heavens clearly had a different view. Of course, apart from this, there were many other grievances. After so many years, the roving Jade Heavens had divergent views on the people of the world beyond worlds now. Meanwhile, on the issue of Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di, this divergence was even more evident. However, the master of the Violet Radiance Cave of the roving Jade Heavens Green Duckweed Mountain's Violet Radiance Peak was the abode of the true immortal emperor, the Trueness Emperor. It was rumored that the Trueness Emperor did not view the world beyond worlds as intensely as the other emperors of the roving Jade Heavens. After seeing the reactions of the descendants of Minor White Peak now, Yan Zhaoge felt that the rumors were indeed true. The Trueness Emperor's relationship with the profound sovereign and the Dragon Spring Emperor was probably pretty good as their lineages were extremely familiar with one another. Therefore, when the matter of Wen Daihong obstructing their path and challenging them had arisen, the descendants of Minor White Peak had felt more awkward than enraged. From the looks of it, they were clearly trying to smooth things over, placating him whilst trying to persuade Wen Daihong. Yan Zhaoge watched on coldly from the side, finding this very interesting. Since the Trueness Emperor was more gentle in his view of the world beyond worlds, being on the same side as the Profound Sovereign and the Dragon Spring Emperor, why had someone of his lineage come over to challenge him? This would undoubtedly put the descendants of the Profound Sovereign's lineage in a difficult position, as it might also affect the relationship between the Trueness Emperor and the Profound Sovereign. The problem was that the Wen Daihong before him really did not seem to realize this. It was not that he had other thoughts and wanted to go against the will of the Trueness Emperor. Instead, it was just like what the minor White Peak disciple had said, he was devoted to martial arts and was an upright person. Perhaps he did not feel much animosity towards descendants of the Jade Clear and Grand Clear lineages or Yan Zhaoge as a person. Still, he was rather mindful of Yan Xintang's sword suppression of the roving Jade Heavens that year. Now that he had learnt that Yan Zhaoge had come to the roving Jade Heavens, he had immediately come looking for him. To a certain extent, this was a hot-headed young man. Even though he was a lofty 8th-level martial saint and was extremely young in terms of his cultivation base, his potential could be said to be limitless. Still, in terms of the ways of the world, this person might not necessarily be much better than Han Long or Xia Guang. How do you know that I am in Danxia Mount? And also know when I will leave Pilglow Peak? Yan Zhaoge suddenly laughed. From the looks of it, it doesn't seem like you have been waiting for me outside the mountain. Wen Daihong was slightly taken aback and hesitated, not answering immediately. It was not just Yan Zhaoge. Seeing this, even the other minor White Peak disciples knew that Wen Daihong had probably been instigated by someone, as he had come here to challenge him without understanding much of the situation. Senior Apprentice Uncle Yan, it looks like this is a misunderstanding. A minor White Peak disciple hurriedly tried to smooth things over. It is fine. Yan Zhaoge smiled. Fellow Taoist Wen, is it? Let us spar then. We are all friends through martial arts, after all. The minor White Peak disciples all felt rather anxious. In this exchange, no matter who won or lost, there would be people who would lose face. The liberal emperor of exquisite Tang Peak's Purple Light Cave had always been neutral, leaning slightly towards the Profound Sovereign. It would be hard to say if there would be any changes in this. Please guide me. Wen Daihong did not continue thinking about this as he solemnly cupped his fists towards Yan Zhaoge. He was about to take on a stance when Yan Zhaoge waved his hands. We are sparring and not engaging in a life and death battle. According to the rules, you set the time and chose this day. Shouldn't I decide the location then? Wen Daihong retracted his stance, nodding. That's right. That should be the case. Follow me then, Yan Zhaoge said as he strode forward, moving so fast that they were virtually unable to see him clearly. Only Wen Daihong could barely see that Yan Zhaoge was clearly heading in the direction that he had come from. They hurriedly followed, rushing far into the distance. Yan Zhaoge was currently smiling as he blocked the path of a group of prime clear sword cultivators. They were also a group of prime clear sword cultivators. With their path blocked by Yan Zhaoge, their expressions turned ugly. What are you trying to do? This Yan is sparring with fellow Taoist Wen of exquisite Tang Peak's Purple Light Cave. Spectators are not prohibited, Yan Zhaoge said casually. You can openly watch. Why wait here for the results? Isn't this what you want? Chapter 11-12. The group of over 10 people had their path blocked by Yan Zhaoge. Seeing this, Wen Daihong felt a little ashamed. This guilt was directed towards those who had been stopped by Yan Zhaoge. While it was indeed them who had informed him of Yan Zhaoge's departure from Pilglow Peak, Wen Daihong himself had indeed wanted to challenge Yan Xintang's descendants. Seeing Yan Zhaoge following the path he had come from, finding his way here, Wen Daihong inevitably felt a little embarrassed. The dozen or so people were also a little embarrassed, but they were still calm. The leader knew that Wen Daihong wouldn't sell them out, so he pretended to be confused. He cupped his hands. This Fellow Daoist Yen, if there's a sword duel, we'd naturally be happy to bear witness. However, we don't understand what you're saying about being open and aboveboard. Ha! Yen Zhaoge sized him up for a while before smiling. When I left Pilglow Peak earlier, you were one of the people watching me, right? The other party's expression didn't change. To criticize and speculate like this, fellow Daoist Yen is thinking too much. His hands behind his back, this middle-aged man said mildly, while we of the prime clear lineage indeed do not welcome a descendant of the jade clear lineage like you, since you are a guest of the profound sovereign and the spring emperor, we still have to treat our guests with respect at the very least. Otherwise, wouldn't we be a joke of the world beyond worlds for nothing? How should I address you? Yen Zhaoge asked indifferently. I'm Wang Shun from Green Duckweed Mountains Ashen Spirit Valley. Ashen Spirit Valley. Yen Zhaoge raised his head slightly, and a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The lineage of the Cloud Conquest Emperor. Back when the roving Jade Heavens was established, there were a total of 7 almighty powerhouses who had first established the roving Jade Heavens. They were collectively known as the roving Jade Seven. The profound sovereign, Gao Qingxian, was one of the 7 princes in the past. Di Qinglian rose to fame rather late. By the time she rose to fame, the roving Jade Heavens had already been established. She wasn't one of the 7 princes. The 7 sons each had their own lineage. While not all of them were of the old Grand Master's lineage, they were all of the orthodox prime clear direct lineage. Time flew by, and the roving Jade Seven of the past had already become history. They'd scattered and withered away, and there was no lack of them that had fallen. Of the 7 sons of the past, only 2 remained in the roving Jade Heavens. Other than the profound sovereign, there was also the Cloud Conquest Emperor, also known as the Cloud Emperor. This old man was a figure of the same generation as the profound sovereign and the Dragon Spring Emperor. In terms of seniority, he was even a generation higher than the profound sovereign, and he was on the same level as the old ancestor. He similarly wielded great influence in the roving Jade Heavens. Also, he was like the profound sovereign's master when it came to the world beyond worlds, as they were both intensely hostile towards each other. In the world beyond worlds, Wang Pu, Bai Tao, and the others had specifically mentioned this old man to Yen Zhaoge. If there was someone in the roving Jade Heavens who might not give the profound sovereign face and make things difficult for Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di, besides that old Grand Master, the most likely person would be this old antique. Wang Shun and the others had completely calmed down. Does fellow Daoist Yen wish to emulate what your ancestor did all those years ago? Wang Shun asked slowly. Yen Zhaoge was surprised. If not for someone being meddlesome, why would fellow Daoist Wen be blocking my path? He shrugged. But it doesn't matter. Let's get to know each other through martial arts. Fellow Daoist Wen, I have decided on the location. The location is here. Do you have any objections? Saying thus, Yen Zhaoge looked at Wen Daihong. Wen Daihong shook his head, of course not. While he was straightforward and did not understand the ways of the world, he was not a fool, as he could already vaguely sense that something was wrong now. Still, with Yen Xintang's descendant having come to the roving Jade Heavens, Wen Daihong had truly been unable to hold himself back as he had sought out a battle. The minor White Peak disciples were helpless as they could only watch from the sidelines. Still, their gazes towards Wang Shun and the others were all rather unfriendly. Wang Shun sighed inwardly, but his expression did not change. While they had been exposed somewhat imperfectly, things had already come to this. The result was still good at the end of the day. Everyone looked towards Yen Zhaoge and Wen Daihong. Yen Zhaoge's martial fame spread far and wide, as there were many legends about him even in the roving Jade Heavens. While Wen Daihong was a brilliant disciple of the liberal emperor's lineage and an elite of his generation in the roving Jade Heavens, as an 8th-level martial saint, there were probably not many who thought that he would be able to defeat Yen Zhaoge. Yen Zhaoge having battled human exalts just after attaining the immortal bridge stage, no one had any confidence in Wen Daihong at all. Still, this battle would only be a contest in the Tao of the Sword. It was just like how the Dragon Spring Emperor had come to the roving Jade Heavens before having attained the immortal realm that year to challenge the various heroes of the roving Jade Heavens. That way, Wen Daihong of the Prime Clear Direct lineage might still stand a chance. While Yan Zhaoge was not a pure sword cultivator, he had always used the sword as his weapon as well as being a descendant of the late sword god Yan Xintang. Being challenged in the Tao of the sword, he could only accept the challenge. Since it is just a spar, let's not use the sword. Yan Zhaoge did not draw his sword as he said leisurely, "Please, fellow Taoist Wen." Wen Daihong similarly did not draw his sword as he said solemnly, "Pardon me." Then, a black sword light streaked past before Yan Zhaoge's eyes. It was shockingly the immortal slaughtering sword of the numinous treasure Four Swords. The immortal slaughtering sword extinguished all life forms, transforming life into death. It was just that as the black sword light lit up, before it had even arrived, Yan Zhaoge already felt a latent threat as his internal organs seemed to be shaking slightly. He cultivated in the life creation heavenly scripture, the 5 elements tempering the 5 internal organs and stabilizing the 5 mountains nurturing the 5 spirits as he had attained the 5 elements deific immortal body, possessing great defensive power as well as shocking regenerative abilities. Yet, meeting the immortal slaughtering sword, it was like meeting its natural enemy. Even against other supreme martial arts that were not inferior in power to the immortal slaughtering sword, the 5 elements deific immortal body would still be able to resist some of them. Yet, against the immortal slaughtering sword, it would probably not even be able to withstand a single sword. It was not just the life creation heavenly scripture. Other supreme martial arts of similar principles would be countered by the immortal slaughtering sword as well. Yan Zhaoge felt that Wen Daihong's cultivation base was virtually no inferior to Long Hanhua at the same cultivation level. He was indeed worthy of being one of the outstanding figures of the Prime Clear Direct lineage. Still, Yan Zhaoge had not intended to forcibly resist the other party's immortal slaughtering sword with the 5 elements deific immortal body in the first place. Black sword light lit up as Yan Zhaoge struck out with his finger as a sword, counterattacking with the immortal slaughtering sword as well. Numerous black lines intersected between the heavens and the earth, bringing with them the great terror of death. The surrounding heavens and earth were completely enveloped as those of Minor White Peak and Wang Shun's lot were also surrounded by terrifying black sword qi. Still, as the streaks of sword qi rampaged, they merely clashed as they did not harm the spectators at all. This Yan Zhaoge actually possesses such high attainments in the immortal slaughtering sword of our Prime Clear Direct lineage. Wang Shun and the others were shocked as they reveled in the high-level sword battle before them when the two sides suddenly stopped. They were all shocked. What's going on? Wen Daihong's expression was rather ashen as his gaze was rather complex. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, he let out a long sigh towards the heavens before saying straightforwardly, "I have lost." It is not shameful for a prime clear sword art to lose to a prime clear sword art, Yan Zhaoge smiled. Everyone else was taken aback. No matter how one looked at it, the earlier clash had been evenly matched. Why had Wen Daihong admitted defeat so straightforwardly? This simple-minded person was stubborn and competitive. Otherwise, he would not have blocked Yan Zhaoge's path and challenged him. How could he have admitted defeat so easily? Fellow Taoist Wen, what exactly is this? Wang Shun looked disbelievingly at Wen Daihong. Wen Daihong glanced at them, his expression even more complex as he sighed, "Behind you." Chapter 11-13. Yan Zhaoge clashed with the immortal slaughtering sword against Wen Daihong's immortal slaughtering sword. His attainments in the prime clear sword arts had surpassed the expectations of many prime clear sword cultivators. After all, as a descendant of the Jade Clear lineage, Yan Zhaoge's many dazzling accomplishments in the world beyond worlds had nothing to do with the legacies of the prime clear lineage. Under such circumstances, he was still able to have such profound attainments in the prime clear swordsmanship. It was truly shocking. It was a well-known fact that if one wanted to have a higher achievement in a martial art, apart from talent, the necessary hard work was also indispensable. With Yan Zhaoge's current age, however much time he had, it was still limited. In a short period of time, it was equivalent to 10 or even 100 years of hard work. How could anyone not be shocked? Still, Yan Zhaoge's immortal slaughtering sword against Wen Daihong's immortal slaughtering sword still caused the descendants of the prime clear lineage to inwardly rejoice. This was due to his pride towards the prime clear lineage's sword Dao. The sword battle between the two fully displayed the subtlety and terror of the immortal slaughtering sword, causing the spectators to be intoxicated. But halfway through, Wen Daihong actually abruptly abandoned his sword and admitted defeat, once again shocking everyone. Everyone's gaze fell on Wen Daihong. Those with lower cultivation couldn't see any clues. Those with higher cultivations, such as Wang Shun, were even more surprised. He's not injured. No matter how they looked at it, the battle just now could be said to be evenly matched. Although the sword battle between the two sides was extremely dangerous due to the power of the immortal culling sword, and a single mistake could result in blood, Wen Daihong did not seem to be losing at all. At worst, it should be a tie. Speaking of which, even if it was a draw, the news would be enough to shake the entire roving jade heavens. After all, Yan Zhaoge was not a sword cultivator who specialized in the Tao of the sword, let alone the Tao of the prime clear lineage. As for Wen Daihong, not only was he a direct disciple of the prime clear lineage, he was also a well-known figure amongst his peers. Even Long Xueji's son, Long Hanhua, might not necessarily be able to defeat him. The one worth paying attention to here was Long Hanhua, not Lin Hanhua. In order to conceal his identity, the head disciple of Golden Court Mountain of the World Beyond World's southeastern Yang Heaven territory, Lin Hanhua, was unable to display his full strength. For Wen Daihong to be able to compete with him, there was no need to mention how extraordinary he was. This person was stubborn, and very competitive. Wanting him to take the initiative to admit defeat was as difficult as ascending the heavens. But now, facing Yan Zhaoge, Wen Daihong actually took the initiative to admit defeat, admitting that he was no match for him. This had truly exceeded the expectations of Wang Shun and the others. If it was someone else who would use such a method to curry favor with the profound sovereign, Dragon Spring Emperor, Long Xueji, and the others, it might be possible. However, to Wen Daihong, it was absolutely unimaginable. Not to mention Wang Shun and the other Ashen Spirit Valley martial practitioners, even the minor White Peak disciples present found it hard to believe. Look behind you. At this moment, Wen Daihong had already walked out of his dejected mood. But looking at the expressions of Wang Shun and the others, he felt even more conflicted. With Wen Daihong's reminder, Wang Shun and the other Ashen Spirit Valley martial practitioners felt their hearts tighten. They glanced at each other. Wang Shun didn't move, but one of the Ashen Spirit Valley disciples next to him leaned slightly and looked behind Wang Shun. He immediately let out a cry of alarm. What happened? Wang Shun frowned. The fellow disciple beside him didn't answer immediately. Instead, he turned around and looked behind the person on the other side. After that, he had a strange expression on his face. He wanted to take a few steps back to see what was behind everyone. What exactly happened? Wang Shun asked. A smile that was even uglier than crying appeared on the other party's face. Senior apprentice uncle, the robe on your back has been torn, and someone has drawn a ghost character on it. Senior apprentice brother Ho on my right has drawn every character on his back. Stand still and don't move. Wang Shun roared in a low tone as he retreated. Then, he saw that a word had been drawn on the backs of all his fellow disciples before him. From left to right, they were sword, Dao, Song, Lai, Ji, Zhong, Qian, Pai, Duo, Defiled, Han, and Feng. Adding on the ghost character on his back, there were precisely 14 characters. The Dao of the sword is always straight, taking from the center, the ghost's every filth, cold edge. Wang Shun could only feel disbelief as he stared dazedly at this scene. Someone had left these characters on their robes. Still, including himself, there were 2 8th-level martial saints, 6 7th-level martial saints and 6 6th-level martial saints. Not a single one of them had discovered anything unusual about this. 14 characters, there had to be at least 4 strokes. This was 4 swords. If Yan Zhaoge had wanted to take someone's life, of the 14 of them, the one who had died the least would have already been slain 4 times over. Not to mention words that had so many strokes, the words left behind on their tattered robes were not harmful as they were even completely undetectable. Wang Shun and the others were of the Cloud Emperor's lineage and were of Ashen Spirit Valley's direct lineage. Their bodies were also filled with treasures. Even these protective treasures had not been disturbed, yet words had still been left behind. What kind of heavy-handed skill was this? What was especially noteworthy was that Yan Zhaoge had not used some light, agile sword art. He had used the immortal slaughtering sword, which was extremely vicious and dangerous, having killing as its goal. In Yan Zhaoge's hands, such a sword art would be able to be retracted and unleashed as he wished, its difficulty far surpassing that of other martial arts. It is not just the immortal slaughtering sword. Wang Shun's thoughts flashed at lightning speed, there is also the immortal trapping sword. His 2 swords as one are virtually indistinguishable from each other, yet he is actually so familiar with them. It was no wonder that even someone as stubborn and competitive as Wen Daihong would willingly admit defeat. While it seemed like the immortal slaughtering sword was no match for the 2 swords as one, how many in this world could merge 2 great sword arts to such an extent? Everyone here was knowledgeable as they were all very clear on the profundities involved. While Wen Daihong was competitive, he too admitted it. While they seemed to be evenly matched, he had already long since suffered a crushing defeat. Since that was so, he might as well admit defeat. Wang Shun's face was ashen, while the other Ashen Spirit Valley disciples were still unable to see what was happening behind them. The minor White Peak martial practitioners were all extremely curious as well. While they did not know what words were behind them, they unconsciously felt that it would be best if they were not seen by others. The Tao of the sword is always straight from the heart, the ghostly lands often tainting the cold edge. Yan Zhaoge now recited slowly, "This yen shall encourage you all." If those who were familiar with him were present, they would probably all roll their eyes in unison. He, this yen, had never minded using some sneaky tricks. Yet, in front of Wang Shun and the others now, Yan Zhaoge was full of righteousness and righteousness. Silently reciting Yan Zhaoge's words before looking at the 14 people of Ashen Spirit Valley, those of Minor White Peak gradually understood as their expressions turned strange, seeming like they were smiling whilst also not as they simultaneously gazed at Wang Shun and the others. Wang Shun could only feel a fiery pain on his face. Farewell, he reluctantly bowed towards Wen Daihong, turning to leave. Suddenly thinking of something, his movements halted as he could neither advance nor retreat. The other Ashen Spirit Valley disciples looked the same. In the end, they actually retreated into the distance, hurriedly leaving the area. Chapter 11-14. The Minor White Peak disciples couldn't help but laugh when they saw this comical scene. Wang Shun and the others were slightly muddle-headed from embarrassment and rage. They could have destroyed their outer robes that had been cut open. Although it was a little unsightly, it was not a big deal. Humiliation was still humiliation. It wouldn't disappear just because he was deceiving himself, but at least he wouldn't be as embarrassed as he was now. Yan Zhaoge did not make things difficult for Wang Shun and the others. In fact, those 14 words weren't all written for Wang Shun's group. The main audience was someone else. In the distance, in the depths of the clouds, 2 gazes were quietly looking over. Interesting, you can even sense this old man's existence. An old voice muttered to himself. Beside him, another voice sounded, it should only be sensing the position of this disciple, not you, master. The old man murmured, "The descendants of Yan Xintang and Di Qinglian are indeed extraordinary. It is no wonder that they were able to cause such a great disturbance in the world beyond worlds. From the looks of it, they actually seem to be surpassing their predecessors. How frivolous. What do you think the roving jade heavens is?" The second voice said coldly. "It is fine." He would be even more uneasy in the world beyond worlds. The old man laughed. "Let's go." The figure in the cloud disappeared, and the clouds in the sky rolled and unfolded, calm and undisturbed. Yan Zhaoge retracted his gaze from that direction and muttered in his heart, "True immortal. Cloud Emperor. Liberal Emperor. Or someone else." As the other party left, Yan Zhaoge's attention returned to what was before him. "I've heard that exiled immortal isn't a sword cultivator who established his Tao with the sword, yet you have such profound attainments in sword techniques. I'm impressed." Watching Wang Shun and the others leave, when Dai Hong sighed before cupping his hands towards Yan Zhaoge once more, "Fallen deity, please forgive me for my rudeness." He felt a little defeated. The current Yan Zhaoge might not be able to suppress the roving jade heavens with his sword like Yan Xintang had in the past. The problem, however, was that Yan Zhaoge was not a pure sword cultivator like Yan Xintang of the past. Being defeated by such an opponent, when Dai Hong of the prime clear direct lineage felt even more disappointed. Fortunately, Yan Zhaoge too cultivated in the sword arts of the prime clear lineage. As he had said, while he had lost to Yan Zhaoge in this battle, it had also been the prime clear lineage's sword arts losing to the prime clear lineage's sword arts. However, when he thought of how the prime clear lineage's sword arts actually surpassed his prime clear lineage in the hands of a jade clear direct lineage martial practitioner, when Dai Hong felt ashamed. Apart from feeling disappointed, the prime clear cultivators felt conflicted. While the martial practitioners of Minor White Peak were serving Yan Zhaoge on the orders of their sects, they too felt the same way at this moment as they could empathize with him. Exchanging looks, everyone smiled bitterly. No matter what, senior apprentice Uncle Yan still left us some face. The ones who are embarrassed are Wang Shun and the others from Ashen Spirit Valley under Emperor Yun. Although Senior Wen lost, this result will not affect our relationship with Tang Miao Peak's Purple Light Cave, nor will it anger Emperor Trunus and change his stance. The hearts of the Minor White Peak's people, which had been in suspense before the competition, all relaxed. Then everything is fine. Even if there is a follow-up to this matter, we can just report it to our sect's seniors to deal with it. While when Dai Hong felt conflicted, he indeed did not hold any grudges against him. After his mental state had stabilized, his personality of focusing wholeheartedly on the martial Tao and studying the sword Tao flared up as he instead asked Yan Zhaoge curiously, "From what I see, the fallen deity's immortal slaughtering sword does not seem to originate from my roving jade heavens lineage? Let's talk as we walk." Yan Zhaoge smiled as he continued towards Minor White Peak, not hiding anything along the way. "I do not lie before a true person. This Yan's immortal trapping sword manual indeed does not originate from the roving jade heavens. Instead, I encountered a fortuitous encounter while adventuring outside earlier." When Dai Hong and the others came to a realization upon hearing this, they were all mentally prepared for Yan Zhaoge's proficiency in the sword arts of the prime clear lineage. While Di Qinglian had long since passed away, the profound sovereign would naturally look after her descendants. It was not surprising that Yan Zhaoge had obtained the sword Tao legacy of the roving jade heavens. While others had lower cultivation bases and could not see clearly, as when Dai Hong had directly clashed with Yan Zhaoge and was also an elite of the roving jade heavens of the same generation, he was able to see through it. No wonder. The fallen deity's immortal slaughtering sword seems a little like the legendary legacy of the Lord of Plentiful Treasures lineage, when Dai Hong sighed in admiration. While the prime clear direct lineage of the roving jade heavens had their own lineage, tracing their roots back to the lineage of the incongruence Divine Mother who was also a personal disciple of the Lord of Numinous Treasure. Other lineages existed as well. Still, they were few in number and ultimately not as orthodox as the incongruence Divine Mother's lineage. Meanwhile, Yan Zhaoge's immortal slaughtering sword originated from the lineage of Daoist origin piece of the Daoist temple, tracing its roots back to the Dao legacy of the Lord of Plentiful Treasure. Different people would have different gains in the same martial art when cultivating in it. While the general direction was the same, it was very normal for the specific details to differ. While the Lord of Plentiful Treasure and the incongruous Divine Mother were both personal disciples of the Lord of Numinous Treasure of the Prime Clear lineage. Still, there were naturally differences in the martial arts and cultivation legacies of the Lord of Numinous Treasure. This was especially so after many generations of descendants had analyzed it, many changes would occur. After the investiture of the Gods era, the Lord of Plentiful Treasure had vanished without a trace as few descendants had appeared in this world. Therefore, when Dai Hong had not dared to be certain of Yan Zhaoge's immortal slaughtering sword even after seeing it. Only after Yan Zhaoge had personally admitted it did he confirm his guess, as he could not help but sigh in admiration. The fallen deity and the sword Dao of our prime clear lineage are truly fated. He was speaking from the bottom of his heart, but he didn't mean it. Yet, in the ears of others, it sounded like he was trying to persuade Yan Zhaoge to forsake the world beyond worlds for the roving jade heavens. Hearing his words, the disciples of Minor White Peak did not reply. Still, they all pricked up their ears. I feel that fate is indeed something that is hard to say for sure. Yan Zhaoge smiled as if he did not mind it at all. After walking for a while, they arrived at Minor White Peak where Long Hanhua was already waiting for them. Seeing Wen Daihong, he was first slightly taken aback as he seemed to have thought of something. Fellow Daoist Long, this one has come to apologize and ask for forgiveness from the Spirit Leaf Exalt, Wen Daihong immediately said. The Spirit Leaf Exalt was the title of Long Hanhua's eldest uncle, the Lord of Minor White Peak, Gao Shuobua. A disciple of Minor White Peak told Long Hanhua about what had happened via sound transmission. After glancing at Yan Zhaoge, Long Hanhua first exchanged a few pleasantries with Wen Daihong. Then, they all entered the mountain together. Only then did Long Hanhua send a sound transmission to Yan Zhaoge. While little apprentice granduncle is proficient in the four swords, I heard that only the sword intent of the immortal exterminating sword was left behind on Pilglow Peak. It looks like this immortal slaughtering sword of yours is also your own fortuitous encounter. I was just talking to them about it earlier. Fate is indeed indescribably wondrous, Yan Zhaoge smiled as he answered. Back when he had gone to the Daoist temple, he had originally thought that it was of the Grand Clear Direct lineage. Who would have thought that it was of the Prime Clear Direct lineage instead? He had been very surprised. Right, now that you have returned from Pilglow Peak, there is still something that I would like to discuss with you, Long Hanhua said. Long Hanhua said, my father is currently at Minor White Peak. He and eldest uncle will tell you the details after we enter. Chapter 11:15. After entering Minor White Peak, when Daihong saw Gao Shuobua and apologized sincerely. Although he was straightforward and did not understand the ways of the world, he was not stupid. Seeing Wang Shun and the others, he had vaguely felt that something was wrong. After clashing with Yan Zhaoge and receiving Yan Zhaoge's warning, he had gradually realized that he might have been made use of. Gao Shuobua didn't blame Wen Daihong. After chatting with him for a while, he sent him away. Long Shuoji was expressionless upon learning of what had happened earlier, but a cold light shone in his eyes. His usual cold, severe expression reappeared, his sharpness revealed to the point that Yan Zhaoge and Gao Shuobua were virtually unable to look straight at him. I'll make a trip to Ashen Spirit Valley. Long Shuoji said coldly. No need. Gao Shuobua shook his head slightly. Zhaoge has already handled it very well. Glancing at his elder brother, Long Shuoji's sharp aura gradually calmed down. However, it still caused one's heart to tremble with fear. Senior apprentice brother Long said just now that the two senior apprentice uncles are looking for me for something. Yan Zhaoge smiled, asking, I wonder what it is. Gao Shuobua slowly said, regarding this matter, you need to make a decision yourself. Because it might be beneficial, a fortuitous encounter, but it might also be detrimental. Hearing this, Yan Zhaoge's interest was aroused. For a person of Gao Shuebu's level to make such an evaluation, it was clear that this matter was no small matter. There must be a reason behind it. Please instruct me, Senior Apprentice Uncle Gao. Yan Zhaoge cupped his hands. The news of you coming to the roving Jade Heavens has not been completely sealed. It has fallen into the ears of someone who wishes for you to bring a letter for her when you return to the world beyond worlds. Gao Shuebu said slowly, this majesty was originally from the world beyond worlds as well. He only came to the roving Jade Heavens afterwards and settled down here. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge was rather taken aback. Senior Apprentice Granduncle Long aside, there are other peak experts of the world beyond worlds who have switched allegiance to the roving Jade Heavens. When Gao Shuebu mentioned this person, he addressed him as, Your Majesty. In other words, he was at least an expert who had pushed open the immortal door. In that case, after Uncle Master Long pushed open the immortal door, the roving Jade Heaven will have at least 6 true immortal emperors. It's not accurate to say that she joined the roving Jade Heavens, because she lives in seclusion most of the time. Gao Shuebu explained, she never participates in any of the major decisions of the roving Jade Heavens. She doesn't even bother to inquire about it. It should be said that my roving Jade Heavens only allows her to live in seclusion here. We do not interfere in other matters. Although he said so, he still occupied a place in the roving Jade Heavens after all. At a critical juncture, whether it was out of consideration for himself or out of kinship, this almighty powerhouse would most likely not remain indifferent. However, it was impossible for her to take the initiative to do anything. After hearing this, Yan Zhaoge scratched his head. Senior Apprentice Uncle Gao, the person you speak of, it can't be, she's not the Bright Connection Emperor, Hu Yuexin, from your mother's faction. Guessing what Yan Zhaoge wanted to ask, Gao Shuebu shook his head, denying Yan Zhaoge's guess. We have also investigated Bright Connection Hu's whereabouts in the past. Still, there was no news of him. Oh. Yan Zhaoge nodded, feeling increasingly curious. The world beyond worlds really had many dark histories, let alone the Bright Connection Emperor Hu Yuexin, the 6th emperor that year. Not only had she disappeared without a trace, there were actually other peak experts who had disappeared. When this emperor left the world beyond worlds that year, she had yet to ascend to the immortal realm. Gao Shuebu added, she pushed open the door to immortality in my roving Jade Heavens. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, she shouldn't be a nameless person then, right? Gao Shuebu shook his head, she originally stayed in the world beyond worlds, seldom going out. Thus, she was not well known. Those who are related to her are all famous. That's right. Here, Gao Shuebu asked instead, regarding the 3 sovereigns of the world beyond worlds, you should already know that your ancestor's disciple, the sword sovereign Yuzhenbei, was not one of the original 3 sovereigns, right? Yes, I have already heard of it, Yan Zhaoge nodded. The world beyond worlds' 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors and exalts of 10 territories had been established for many years. This was especially so for the exalts of 10 territories. Other than the Earth exalt Wang Zhengcheng, the other 9 had long since changed. There was no need to mention the 5 emperors. The dim radiant emperor Yin Tianxia of the past had already passed away. The 3 sovereigns were the most stable. However, there had also been a change. That was Yuzhenbei, who had once been one of the 5 emperors. His cultivation increased and he became a sovereign. Before him, there was another bigwig expert who was known as the 3 sovereigns together with the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign. When Yan Zhaoge first heard of this title, a person's figure immediately appeared in his mind. One of the new Kunlun 9 luminaries, the exalted water luminary. The facts proved that his guess was right. The Astro Sovereign was the exalted water luminary. In the past, the exalted earth luminary, the exalted concealed luminary and the exalted water luminary were followed by the earthly sovereign, the concealed sovereign and the Astro Sovereign. They were the original 3 sovereigns of the world beyond worlds. However, for some unknown reason, the Astro Sovereign disappeared and never appeared in the world beyond worlds. One of the 3 sovereigns was missing. Until Yuzhinbei became the Sword Sovereign, this vacancy was filled. It was worth mentioning that among the new Kunlun 9 luminaries, the Exalted Water Luminary had a good relationship with Yan Zhaoge's grandfather, the Exalted Gold Luminary, Yan Xintang. Wang Pu once mentioned that the Astro Sovereign vaguely knew about the special situation of Yan Di, Yan Zhaoge's father. In order to protect Yan Di and make sure that nothing would happen to him, the Astro Sovereign acquiesced to the matter of the Kunlun 9 luminaries being diluted. Unfortunately, before Yan Di was born, the Astro Sovereign had already disappeared from the world beyond worlds. Even the Sword Sovereign, Yuzhinbei, didn't know about the specific situation. Perhaps only the Earthly Sovereign and the Concealed Sovereign knew about it. As for whether the female emperor, Jia Mingkong, knew about it or not, she was probably the only one who knew about it. The existence of the Astro Sovereign wasn't buried like the Bright Connection Emperor. He was widely known in the world beyond worlds. His sudden disappearance was regarded as the biggest mystery of the world beyond worlds in the recent thousands of years. Although the official statement given by the experts of the upper echelons was that the Astro Sovereign had left the world beyond worlds to travel, most people still had doubts about it. Could it be that the person here is the Astro Sovereign? Yan Zhaoge asked curiously. Gao Shuobo shook his head. No, it's not the Astro Sovereign. It's his disciple. Disciple? Yan Zhaoge's pupils suddenly shrank. The Astro Sovereign has 2 disciples. It was well known in the world beyond worlds that the Astro Sovereign, also known as the Exalted Water Luminary, only had 1 disciple. It wasn't that his disciples died one after another. Instead, the Astro Sovereign only had 1 disciple. That was the female emperor, Jia Mingkong, one of the 5 emperors of the world beyond worlds. That's right. The disciple of the Astro Sovereign. Gao Shuobo nodded and said, my father and mother have both verified it. There's no doubt that he is the disciple of the Astro Sovereign. And he didn't learn it secretly. Yan Zhaoge put his hand on his forehead. That's so complicated. He looked at Gao Shuobo and the others with a bitter smile. Well, who is the letter for? Chapter 11:16. Who was the letter addressed to? This question seemed normal, but in the current situation, it was quite crucial. If he said that he would take it to Astro Sovereign, it would solve a mystery in everyone's mind. The former Exalted Water Luminary, one of the 3 sovereigns, the Astro Sovereign, was still in the world beyond worlds. However, for some unknown reason, he had been living in seclusion and was even more low-key than the Concealed Sovereign. If the letter was given to someone else, the previous mystery would probably continue to remain, and it might even become more confusing. They didn't say anything. I think they need you to agree and go there before they tell you, the messenger, Gao Shuobo replied. Yan Zhaoge looked thoughtful. Since this disciple of the Astro Sovereign who lived in seclusion in the roving Jade Heavens didn't care about the affairs of the world, who would tell her the news of his visit to the roving Jade Heavens? People in the roving Jade Heavens must be concerned about Astro Sovereign's whereabouts and recent situation. After all, he was a sovereign who was as famous as the Earthly Sovereign, the Concealed Sovereign, and the Profound Sovereign of the roving Jade Heavens. Gao Shuobo and the others were probably curious as well. Still, they still left the choice to Yan Zhaoge. To Yan Zhaoge, just as Gao Shuobo had said, this could be a fortuitous encounter, yet it could also be a problem. More importantly, they had too little information at hand, which was not conducive to making a judgment. I wonder where that emperor is now. After pondering for a moment, Yan Zhaoge still accepted this errand. Gao Shuobo answered, the place she lives in seclusion is called Chaohang Valley. I'll let Qing take you there later. Qing and she get along well. A moment later, a woman appeared. It was none other than Gao Qing, whom Yan Zhaoge had met once before and whom he had not seen for a long time. She was indeed worthy of being a stunning genius who was on par with Fu Ting. During these past years, she had already attained the 5th level of the martial saint realm, the mid-seeing divinity stage. Also, looking at her, Yan Zhaoge could see that she was just a half step away from the 6th level of the martial saint realm, as she might be able to cross over at any time. Senior apprentice Uncle Yan. Gao Qing looked at Yan Zhaoge, her expression filled with curiosity. Yan Zhaoge nodded, smiling. It's been over a decade since we last met. You've improved tremendously. Senior apprentice Uncle Yan, are you praising yourself? Gao Qing giggled. Back then, our cultivation bases were virtually the same. Now that you have ascended the immortal bridge, you are much faster than me. Yan Zhaoge's face did not turn red, his heart not leaping. Let's work hard together. Qing, Gao Xuebue turned his gaze towards Gao Qing. Gao Qing shrunk her neck and instantly became listless. Her grandfather's personality had always been strict and strict. Seeing that she seemed to be much more relaxed in front of Yan Zhaoge today, she also became a little more casual. In the end, she was immediately suppressed. Looking at her, Yan Zhaoge could not help but smile. After bidding farewell to Gao Xuebue and the others, they immediately set off. After following Gao Qing for a long time, Yan Zhaoge discovered something. It looks like this dynasty vessel valley is not at Green Duckweed Mountain. That's right. The Chaohang Valley that Granny Li lives in is in the Heavenly Vault Mountain of the Serene Province, Gao Qing answered matter-of-factly. The Yu region mentioned here was completely different from the Yu region that Yan Zhaoge had known in the Eight Extremities world that year. Having already been in the roving Jade Heavens for some time, Yan Zhaoge had long since come to know that the division of land here was similar to that of the world beyond worlds, as it was also roughly divided into 9 regions. Still, unlike the world beyond worlds, which was named after the 9 heavens, the roving Jade Heavens used the name of the ancient Chinese 9 regions. These 9 regions were different from other places where the word region or continent was present in the name of a place. Any one of the 9 regions of the roving Jade Heavens was vast and boundless, as it was virtually comparable to the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory or the southern Blazing Heaven Territory of the world beyond worlds. Each region was divided into many different regions of varying sizes. Any one of them could be even larger than the entire world of a lower world. At the very center of the 9 regions was the Yu region, where Green Duckweed Mountain was located. Like the central June Heaven Territory of the world beyond worlds, the Yu region was the most central region of the roving Jade Heavens, as it was the most abundant in spiritual qi and abundant in natural resources. Green Duckweed Mountain was even more important, as it was the best blessed land of the roving Jade Heavens. The direct lineage and peak experts of the prime clear lineage all resided here, as its status was equivalent to that of Kunlun Mountain in the world beyond worlds. It seemed like that disciple of the Astro Sovereign was really keeping a low profile in seclusion here, as she did not even stay at Green Duckweed Mountain, not even establishing a cave manor in the Yu region, as she directly went to the Yu region. Granny Li. Hearing Gao Qing's reply, the corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth twitched slightly. This is a female expert. When he had been conversing with Gao Xuebue and the others earlier, Yan Zhaoge had not been able to tell the difference between he and she. Hearing how Gao Qing had addressed this person now, Yan Zhaoge knew that this person was a female, just like Jie Mingkong. The problem, however, was that the Astro Sovereign was a man. While it was not that male masters were forbidden from taking female disciples, under most circumstances where they were not related by blood, such things were still rather rare. The Astro Sovereign and the female emperor could be considered a pair of master and disciple who were rather famous and had extremely high accomplishments in post-Great Calamity times. Now, not only did the Astro Sovereign have another disciple, this disciple just had to be a female as well. While it was not impossible, Yan Zhaoge instinctively felt that something was off, as if the flames of gossip within his heart were being stoked, causing his thoughts to wander off to the side. Am I too bored? Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. As he was pondering, he suddenly heard Gao Qing ask, little apprentice uncle, I heard from other disciples that not only did you defeat exquisite Tang Peak's purple light caves when Bei Feng, you even inscribed words on the backs of those of Ashen's Spirit Valley without them even noticing it? Sword sweeping the north wind was Wen Daihong's title, referring to him being like a fierce wind that pierced through the skies, tough and unstoppable. Still, there were some who privately claimed that this title was a mockery of Wen Daihong's stubborn personality as well as his lack of empathy. Of course, due to Wen Daihong's personal strength and the liberal emperor of exquisite Tang Peak's purple light cave behind him, not many dared to openly mention this. What I can do, fellow Taoist Wen cannot. Therefore, he admitted defeat. Yan Zhaoge said casually, still, this fellow Taoist Wen's strength is indeed extraordinary. While he is impetuous, he is also open and aboveboard. I wonder if there have been any other outstanding figures in the roving Jade Heavens besides him in recent centuries. Right, Senior Apprentice Uncle Long and Senior Apprentice Brother Long definitely don't need to be mentioned. I already know about them. Hearing his words, Gao Qing answered without hesitation, there are. Little Aunt, as well as 9 heavens he who is equally famous as her. Isn't there a saying in the world beyond worlds, Kunlun's God-shocking dragon, youth enlightening 8 sects? Our roving Jade Heavens also has 9 heavens soaring solitary crane, splendor fills the divine lands. Gao Qing then said rather regretfully, still, little apprentice uncle, you might not be able to see a single one of them this time. I heard that 9 heavens he is currently in secluded cultivation, while little Aunt left the roving Jade Heavens a year ago to go adventuring. If you call her little Aunt, then. Yan Zhaoge felt rather curious. Gao Qing's originally cheerful mood dimmed somewhat, she's second grandaunt's daughter. Of course I call her little Aunt. Sadly, second grandaunt has already passed away. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.